Disenclosure. The deconstruction of Christianity. The return of religion or the return to it can only sharpen as we readily see its already critical state and, with that, all the dangers that religion invariably poses to thought, to law, to freedom, and to human dignity. It is, however, a question of knowing and here again, with entirely new risks, efforts, and reactive audacities courageous to say what the simple word human means. This question denotes nothing less than the sense of humanism. Behind this word, behind what it says, behind what it hides, what it does not want to say, what it cannot or does not know how to say, stand the most imperious demands of thought today. One may dislike the tone of such a sentence. One may deem it smug, arrogant. One may distrust him or her who claims with sovereignty categorically to point out the essential problems of his or her time. One may and one ought to feel this way. Sometimes, however, comes a time to raise one's voice a bit. And sometimes time is of the essence. It so happens today that the so-called civilization of humanism is bankrupt or in its death throes, as we are wont to say, the second term being the preferable one, no doubt. And it is when a form of life has niched aging that thought must rise up. It was no accident that Hegel's old lesson was pronounced at the beginning of the contemporary world, that is, at the beginning of the decomposition or the visible deconstruction of Christianity. The form of life that Hegel observed to be waning and fading into grayness is the form in which religion, the erstwhile providential safeguard of world and existence, loses, along with its legitimacy, the sense of its most specific resources. That which constituted the vitality and vivacity of an act of faith appears only as a dogmatic and institutional control. This also means that that which in faith could previously open the world in itself to its own outside, and not to some world behind the worlds, to some heaven or hell, closes up and shrivels into a self-serving management of the world. This is not new, and this ambivalence is constitutive of what institutes itself as religion, or as the religious character that all institutions conceal, their inner cohesion, the sacred nature of their construction, the superior, even sublime, character of their destiny. What thinking must then hold together is the void of this opening constituted by an absence of inheritors Evidolovic and Deschairance. Hegel, Schelling, and Hölderlin were the RST to have understood, following Kant's lead, that to make room for a rational faith it was necessary to open rationality to the dimension appropriate to the absolute, or again, to a higher reason, our translation of Hölderlin's Höherbesinnen, 1. The lesson of the last 2 centuries is that neither philosophy nor poetry suffs to assure this, whereas science, for its part, resolutely turned away once and for all from that which seemed apt to sketch out, in it and at a certain point in its development, the same elevation of reason, exhaustion de la raison, at a time when we still believed that science could wholly account for the world rendered raison du monde. It was not enough that thinking and speaking sought to take charge of the essential piety, that is, the observance of duty that was incumbent on reason with regard to the unconditioned principle or dimension it requires. This piety of reason, this service that the greater reason, Nietzsche, owes itself in the name of its absolute destiny, this has proved unable to communicate its own fervor. It has found its mystics in mathematics and astrophysics alone, while metaphysics closed in on itself. The religious threat. The civilization of the death of God, or the emancipation of reason, will have ultimately abandoned reason to hand itself over to understanding. Not that thinking or art have ceased reminding us of the requirement that reason represents. But this reminder, whether expressed in the voice of Nietzsche, Wittgenstein, or Heidegger, whether carried by the tonalities of Cézanne, Proust, Varese, or Beckett, to name but a few, has no doubt not hit the precise spot where the void opened. It has not managed to point out the empty heart of the void itself, or it has simply confused this void with nihilism, which is, rather, a congested gaping that lls itself up. Because we have come to this now, what we can envision as lying before us, in the sense of Gerard Grainel's recent remark, the 1930s lie before us, is not the worsening permanence of nihilism. To put it succinctly, we are at the end, we are in its death throes, which, for all that, give no clear sign of being brief. What is taking shape, on the contrary, is the possibility of a religious and hyper-religious upheaval or surrection. Where modes of rationality are stuck in understanding, rationalities, or sometimes the ratiocinations of technologies, rights, economies, ethics, and policies, where institutional religions poorly prolong their traditions, in fundamentalist rigidity or humanistic compromise, having been surpassed for 4 or VE centuries, and where, consequently, the void in question was hollowed out no less than in the very heart of society, or of humanity, or civilization, in the eye of the hurricane of globalization grows inexorably an expectation, still almost silent, which surreptitiously builds toward the point of igniting. In other words, what up to now the Enlightenment could not enlighten, what it was unable to illumine in itself, is waiting to go up in arms in a messianic, mystical, prophetic, divinatory, and vaticinatory mode. We distinguish here between these diverse epithets, whose incendiary effects may well prove more impressive than those of fascist, revolutionary, surrealist, avant-gardist, or mystical exaltations of all types. Here again, we will not go into semantics, and this genre, if it ignites and spreads, will also go into no semantics in its devastation. Conditions are in place for a delirium that would propagate itself in proportion to the wasteland of sense and truth that we have created or allowed to grow. In effect, the place offered for its unleashing is that which a summons, invariably taken up from politics, wants obstinately to name. It is in a political refoundation, or again, a refoundation of politics that the demand to do justice to reason in its integrity is intended, repeatedly. However, it happens that politics has not fallen short of itself by accident. La politique n'est pas par hasard and défaut d'elle-même. It has lost what the expression civil religion meant for Rousseau, namely, the element in which is practiced not just the mere rationality of governance but the innately higher and broader rationality of a sentiment, even a passion, of being together in view of or according to one's own existence. Yet, between religious religion and assumption into an apolitical salvation, on the one hand, and the class struggle and assumption into a historical salvation of humanity, on the other, itself not patently political in the strict sense, civil religion will not have lasted very long. And in our time, it is not the approximate and label concepts of subjectivation or, indeed, multitudes that can reheat democratic tepidity. Perhaps democracy, since Athens, has been nothing other than the renewed aporia of a religion of the polis, capable of assuming the succession of or indeed replacing, if either of these words is appropriate, those religions from before the polis, those religions that, by themselves, created both social bonds and government. Athens itself, then Rome, and then the sovereign modern state have, each in turn, renewed this aporia. To both the religion of the priests, as Kant put it, and civil religion have each done their time, the latter born out of the retreat of the former, from Greek times, but never apt to replace it and henceforth clearly extinguished. Perhaps democracy, as it expands its form to a global scale, reveals that politics will only be capable of redefining or redrawing itself according to one of the branches of the following alternative, either as democracy founded anew qua religion, God willing or not. And in that case, not as the theologico-political, as it were, but as fully theocratic, according to the want of the fundamentalists, or as a determinate relationship with a distinct element or dimension or some instance belonging to the order of sense, and consequently as a redefinition of the internal-external tension in politics between the governance of society and the projection of its ends or its raisons d'etre. In the RST case, hyperfascism, in the second, a radical invention to be made a reinvention, perhaps, of what secularity means, for at the very least, that should signify the following: that politics assume a dimension that it cannot integrate for all that, a dimension that overrows it, one concerning an ontology or an ethology of being with, attached to that absolute excedence absolu of sense and passion for which the word sacred was but the designation. I would have to reproach myself for appearing to play Cassandra and proffering oracles, if in evoking the threat I qualied it as religious in order to situate it beyond the wear and tear of established religions. It simply seems to me difficult to avoid recognizing the drying up of humanism dessèchement humanist and the correlative temptations of a spiritualizing deluge. Difficult, also, not to take responsibility, as a philosopher, for pointing out a limit, that where philosophy continues to be unable to assume the heritage of the Kantian operation in regard to religion, its speculative sublation releve, its Kierkegaardian surpassing outrepassement Kierkegaardian, or its Nietzschean aggravation. Philosophy, and science with it, has managed somehow to intimidate itself with its proclaimed exclusions of a religion from which it never ceased, underhandedly, to draw nourishment, though without really questioning itself about this secularization, and we must return to this about this consequent laicization or social generalization of secularity. All this can be said otherwise with another term, that of world. When the world becomes simultaneously worldwide mondial and resolutely worldly mundane, i.e., without worlds behind the world, without either heaven or heavenly powers, how and where is inscribed the necessary assertion that the sense of the world must be found outside of the world? 5. To this we should also add, the dissolution or deconstruction of the very notion of sense, and the postulate to which that notion corresponds, the expectation of a signification, do not contradict the preceding assertion, they confirm it. Metaphysics disenclosed. We must work on the limit and intimidation self-prescribed by rational thought, which are becoming intolerable to it. It is not that contemporary thought is of no help here. Since Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Wittgenstein, various forms of an outside of the world have been opened up in pure worldly immanence. Since Freud, affectivity is affected by the incommensurable and sense by the unsignifiable. From Derrida and Deleuze, very close to each other on this point at least, comes the invitation to think a secret in which thinking becomes secret unto itself, which amounts to an invitation to think in secret, ultimately, to think a thinking situated in the hollow spaces of its own concealment. We might also say that it is a matter of the other this time, considering 11 Asian source, but of the other insofar as he or she outstrips any assignation as or in an other of some kind, whether with a capital or a lowercase o. This means not only the alter the other of two but also the alienos the allos everyone's other, and the senseless. In all these ways, and a few others as well, the same necessity, the same requirement of reason, emerges insistently, that of casting light on its own obscurity, not by bathing it in light, but by acquiring the art, the discipline, and the strength to let the obscure emit its own clarity. 6. However, it is really the content of such an expression of its paradox, its oxymoron, its dialectic, or its wit's joke that asks for clarification. And, in fact, we are simply pointing out the critical domain of the work to be done. Here, I will limit myself to one preliminary remark. What must be set in motion can only be effected by way of a mutual disenclosure of the dual heritages of religion and philosophy. Disenclosure denotes the opening of an enclosure, the raising of a barrier. And the closure that should interest us is that which has been designated as the closure of metaphysics. 7. This expression has, RST, the sense of a tautology, metaphysics, in the sense by which Nietzsche and Heidegger have marked this term, denotes the representation of being edra as beings aident and as beings present aident present. In so doing, metaphysics sets a founding, warranting presence beyond the world, viz., the idea, summumans, the subject, the will. This setup stabilizes beings, enclosing them in their own beingness aidentite. Everything properly and precisely everything is played out in the mutual referral of these two regimes of beings or presence, the immanent and the transcendent, the here below and the beyond, the sensuous and the intelligible, appearance and reality. Closure is the completion of this totality that conceives itself to be fooled in its self-referentiality. This foolement amounts to an exhaustion. On the one hand, self-reference ultimately immobilizes and paralyzes even being itself or the sense of the event that it names, and, on the other hand, the dissociation of the two regimes that the closure of says to one another ends up proving to be a phantasmatic dissociation between the unimpeachable empirical real and the inaccessible real or intelligible surreal. Thus began what was fooled in the twilight of the idols to the degree that Christianity can and must be considered a powerful confirmation of metaphysics aggravating the beingness of being atentite de l'être through the production of a supreme, arch-present, and efficient being Christianity, and with it all monotheism, merely comforts the closure and makes it more sting. But it happens that a careful reading of those who denounce metaphysics most vigorously, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Wittgenstein, Derrida, and Deleuze in his fashion, easily shows that they never shared the somewhat vulgar simplicity of this representation. On the contrary, each of them knew perfectly well that it is from within metaphysics itself that the movement of a destabilization of the system of beings in their totality can take shape. Failing that, we would be hard-pressed to understand how the shake-up of this supposedly monolithic system could have arisen. In truth, metaphysics deconstructs itself constitutively, and, in deconstructing itself, it disencloses declot in itself the presence and certainty of the world founded on reason. In itself, it delivers forever and anew the epikeina tes ousias, the beyond beings, it foments in itself the overowing of its rational ground. We might add, by the way, that the illusion of an edifying tale of the liberation of modern reason, rising forth fully armed out of Bacon or Galileo's head and reconquering by its strength alone the whole terrain that was enthralled to metaphysical belief, is doubtless the most tenacious and insidious illusion ever to be concealed in the nooks of our many discourses. Each of those whom I have named and well beyond them, the whole movement of thought during the entire history of metaphysics, that is, since Parmenides and Plato realized very clearly that the closure, if closure there is, does not cut across the course of history, i.e., is neither a revolution nor a revelation, but is instead longitudinal. It is from the beginning and without discontinuities that philosophy and every species of knowledge and rational discourse situate, designate, and contemplate the extreme limits of reason in an excess of and over reason itself, the of and the over being woven here one into the other. The closure invariably disencloses itself, such is the precise sense of the demand for the unconditioned that structures Kantian reason, such is likewise the sense of Heidegger's destruction of ontology and of Derrida's deconstruction, as well as the sense of Deleuze's lines of it. As an intransigent rationalist once put it very simply, we will never lose this tenuous arc that ties us to the inaccessible eight. To deny this most humble and unimpeachable certainty is just bad faith. This observation immediately refers to one evoked earlier. The constitution of metaphysics itself proceeded neither by self-constitution nor by the Greek miracle. Its provenance lies in a transformation of the entire order of ties with the inaccessible. The West was born not from the liquidation of a dark world of beliefs, dissolved by the light of a new sun, and this no more so in Greece than during the Renaissance or the 18th century. It took shape in a metamorphosis of the overall relation to the world, such that the inaccessible in effect took shape and functioned, as it were, precisely as such in thought, in knowledge, and in behavior. There was no reduction of the unknown, but rather an aggravation of the incommensurable, which was no accident, if the solution to the mathematical problem of incommensurables, the elegon that is the diagonal of the square, furnished the emblematic gur of the birth of true knowledge and, with it or in it, the modeling or mathematical regulation of philosophy. As such, the elegon can be understood as the extreme, excessive, and necessary dimension of the logos. From the moment we speak of serious things, death, the world, being together, being oneself, the truth, it has never seriously been a question of anything other than this dimension. It is the elegon that reason introduced with itself. Christianity disenclosed. The previous observation must be completed by another, which constitutes simultaneously its redoubling and its expansion. If, within metaphysics, Christianity did not occur merely as a philosophy, which it also was or which also intervened in its formation, after all, the RST Christians were considered to be a species or school of philosophers. If Christianity was produced in a conjunction of Greek and Jewish thought, if it was, ultimately, the outcome of 2 or 3 centuries during which the Mediterranean world was completely disenchanted or demythied, as much in its religions as in its civil Religions, if, nally, Christianity represented simultaneously the collaboration and confrontation of reason and faith, all this is not because it constituted a late contracted sickness in the West, ruinous for what was supposed to be a nourishing state of health. The ever-rehashed condemnation of Christianity by philosophers and particularly by Enlightenment ones can only leave us perplexed, once we have understood and recognized without reservation all its excellent motifs. The least we can say is that it is highly unlikely that an entire civilization could be affected by a serious congenital disease. It is not safer for us to wield medical metaphors in light of civilizations than it was for Freud to suppose that the discontent, malaise, unbehagen, of our own could be effectively treated. Not safer, we must admit, than it is still to wield, in a more or less visible, more or less declared way, the discredit attaching to the obscurantism or superstition of a Middle Ages, whose very name bears the mark of the unfaltering if not outright arrogant distance that the reason of the modern age took in regard to it. We must admit that the Reformation and the Enlightenment, with and despite their nobility and their great vigor, also grew accustomed to behave vis-a-vis the European past like yesterday's ethnologists toward primitives. The recasting of ethnology, more than a little underway today, or the disenclosure of its ethnocentrism, 9 cannot fail to hold also for the relationship the West has to itself. If it need be said, I am not advocating the public or promotional restoration of indulgences. I would wish, rather, that the Church abolish all it has preserved of these. However, it is a question of not resting content with judgments of primitivism and clericalism, which put back into play and question paradigms of rationality, freedom, or autonomy, at least as they have been imparted to us by the epoch of humanity's emancipation. Perhaps we should also emancipate ourselves from a certain thinking of emancipation, which saw in it the cure for a maladie honteuse. In this regard, Nietzsche does not simplify our task. But neither does he remain with the pathological simplification that he authored. By way of Nietzsche, we should identify instead the question of a congenital disease, Platonism, Judeo-Christianity, in the West, which consequently indicates less a pathogenic accident than the constitution of an essence and therefore another type of health. A congenital disease is not an infantile one, it is often incurable, nevertheless, it can also give us the conditions for a health that does not satisfy norms. It seems to me superfluous to repeat all the grievances that can legitimately be leveled against Christianity, from the divestiture of thinking to the ignoble exploitation of pain and misery. We should even push the accusation farther, indeed, farther than mere accusation, to interrogate the conditions of possibility of a so powerful and durable religious domination exerted upon a world that, simultaneously, almost never stopped outmaneuvering and deposing this domination, and that found in it weapons to be used against it, freedom, the individual, reason itself. But that is not our purpose here. 10 For the moment, one remark must suffice, but it is essential. Christianity designates nothing other, essentially, that is to say simply, innately simply, through an inaccessible simplicity, than the demand to open in this world an alterity or an unconditional alienation. However, unconditional means not undeconstructible. 11 It must also denote the range, by right innate, of the very movement of deconstruction and disenclosure. 12. In other words, Christianity assumes, in the most radical and explicit fashion, what is at stake in the elegon. All the enormous weight of religious representation cannot change the fact that ne peut pas faire que the other world or the other kingdom never was a second world, or even a world behind the worlds, but the other of the world, of every world, of all consistency tied up in beings and in communication, the other than any world. Christianity can be summed up, as Nietzsche, for one, knew well, in the precept of living in this world as outside of it, in the sense that this outside is not, or not an entity. It does not exist, but it, or again, since it, deigns and mobilizes existence, the opening of the world to inaccessible alterity, and consequently a paradoxical access to it. Whether we take it from Paul or John, from Thomas or Eckhart, Francis or Luther, Calvin or Fenelon, Hegel or Kierkegaard, Christianity thus disencloses in its essential gesture the closure that it had constructed and that it perfects, lending to the metaphysics of presence its strongest imaginary resource. But only the sharpest sense of the Christian demand for alterity could dismantle the ontological proof, as well as proclaiming the death of God while adding, in a less resounding voice, that only the moral God was refuted. Christianity is at the heart of the disenclosure just as it is at the center of the enclosure-closure. The logic or the topology of this complex interweave will have to be dismantled in itself, but it is worthwhile to recognize the legitimacy of such an interweave. Once again, this legitimacy is found in the demand for the unconditioned, that is, for the elegon, without which, or rather without the opening toward which, and without exposure to which, we can give up thinking. This assertion, or series of assertions, implies the possibility not only of deconstructing Christianity, that is, leading it into the movement by which philosophy deports, complicates, and dismantles its own closure, but of grasping in it as it gets out of itself, from it, the excedent itself, the movement of a deconstruction, namely, the disjointing and dismantling disajointment of stones and the gaze directed toward the void, toward the no-thing chose rein, their setting apart. We must now concern ourselves with what this might specifically mean. Majus quam cogitari possit greater than what can be thought. All this being said, the ground of a disenclosure is inscribed at the heart of the Christian tradition. It suffices to take as evidence the justly famous proslogion of Saint Anselm, whose fundamental force is not that of an ontological proof, which we will have to submit, elsewhere, to the trial of thought concerning the true nature of such a proof. The high point of the proslogion is not found in the motif according to which God would be that relative to which nothing higher could be thought, quo majus cogitari nequit. It is in the supplementary degree provided by the majus quam cogitari possit, greater than what can be thought. 13. The argument rests entirely on the movement of thought, insofar as it cannot not think the maximum of the being it is able to think, but thinks also an excess to that maximum, since thought is capable of thinking even that there is something that exceeds its power to think. In other words, thinking, i.e., not the intellect alone, but the heart and the demand itself, can think indeed, cannot not think that it thinks something in excess over itself. It penetrates the impenetrable, or rather is penetrated by it. It is this movement alone that constitutes reason in its unconditionality or in the absoluteness and inity of the desire through which man is caught up innately in it sy passe iniment. In this sense, Anselm is much less a follower of Christianity than the bearer of a necessity that deans the modern world of thought, of the existential ordeal of thought. God is for Anselm the name of this ordeal. This name can assuredly be rejected for many reasons. But the ordeal or trial cannot be avoided. Subsequently, the question may arise of knowing whether this ordeal does or does not require recurrence to a special nomination distinct from any nomination of concepts, and whether God or divine can or cannot serve as an index or benchmark. However that may be, the true scope of the disenclosure can only be measured by this question: are we capable, yes or no, of grasping anew beyond all mastery the demand that carries thought out of itself, without confusing this demand, in its absolute irreducibility, with some construction of ideals or with some sloppy assembly of phantasms? What follows? A simple warning for those who will not already have thrust aside this book in fury, pity, or discouragement. What follows here does not constitute the sustained and organized development one might expect. It is only an assembly, wholly provisional, of diverse texts that turn around the same object without approaching it frontally. It has not yet seemed to me possible to undertake the more systematic treatment of this object, but I thought it desirable to put to the test texts that have remained little known to the public, even, for the most part, once they were published. In fact, I do not feel particularly secure in this undertaking. Everywhere lurk traps. I do not foresee opposition or attacks, or even eager endorsements, so much as I anticipate the extremely narrow margin of maneuver that the operation, if it is one, I am trying to discuss here has available to it. That margin is philosophically narrow, by definition, and socially narrow, caught in its fashion between diverse tensions and complacencies. But so it goes. I will attempt to advance somewhat farther. For the moment, what we nd here is but an open-air construction site, that should sum up what we need to know. It is hardly possible at this stage to propose anything more than this single axiom. It is in no respect a question of simply suggesting that a philosopher could believe in God, or in gods, philosopher meaning here not a technician of the concept but rst that which is expected, even required, today of common wisdom or conscience commune. By contrast, it is a question, and perhaps only a question, of wondering whether faith has ever, in truth, been confused with belief. In effect, it is enough to observe that belief is in no way proper to religion. There are many profane beliefs, there are even beliefs among scholars and philosophers. But faith? Should it not form the necessary relation to the nothing, in such a way that we understand that there are no buffers, no halting points, no markers, no inconstructible terms, and that this enclosure never stops opening what it opens, the West, metaphysics, knowledge, the self, form, sense, religion itself? As to the two other theological virtues, virtus theologales, that is, the two other orders and powers of relating to the object of some faith, hope, and charity, to give them their most traditional names, their turn will come later, and we shall thus be gratied or even redeemed. Moreover, par surcroît. The order of the texts is only relatively consistent. It is not necessary to follow it, even less so given that they were written under the most diverse circumstances, as we will see. To begin with, should make clear and explicit the perspective sketched above, as does the following essay, which has a more didactic character and an older date. There follow two texts relative to the idea of faith, the Judeo-Christian and a faith that is nothing at all, relative respectively to Derrida and Grainel, a part of whose text, far from substance, follows and is commented on by me. Thereafter, an experience at heart attempts to restore the Christian experience of the atheist Nietzsche. Verbum caro factum, the word made flesh, is a brief and provisional reaction on incarnation. The name God in Blancat collects a few clues from the author, who doubtless has brought the empty relation of belief rapport vitae de croyance 14 most closely to that which God can, or should it be to that which God must, designate. We then examine the motif of resurrection, again in Blancat. This was the point of a discussion with Derrida, of which consolation, desolation is a trace. 15 on a divine wing. 16 examines the gesture to which the last God is reduced, for Heidegger, and sets it in relation to differentiae and exempting from sense. Introduces an atheological reaction on sense, starting from an expression of Roland Barthes. Prayer de Mythide extends the thoughts of Michel de Guy on non-religious prayer. The text The Deconstruction of Christianity is the oldest and remains, to my mind, outside or set apart from the others, yet it points to the RST efforts at clearing a narrow and difficult path that seems to me to be necessary. It also points toward the possibility of a deconstructive analysis of the principal elements of Christian dogma, scarcely addressed in the present volume. We will have to return to this later on. Finally, this enclosure provides, in the key of a spatial conquest, to put it summarily, in that of the heavens deserted and reopened, ciel deserti et reovert, a formal variation on the theme of the divine qua opening or spacing, separated by intervals from itself as much as in itself. Del wimim aussi bien chu en wimim e space 17. Monotheism is an atheism. Schelling. 1. Not only is atheism an invention specific to the West, but it must also be considered the element in which the West invented itself as such. What we call Greece may well be traversed by, or mixed into, a considerable number of religious attitudes. It nonetheless remains true that, before all else, what distinguishes or even constitutes the Greek is a space of living and thinking that divine presence, barring that of the gods of the polis or those subject to speculation, who are precisely no longer presences, neither shapes nor marks out beliefs. The Greeks, here, are above all the descendants of Xenophanes, who, well before Plato, scoffed at the anthropomorphism of the gods and thus found himself already caught up in the invention of atheism. In the meantime, to be sure, the gods of the mysteries pursued their underground fate, another story, which I will leave aside here but which will also come into close relation with monotheism. Esabusher avec le monotheisme. This invention of atheism responds to a change in the general paradigm. In the place of a world order given and received in a destinal mode sur un mode destinal, whether we emphasize the sense of assignation or that of orientation in this term, is substituted a regime in which the world is constructed starting from a questioning concerning its principle or principles. One that one starts to speak of nature in the sense of a system of elements, of principles, and consequences, means that the world can no longer be divided among presences of qualities and diverse statuses, such as mortals, immortals, low, high, impure, or pure qualities. Instead, it must be divided between the totality of the given and the order of the conditions of what can no longer be its mere reception, but must, rather, on the basis of the given, provide its reason in turn. This reason may well be called divine. Its divinity nevertheless derives solely from the excellence of its axiological position and not from an intrinsic difference écart in its nature. Contrariwise, this nature shows itself by right as accessible to mortals, even if only after their death, or again, contrariwise and preferably, insofar as their death became the royal road to this access. When Plato writes ho theos, as he sometimes does, this designation of the god, in the singular and lacking a proper name, makes its translation almost impossible for us, since we have to choose between abandoning the substantive and speaking of the divine, or keeping it and speaking of a god as a unique person, of which Plato has no idea a way to put it, in every sense of the word idea. In Plato's Theos, we can say that the gods disappear, even if Plato himself can name them in the plural just a few lines after his singular Theos. This is to say that the paradigm of the given, structured, and animate universe, the same one that will be called a mythology, so that a physiology and a cosmology may be substituted for it, has ceased to function. Its founding representations and stories are no longer recognized as exable modelings of the world, but only as tions. Gods are departing into their myths. Yet if these tions evince their value only thanks to their various gers, attributes, and scenarios, that is, thanks to the spectacular troupe of divine characters enriched with their properties, genealogies, avatars, fury, and desires, then we can also say that the unique theos, deprived of appearance, gur, and name, really represents an invention, even the invention, of God in general. There is neither the God nor the divine, nor even perhaps the gods. These do not come rst, or, again, they do not quite exist so long as there are the people or the species of immortal gers. We nd the mortals immortal partners, but not the ontological distance for which the word God will henceforth provide the measure. We must therefore suppose that the invention of atheism is contemporaneous and correlative with the invention of theism. Both terms, in effect, have their unity in the principial paradigm or premise paradigm principial. Never did a god where his or her name was Uranus, Isis, or Baal hold the position or essence of a principle. The gods acted, spoke, or watched from death's other shore. They did not convey mortals to that shore, or if they did so, they invariably maintained, at the same time, the river that owed between the shores. They maintained it gaping and threatening, just as it was when it owed between Diana and Actaeon, for example, just as it would continue to owe between men and their dead shadows. On the contrary, the premise or premises, but the singular is necessary and required here in principle, has no other function than to bridge the gap between the shores. Such is the logical function that is substituted for the mythical tion, the dual positing of a radical alterity, God and man are no longer together in the world, and of a relation from the same to the other, man is called toward God. 2. It is indispensable that we provide ourselves with these initial givens if we do not want to misunderstand the vis-a-vis of theism and atheism, which is always more or less supposed. Assuredly, this vis-a-vis exists insofar as one term is the negation of the other. But we should not overlook to what degree this negation retains the essence of what it negates. Atheism states the principle of the negation of the divine principle, that is, of the principle represented in the configuration of an entity existent that is distinct from the entire world of entities, and for which it would hold the RST cause and the null end. It thus poses, in principle, either that the cause and the end belong to another, immanent order, or that these concepts must not be brought into play. By the RST hypothesis, immanence, whether we call it matter or life, history, society, or art, displaces nothing at all in the ideal statuses of cause and end. Further still, the hypothesis changes nothing about their practical statuses, because their principles have not the slightest reason not to become as restrictive, even as coercive, as those of some divine will or some order of salvation. The 19th and 20th century West experienced those coercive possibilities to a point not hard to qualify as crucial. Henceforth, we know that atheism is a disaster in that sense. If there were any need to be more precise, I would point out in passing that not all philosophies of immanence pensées d'une immanence place themselves under the atheist paradigm that I just evoked. Some philosophies of immanence foil the opposition immanence-transcendence, but this is not the place to discuss that. In a way that is paradoxical and worse than contrastive and discordant, we now know both that atheism is the only possible ethos, the only dignity of the subject, if I give this word the value of praxis rather than that of reactivity, and that this same atheism leaves destitute or threatening the order of the in common, the order of culture, of the together. It is a matter of nothing less here, ultimately, if there is an ultimately, than the unappeased demand that was called communism, but I will not tarry with that. The in common and ds itself orphaned of all religion, whether religious or civil. And, as a conjunction of atheism and individualism, it is even orphaned, consequently and obviously, in regard to capitalism, which ought to make us reeked. As regards the second hypothesis, the disqualification of causes and ends, it is no doubt clear enough that a certain state of mind, état de la pensée, quite common today, asks no better than to welcome this hypothesis. We sense that cause and end should not, or no longer, be concepts acceptable outside of determinate technical spheres within which they carry the evidence of axioms. We sense this all the more in considering, not so much the technical systems identified, but the world regime that we could call technology, or again, capital. And it becomes clear that this regime never ceases dissolving, through its own unfolding, every possibility of ending, imputing, or inventing causes or ends for it. That is, unless we identify this regime more or less with physis itself, insofar as technique comes, after all, from physis, before redeploying it for its own purposes. But in doing this we would only end up with a tautological teleology of the world, without ever setting forth, for all that, the new mythology that this tautology should require. We should thus be capable of a strictly agnosiological, acausal, and a teleological thinking. It would be easy to show how much this demand has preoccupied philosophy since the beginning of the contemporary world. All things considered, Hegel, who passes for the model thinker of foulement processes, also asks to be understood, or again, Schelling, before and with him, as the RST to think beyond all teleology. However, being capable of discerning this requirement of interpretation which bears witness to our own expectations and experiences ever since the suspension of what is called Hegelian history, does not make us the more capable of agnosiological and a teleological thinking. That is to say, in a word, that we are not now more capable of atheistic thinking, the thinking that we know we desire. This is because for us, up to now, such an orientation of thinking without end, nitude without end, in sum, the innate remains privative, subtractive, and, in sum, defective in much the way that the main tone of every species of atheism also remains obstinately and defective, even if against its own will. We must, no doubt, hasten to add that this does not authorize any legitimation of the positive assurance of the ism, that would only be to set back to back the two faces of the Western Janus. Blanchot understood this perfectly. 3. The day will perhaps come, and perhaps it is not even so far away, when we shall characterize all contemporary thinking as a slow and heavy gravitational movement around the black sun of atheism. With the collapse of that premise to which all of classical ontotheology bears witness, up to its Kantian dethronement and in its Nietzschean funeral ceremonies there has followed no new understanding, no unforeseen grasp, revolutionary, creative, emancipatory, salvic, how would we want to designate this, of this collapse and of the void that has resulted from it, no new apprehension, namely, one that would be produced through prisms of thought other than those that words like collapse or void call so banally to mind. I do not mean that contemporary thought, in all that in it is most alive, has not engaged in disorganizing and delegitimizing those prisms. In fact, it does nothing else. Nevertheless, atheism continues ultimately, in a very paradoxical way to close the horizon. Or again, perhaps it is more accurate to say that it continues to form a horizon, precisely where it ought to be a question of something else. For horizons and principles are mutually complicit ont party lie. The horizon of a subtraction, of a retreat, an absence, or even the horizon of what I once called absentheism, to oppose it to atheism, continues to form a horizon. That is to say, it forms a limit, a dead end, and an end of the world. That horizon surrounds our thinking all the more in that the world, in effect, everywhere touches its knees, and this in a physical mode as well as in a metaphysical one. It can no longer be a matter of getting out of the world, but that is not a reason to consider the world a horizon. In other words, nightness does not limit inity, on the contrary, nightness should give it its expansion and its truth. That is what is at stake, and there are no other stakes today. In a striking sense, physics appears to say something analogous today when it speaks of a night universe in expansion, but I will not embark upon an analogy that is perhaps merely formal. Mutatis mutandis, it is really a matter of nothing other than the nihilism that Nietzsche understood. Atheism is nihilism, and if nihilism indicates at the same time that it is through nihilism, on the basis of it, and almost as if in nihilism that any question of getting out, if this term is appropriate, can arise, then it has nevertheless not surpassed up to now its own pointing towards something else, except to point toward a repetition of its own nihil. Assuredly, this is a repetition that is often powerful, courageous, functional, and inventive. This repetition that is played out around the bounds reparies of the void, the absence, the disaster, the without end, the aporia, or even, in a more ascetic way, around a more or less pronounced renunciation of something other than combinations of forms of life and the differentiated truth regimes, with perspectives, at times, more or less akin to Kant's regulation. It is always a matter, willy-nilly, of introducing a new sense, knowing that this introduction is itself without sense, as Nietzsche wrote more or less, expressing a paradox whose structure contains all the force of an injunction and all the difficulty, even the anxiety, of our situation. But how to lift this aporia, when forcing a sense beyond senses, senseless, an absent sense, a hyperbolic or hypertrophied sense, has given us nothing less than exterminating horror, in so many forms combined with humanistic impotence, it too in so many forms. This last word thrusts us anew toward the black core of our vertigo. Humanism was atheism. It was its truth, its breadth, its expression, and its function. Because it turned the essence of God into the essence of man, it merely imprinted on the premise a pivoting or rotation on itself, a revolution. Thus, on the one hand, it moded nothing in the onto-a theological construction, nor could it situate, on the other hand, its own form as principle in a place worthy of it. Humanism does not think high enough the humanitas of man, wrote Heidegger. What does this so-called height mean? Above all, what does it mean if we consider the fact that Heidegger wrote this sentence after passing through his well-known blindness to the grandeur of what the word National Socialism now stigmatizes? Must we speak in terms of elevation, altitude, or size? That is not certain. But in what terms then? Pascal wrote that man innately passes passe man. What could this passing mean? Surpassing depasser? Overcoming surmonter? Exceeding? Transporting? Transguring? Divinizing? naturalizing, technicizing, exposing to the abyss, annihilating, and still further, dehumanizing, inhumanizing, overhumanizing. As we can see, over some 2 centuries, we have run through the whole gallery of these gers, rather like the Hegelian spirit, and we are exhausted, nauseated by this, our absolute knowledge from which owes back to us, unlike the knowledge of spirit, no entity other than that of an infamy, according to which the surpassing of man takes the shape of an inexorable domination of humans by a total process that is not even their history anymore, but a mechanism indifferent to their fates and wholly engaged in its own exponential and exponentially tautological development. This sadness sums up atheism. Even the possibility of the tragic, or the tragic possibility which may have been that of the Greeks ending themselves deprived, forsaken, or cursed by the gods is refused us. This sadness retains nothing of the strange, tragic joy to which Nietzsche or the young Benjamin were still witness. This also means, more clearly than ever, that the exit from capitalism here again, it is a matter of an exit, and yet in what valence of this word, can only be envisaged as the exit from nihilism. And this, in 2 ways that share a solidarity. On the one hand, the formal structure of the exit is the same, it is an exit from within, as Marx and Nietzsche understood. On the other hand, it turns on the same stake, the one I am designating here, for the time being, as the necessity of an effective modification of the tautology, or, indeed, the consequent necessity of a heterology. For if I am undertaking, at present, a meditation on monotheism, it is not to seek in it some way out, some remedy or salvation. Salvation represents, on the contrary, the confirmation of the world of nihilism by the necessity of redemption that it asserts. In that sense, monotheism will have represented nothing other than the theological confirmation of atheism, the reduction of the divine to the premise in a logic of dependence on the world. Correlatively, the tautology of the world is simply displaced there into the tautology of God. In effect, the one God is nothing other than the repetition of his immutable being. He does not have any history or form, and it is no accident that, in a decisive moment of his many redefinitions, he was designated and thought as the Logos present and arc in the beginning. In reality, this moment responds to the conjunction of Greek atheism and Jewish monotheism in the elaboration of what, under the name of Christianity, constituted the major configuration of onto-a theology, played out differently in Islam, which would obviously require, in order to be precise, supplementary consideration. Through the religions of the book, Judaism, Christianity, Manichaeism, Islam, a particularly complex, even tortuous history unfolded. Its driving element or organizing core stands precisely at the point of conjunction of Joyce's Greekio/Greek, but only insofar as this point forms, at the same time, a point of disjunction, and insofar as that intimate disjunction at the heart of atheism itself still demands to be truly experienced and put to the test. On the one hand, the conjunction conjoins, in effect, 2 formations of atheism. Jewish monotheism, understood in its unfolding and its spread throughout the Greek world, opens into Christian thought, which we could rightly call Stoic Christian. It prepares nothing other than the simultaneous evaporation of all divine presences and powers, and the designation of a principle that no longer has as divine anything but the name, a name dispossessed of all personality, and even the ability to be uttered pronunciabilite. Considered from this angle, the whole history of God the God of the West unfolds nothing less than the trial or process pro se of atheism itself, in its most rigorous proceedings progression. To take note of a few indications, this passes through the idea of a proof of his existence, which supposes that one existence at least could be deduced a priori, on the basis of which all existence will be deduced, and the supposed proof falls back on an ontological tautology, or again through Spinoza's Deus of Natura, which, notwithstanding, leaves entirely open the question of what the unity of this Deus consists in, since it exists only in the unity of its modes. Or, nally, we can see that the process passes through Feuerbach's God, of whom man need only leave aside the imaginary substance in order to reappropriate its predicates. To all this we could add a considerable number of traits, such as Descartes' idea of the perfect being, or the logically necessitated freedom through which Leibniz's God creates the best of all possible worlds. However that may be, we shall end up with this result: God denotes the premise or principle of a presupposed totality, founded in unity and in necessity. In all of this, God names only the tautology of the unitotality thereby presupposed. In Heideggerian terms, God names the consistency of being, understood as principial, founding, and essential. God represents, in the most patent way, being at and as the ground of beings, and summum, verum, bonum. We should therefore not be surprised that Heidegger sees in Christianity, to say nothing of its two fellow religions co-religionaires, little more than an epiphenomenon lacking any particular specificity with regard to the destinal and epical history of being, where being itself is understood not as principle but, on the contrary, as a principle of anarchy, to content ourselves with Rainer Schermann's paradox, or, again as a deconstruction of the logic of principles in general. However, as we know, the Christianity of ontotheology is not the Christianity with which Heidegger pursued his silent elucidation too. It is thus abundantly clear that monotheism will have constituted, all in all, a theism's second condition of possibility. The unicity of the God of monotheism must not be set into a numeric relationship with the plurality of gods in what we have called polytheism. Rather, unicity displaces or converts divinity. From a present power or person, it changes divinity into a principle, a basis, and or a law, always by definition absent or withdrawn in the depths of being. Deus absconditum, we might as well say a God that draws into the one the entirety of its noumen inasmuch as it tends to dissolve that nomen God, which, precisely, had never been a divine name. If this is the situation, then we must nevertheless ask ourselves why the root of atheism should have had or must have had a double constitution. The disrepute of Christianity as epiphenomenon of metaphysics, as well as its reduction by Kant or Hegel to the status of a representative transcription of the logic of reason or spirit, does not account for this phenomenon of lining or doubling phenomena de doublure ou de doublage. What we ought to say is that reason cannot give sufficient reason for its representations. The idea of a transcription, a travesty, or a religious hijacking of the functions of reason is an idea that denotatively commands, with a host of variations on the themes of representation, sentiment, illusion, and ideology, all that is essential for philosophical denunciation. Now, if in many respects it accounts for the moral, political, and spiritual infamy that religions no doubt share, and especially monotheistic ones, a matter that should be examined elsewhere, it nevertheless cannot account for the peculiar dehiscence of the logos and the premise. It cannot account for that separation except by designating an inferior degree of reason, a lack to be raised to the heights of thought, or again by deploring still more directly in religion a veritable perversion or disease, of thought, of culture, of society. It is strange to think that our civilization in its entirety posits, in principle, the weak, corrupted, or foreign, i.e., non-Greek, essence of what has not ceased to constitute something like its internal lining, and this for more than 20 centuries. It all comes to pass as though atheism refused to consider the possibility that this doubling might be understood in a way other than through infirmity, disease, or even the perversity of priests. There is no doubt that infirmity, even debility, sickness, and meanness are at work, in alternation or conjunction, from the moment that we attempt to assure ourselves a mastery over and presentation of the premise. The signal weakness of any logic of the premise, should we say, of logic, tout court, shows itself at the crucial point where theism and atheism prove to belong to each other as eco-appertenent, insofar as the premise is asserted, or symmetrically denied, it can only collapse in its own positing or in being deposed. The decisive point is this: it ought to be the task of the principle, as we sketched it above, to exceed qua principle principiation itself. To put it otherwise and perhaps better, it ought to be the task of the premise to elude itself, to withdraw from itself, to pull away from itself, or again to deconstruct principiation on the basis of itself. A principle or principat, to appeal to this old word here, can only exempt or make exception of itself in regard to itself as acceptor de l'homme. At least, this is one of the branches of the alternative before which this principate is ineluctably placed, either it conremes itself, innately, or it exempts itself by or from itself, and this, no less innately. The politics of sovereignty as the power of the exception reproduces precisely this logic, with the extreme delicacy of its unstable equilibrium, ever balanced between the legitimacy of an illegitimate prince and the illegitimacy of a legitimate prince. To reuse our earlier terms, either the premise conremes its etiological and teleological tautology, or it is in itself exposed as heterogeneous to any tautology, eing into a heterology. 5. Is it not desirable, then, to ask whether the doubling and dehiscence of monotheism and atheism do not communicate with this heterogenesis? In other words, can we be that calmly assured, without further inquiry, that monotheism is but the other, feeble and clerical side of atheism? After all, the one and the other are forever united in the rigidification of the premise, or of the one, which is also to say in the abandonment or dereliction that is nihilism. The time has come to understand our own history otherwise than it has heretofore sought to understand itself under the domination of its own principle or premise. Greek atheism and Jewish monotheism met up at a point at which the unity of the premise and the unicity of the God comforted and opposed each other, reciprocally and at the same time. They did this through a dual and violent movement whose effects have never ceased enervating and irritating our history. On the one hand, the unicity of the God very clearly let itself be subsumed or absorbed by the unity of the premise. In this way Christianity became, by itself, a humanism, an atheism, and a nihilism. The ever more difficult preservation of its properly religious forms, its church, its practices, and its myths, ended up becoming the object of a struggle or of internal schisms. How and whether this scheme functioned, or was overturned, in Judaism or Islam, as well as in the relation or non-relation between the three monotheisms, will have to be examined elsewhere. On the other hand, the unicity of the God refused to come under the sway of the premise. It is no accident if, in the heyday of modern rationality, Pascal, writing his memorial, so violently felt the need to separate without reserve the God of the philosophers and savants from the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Jesus Christ. This separation and its resultant opposition or contradiction are together lodged at the heart of atheism, precisely at the place where the very principle of the premise, as I suggested above, collapses by itself and, in this collapse, signals the possibility, even the requirement of and the call for, a wholly other, anarchic configuration. It is enough to recall some of the major traits by which monotheism opposes, as much as it comforts, the reign of the premise. It is my hypothesis or my wager that these traits are at work, silently at least, in Heidegger, and, still more silently, in Wittgenstein. I note this here to point out that what is at stake really has to do with the necessity that has guided thought over the last century. In opposition to the relation that forms between a premise and its consequences, or between a condition and what it conditions, stands the relationship between the creator and the creature. Concerning this relationship we must assert that it radically cuts off any ties with the preceding one, because the latter is a relation of identity, inherence, or consequence. If A, therefore B, if alpha, therefore omega. By contrast, creation entails a relation of alterity and contiing ins. If God, then there is no reason why he creates. The idea of creatio ex nihilo, inasmuch as it is clearly distinguished from any form of production or fabrication, essentially covers the dual motif of an absence of necessity and the existence of a given without reason, having neither foundation nor principle for its gift, a gift for which, doubtless, no concept of gift can prove to be adequate. Ex nihilo, which is to say, nothing in or as principle reno principi, a nothing of principle, 3 nothing but that which is rene que cella qui est, nothing but that which grows rene que cella qui croit, creo, cresco, lacking any growth principle, even, and especially not, the autonomous premise of a nature, unless we re-evaluate this concept by way of Spinoza. In the RST place, we might say that the nihil is posited. Perhaps this is the only way seriously to get out of nihilism. Nihilism means, in effect, making a premise of nothing. But ex nihilo means, undoing any premise, including that of nothing. That means, to empty nothing rein, cf. ram, the thing, of any quality as principle. That is creation. For without examining further the implications or obligations of such an undoing, let us simply add two other traits. First, the relationship of creation is doubled by the relationship between the saint and the sinner. Once again, not identity but alterity is at stake. The saint or the holy is the other of the sinner, in the sense that the sinner is constituted, in his being, by his relation to this alterity. He is a sinner for not being holy, but it is to holiness that he is beholden. Yet holiness is not a principle. Holiness is neither determinable, nor representable, nor prescribable. It opens to man or in man, unless we should say, it opens to the world or in the world, and not for man alone, the dimension and the movement, or gesture, of an innately coming to pass on se passer iniment. It would not be impossible to interpret, playing on those two expressive possibilities in the French, l'homme passe iniment l'homme man innately passes man and l'homme se passe iniment l'homme innately, man does without man. Does God, or the saint, do without man, or not? As we know, this question has never ceased circulating in Christianity. The last trait that we retain here will be that of faith. If the premise must be known or well known, just as the gods must have been, moreover, and if, additionally, religion is a form of knowledge, the knowledge of observance and scruples, it is to faith that the saint turns. Faith is not weak, hypothetical, or subjective knowledge. It is neither unvariable nor received through submission, nor even through reason. It is not a belief in the ordinary sense of the term. On the contrary, it is the act of the reason that relates, itself, to that which, in it, passes it innately. Faith stands precisely at the point of an altogether consequent atheism. This is to say that it stands at the point where atheism is dispossessed of belief in the premise or principle and in principate, in general. This is the point Kant already recognized formally when he spoke, for example, of the incapacity in which reason NDS itself, to satisfy by itself its own needs. 5. Reason does not suffs unto itself, for itself it is not a sufficient reason. But it is in the acknowledgement of this insufficiency that it fully justifies itself. For in this way it recognizes, not a lack or a for which it should expect reparations from another, but rather the following: the logic of sufficiency and or lack is not the logic appropriate to it. This is why what Kant called a moral faith, not a metaphysical, speculative, or doctrinal one, has its essence not in a failure of reason but, on the contrary, in the reamness with which reason confronts its own dissatisfaction. Not seeing therein an insufficiency, a failing, or a lack that might condemn it to nihilism, moral faith there discovers non-sufficiency. I use this term in the precise sense in which, henceforth, it is no longer a question of sufficing or of satisfying, for there is neither sufficiency nor satisfaction possible if there is also no principle to which satisfaction must be granted. Faith is then the rmdelity of reason to its own ateology. What the name God, or that of the Holy, rigorously attempts to designate in this ateological regime, if we accept using Baudelai's term to designate an atheism clearly freed from the schema of an inverted theism, refers not only to a ruining of the premise but, in a way still more contrary to principial logic, refers to something, to someone, or to a nothing, perhaps to the same nihil ex quo, of which faith is itself the birthplace or the creative event. That God himself may be the fruit of faith, which at the same time depends only on his grace, that is, exempts itself from necessity and obligation, is a thought profoundly foreign. Perhaps it is the most foreign to the theism/atheism pair. It is the thinking of altruity opened by and exposed outside of sameness, as that which exceeds thinking innately without in any way being principial to it. Yet this thinking is not foreign to Christian reaction, no more so than to reaction in Judaism or Islam. Let us cite only Makarios of Magnesia. The one who does the will of my Father gives birth to me by participating in this act, and he is born with me. He who believes in effect that I am the only Son of God engenders me in some sense through his faith. 6. I will close here with the following observation: the Platonic precept was to liken oneself to the divine, whereas the monotheistic precept was to look within for our divine similitude. Homoiousis, mimesis, and methexis all together. Now, there are two possible modes by which to liken oneself. Either one appropriates the attributes of a subject supposed to be other and principial, or one alters the same into a properly innate altruity, which proves unappropriable, imprescribable, and anarchic. There remains the question of knowing whether God or the Holy can or do represent names, and on what grounds, for this altruity of reason. While it is established that atheism remains a term both equivocal and without a future, no response of this sort has yet been given to the question we have just posed. Coda. In an abrupt manner, I will introduce in closing the following question: should we therefore understand today, and if so, in what way, the word that was in a sense Heidegger's last, "only a God can save us" now? It is not politically correct to treat this sentence without contempt. Yet it is philosophically necessary. Cut and dried, what does it tell us, then? First, it states a tautology: if there is some reason to save anything, then certainly only a God can do so, if salvation indeed belongs to a divine order. A tautology then, and empty, inasmuch as reaction on salvation is not developed. Now, to save is not something that is thought. But to save is not to heal, it is not a process, and it is not measured against some ultimate health. Salvus and sanus are not the same terms. It is a unique and instantaneous act, through which one who is already in the abyss is held back or recovered. To save does not annul the abyss, it takes place in it. Perhaps Buddhist awakening takes place in a comparable fashion, if it takes place, right in the middle of the world and not outside of it. That same being in or unto the abyss, Dwarfensane, poverty, dereliction, seven sin, is not that from which one returns by way of a dialectic, nor that of which we might give ourselves a mimetico-cathartic representation. It is rather that within which, more so than from which, there is salvation. At least it is in this direction that we should be able to think. I will gladly indicate this direction using the words of Rachel Bispayloff, who was, among other things, an astonishing reader of Heidegger. We must not call God our powerlessness and our despair, a citation from Nietzsche, nor seek therein a remedy, but rather expose ourselves to the peril of salvation. 8. But how shall we so much as approach such a thought? Surely not with philosophy understood as the science of RST principles, as rational knowledge, or as a production of representations of the world. Heidegger indicates this in the context of the same interview with Der Spiegel, i.e., philosophy is at its end. And the God of which he is speaking designates, before all this, the nothing other for which philosophy is neither Thesiton nor their regime. That God, that last God, Ashpatsidal swear that God, insofar as every God is the last one, which is to say that every God dissipates and dissolves the very essence of the divine, is a God that beckons winked. That means, it makes a sign without sense, a signal of approach, of invitation, and of departure. 9. This God has its essence in winken. And that sign making, that blink of the eye comes to pass, starting from and in the direction of the awareness, the appropriating event through which man, appropriated to or by being, may be disappropriated, antinet, of an identity closed in on its humanity. Man may thus appropriate himself, address himself, and dedicate himself, zioinet, to what is innately more than himself. We meme. Perhaps is implied hat these levation ex haussement of man, of which the all too human man cannot so much as dream, and to which no philosophical essence of man can be compared. But was there ever a philosophic essence of man? Perhaps not. Perhaps philosophy always surpasses its own end. Perhaps it is simply that which the word God names, or rather signals, winks at Heidegger thus means at least this, that the elevation takes place without knowledge and outside of sense. Neither rm knowledge, science, nor weak knowledge, belief. Neither belief in God, nor belief in man, nor belief in knowledge, nor even in art. Yet a reamness, yes, and a delity, even a devotion devoement in an extraordinarily strong sense of the word, an act of vowing or voting oneself the way one devotes oneself to a task or to a devil. 10 Yet, in this way we would be led back to something that strongly resembles Kant's practical faith, evoked earlier. This is why it is not without interest to propose here the following, wholly provisional conclusion. The sentence only a God, or whatever sentence at all that today names a God or the divine, is nothing other than a reformulation, risky but necessary, imperious even, and neither riskier nor less necessary, when we think about it, than what it reformulates, of a famous sentence, I therefore had to abrogate knowledge in order to make room for faith, and the dogmatism of metaphysics, that is to say the prejudice according to which one might progress, without a critique of pure reason, is the true source of that incredulity that struggles with morality, and incredulity that is, in turn, always very dogmatic, in fact. 11 What Kant's expression holds open for us is none other than this, a critique of reason, that is to say, a demanding and non-complacent examination of reason by reason, makes unconditionally requisite, within reason itself, an opening and an elevation of reason. It is not a question of religion, here, but rather of a faith as a sign of the delity of reason to that which in and of itself exceeds reason's phantasm of justifying itself rendre raison de soi as much as the world and man. That the signal a God, or again, the signal of a God, might be necessary or not here remains once again undecided. That will perhaps remain undecidable or not. But, for the moment, it is at least beyond all doubt that a signal, whatever it may be, addresses us from the side of our atheist reason. Translated by Gabriel Malenfant and Bettina Burgo. Then there is the persisting legacy of monotheism itself, the Abrahamic religions, as Louis Messiaen aptly called them. Beginning with Judaism and Christianity, each is a successor haunted by what came before, for Muslims, Islam fools, and ends the line of prophecy. There is still no decent history or demystification of the many-sided contest among these three followers, not one of them by any means a monolithic, unit camp of the most jealous of all gods, even though the bloody modern convergence on Palestine furnishes a rich secular instance of what has been so tragically irreconcilable about them. Not surprisingly, then, Muslims and Christians speak readily of crusades and jihads, both of them eliding the Judaic presence with often sublime insouciance. Such an agenda, says Iqbal Ahmed, is very reassuring to the men and women who are stranded in the middle of the ford, between the deep waters of tradition and modernity, but we are all swimming in those waters, Westerners and Muslims and others alike. And since the waters are part of the ocean of history, trying to plow or divide them with barriers is futile. Edwards said, The Clash of Ignorance 1. The West can no longer be called the West on the basis of the movement through which it saw extended to the entire world the form of what might have appeared, up until recently, as its specific prole. This form contains both technoscience and the general determinations of democracy and law, as well as a certain type of discourse and modes of argument, accompanied by a certain type of representation understood in a broad sense of the term, example that of the cinema and the entirety of post-rock and post-pop music. In this way, the West no longer acknowledges itself as holding a vision for the world, or a sense of the world that might accompany this globalization, its globalization, with the privileged role it believed it could attach to what it had called its humanism. Globalization appears, on the contrary, to be reduced, in its essentials, to what Marx had already discerned as the production of the world market, and the sense of this world appears to consist merely in the accumulation and circulation of capital, accompanied by a clear aggravation in the gap between the dominating wealthy and the dominated poor, as well as by an indenied technical expansion that no longer provides itself except very modestly, and with disquiet or anguish the maladies of progress and the improvement of the human condition. Humanism opens onto inhumanity, such may well be the brutal summary of the situation. And the West does not understand how it managed to come to this. Nevertheless, the West has indeed come to this. It is the civilization constructed initially around the Mediterranean by the Greeks, the Romans, the Jews, and the Arabs that has borne this fruit. To that degree, then, it cannot suffice to search elsewhere for other forms or values that one might attempt to graft onto this henceforth global body. There is no elsewhere left, or indeed, and in any case, there can no longer be an elsewhere in the old Western sense of the term, like the elsewhere of an Orient refracted through the prism of Orientalism or the elsewhere of worlds represented as living in the primary immanence of myths and rites. Our time is thus one in which it is urgent that the West or what remains of it analyze its own becoming, turn back to examine its provenance and its trajectory, and question itself concerning the process of decomposition of sense to which it has given rise. Now, it is striking to note that, inside the West thus described, although we quite often interrogate, with a view to re-evaluating, the philosophy of the Enlightenment, along the model of a continuous progression of human reason, or the will to power of the triumphant industrial 19th century, or again, if differently, the diremption's internal dehiscences interns to the West, the Slavic and Orthodox world as well as the Arabic and Islamic ones, with their complexities and their lost opportunities, we rarely interrogate the body of thought that, as I see it, organized, RST in a gestatory or guiding way, if not the West itself, then at least its condition of possibility, monotheism. We know, how could we ignore this, that the threefold monotheism of a threefold religion of the book, with which one could associate ancient Manichaeism, as well, deems a Mediterraneo-European particularity and, from there, diverse forms of global expansion by at least the two junior branches, Christianity and Islam. Yet we consider, perhaps too frequently and too simplistically, that the religious dimension, or what we believe, perhaps wrongly, to be simply religious, behaves like an accident in relation to the facts and structures of civilization. Or, more precisely, this dimension appears as extrinsic, from the moment that it no longer visibly gives, to the globalized West, its face or prole, even though that globalization is also, as I understand it, in more than one respect a globalization of monotheism in one or another of its forms. Ultimately, if the capitalist and technological economy constitutes the general form of value or sense today, that is by way of the worldwide reign of a monetary law of exchange, or general equivalency, or the infinite production of surplus value within the order of this equivalency of value whose evaluation remains impossible except in terms of equivalency and indeterminate growth. Yet this monovalence of value, or this one-way sense unique circulation of sense hardly behaves otherwise than as the apparently non-religious transcription of the monoculture whose monotheistic conception it carried, explicitly, the culture of Rome in its European and modern expansion, from Baghdad and Tehran to London and Los Angeles. The mystery of this history is tied to nothing other than the character simultaneously absolute and invisible, incalculable, interminable, and universal of the value or unidirectionality sense unique that is placed now in God, now in man, and now in the tautology of value itself. Perhaps it is impossible to take a further step in understanding and transforming our history without extending the interrogation into the heart of the structure of monovalence. Since the unfolding of modern rationality and its most recent modalities, all of which were at least implicitly atheist in the sense of being indifferent to the question of God, whether it was a matter of knowledge or law, aesthetics or ethics, it might seem useless to refer to monotheism otherwise than in a secondary mode, a mode set in second place, either because it referred to the sphere of private convictions, or by virtue of a merely historical perspective. And yet we know, or ought to know, but with a knowledge that is active, mobilizing, and deconstructive in a sense that I will attempt to state to what degree the most salient features of the modern apprehension of the world, and sometimes its most visibly atheistic, or atheological traits, can and must be analyzed in their strictly and fundamentally monotheist provenance. Thus, to put it rapidly, the universal, law, the individual, but also, in a more subtle manner, the motif of an innate transcendence surpassing man, and within man. Now, provenance, here as elsewhere, is never simply a past, it informs the present, produces new effects therein without ceasing to have its own effects. It is therefore, no doubt, important to know how monotheism, while reproducing itself elsewhere or surviving itself, and sometimes radicalizing itself, in religious circles, is the provenance of the West qua a globalization over which something entirely different than a divine providence seems to hover, namely, the somber wing of nihilism. I will call deconstruction of monotheism the operation consisting in disassembling the elements that constitute it, in order to attempt to discern, among these elements and as if behind them, behind and set back from the construction, that which made their assembly possible and which, perhaps, still it remains, paradoxically, for us to discover and to think as the beyond of monotheism, in that it has become globalized and atheist. It goes without saying that a program such as this could not be the object of a single talk. So I will immediately narrow the scope of this essay. I will do so in two ways. First, I will offer a very brief and summary remark on a point that should be developed separately. In speaking of monotheism, I include from the outset the Greco-Roman heritage, understood in its composite character, a heritage both philosophical and state-juridical. Judeo-Christianity would not have been possible if, in the Hellenistic age, a close symbiosis had not come about between Greco-Roman consciousness and the monotheistic disposition. The RST of these could be characterized both as consciousness of a logico-techno-juridical universality and as the separation between this consciousness and the sphere of some salvation, understood as a healing, a delivery from the evil or pain of the world, conceived as a solely internal or private concern. The second, that is, the monotheistic disposition, would be distinguished not by virtue of a single God in the place of many but by the fact that divine unicity is the correlate of a presence that can no longer be given in this world, but rather must be sought beyond it, the presence in this world being that of the idol, the rejection of which is no doubt the great, generating, and feed-rating motif of the threefold Abrahamic traditions. Between these two providences, the hyphen between Judeo and Christianity represents, in this hypothesis, the very possibility of expressing God in the singular, in Plato as much as among the Hebrews, however considerable the differences between those two singulars. Second, I will limit my analyses here to the form of monotheism that became its most European form, and thus, starting from there, the form that most often accompanied the westernization of the world, at least up until the middle of the 20th century, that is, I will limit the analysis to the form that is Christianity. It is also the form of which I am the least incapable of speaking, since it is that of my culture as a Frenchman and a European, which implies, moreover, also a certain distance relative to Orthodox Christianity. But I will do this only on two conditions, which I emphasize as follows. 1. First, we must hold in abeyance, pending the continuation of the work of deconstruction, the other major forms, Judaism and Islam. This is not so much to pass along the same analytic operation from one form to another as to keep in sight the constant interaction in monotheism of its triple determination or of the plural singular that constitutes it. We must therefore also, later on, elsewhere, deconstruct this interaction itself, understand what in the West belongs to the movement by which monotheism has redeemed itself at least three times, redeemed, taken up, or regrasped and displaced or transformed itself. This too constitutes our provenance, the association and disassociation, the accord and the disaccord, la mele et l'idem of the Jew, the Christian, and the Muslim. 2. Thereafter, in following the red thread of Christianity, we must take care not to leave in the shadows that which in so many ways ties it together with Judaism and Islam, whether these ways are those of correspondence, of contrast, or of connect, for that too belongs at once to Christianity itself and to that which, along the Christian vector, shaped the westernization of monotheism and consequently also its profoundly complex and ambiguous globalization. I will thus attempt an initial sketch of a deconstruction of Christianity first, Let me say that what is important is not the Christian marks, so numerous and so visible, that the West bears, and for which the cross is an abbreviation. What is important is, on the contrary, that Christianity is present even where and perhaps especially where it is no longer possible to recognize it. The sign of the cross may well decorate sites or practices wholly drained of their Christianity, and that, as we know, has been going on for a long time. Yet a certain conception of human rights, as well as a certain determination of the relationship between politics and religion, comes straight out of Christianity. It is thus important to discern in what sense the West is Christian in its depths, in what sense Christianity is Western as if through destiny or by destination, and in what sense, through this Christian Occidentality, an essential dimension of monotheism in its integrality is set into play. It is important to think this, insofar as the westernized world or again, the globalized West is experienced as deprived of sense or value, if we want to highlight the fact that it has replaced all values with the general equivalence that Marx designated as that of merchandise. In a certain respect, in effect, and at the price of a brutal simplification that nonetheless touches upon an essential issue, the question takes this form: what connects monotheism and the monovalence of the general equivalency? What secret, ambivalent resource lies hidden within the organizing scheme of this mono-? In attempting to respond to this question, but of course to do so we shall have to complicate greatly the rough form I have just given it, we may hope to obtain at least three results. 1. First, to be done once and for all with the unilateral schema of a certain rationalism, according to which the modern West was formed by wresting itself away from Christianity and from its own obscurantism. Curiously, Heidegger repeated, in his way, something of this schema, for it is a matter of grasping how monotheism in general and Christianity in particular also engendered the West. 2. But we must also cease all our efforts to cure the ills of the present-day world, in its privation of sense, by some return to Christianity in particular, or to religion in general, for it is a matter of grasping how we are already outside of the religious. 3. And thus, we must ask ourselves anew what it is that, without denying Christianity but without returning to it, could lead us toward a resource hidden beneath Christianity, beneath monotheism, and beneath the West, which we must henceforth bring to light, for this point would open upon a future for the world that would no longer be either Christian or anti-Christian, either monotheist or atheist or even polytheist, but that would advance precisely beyond all these categories. After having made all of them possible, I will call a deconstruction of monotheism that inquiry or search consisting in disassembling and analyzing the constitutive elements of monotheism, and more directly of Christianity, thus of the West, in order to go back to, or to advance toward, a resource that could form at once the buried origin and the imperceptible future of the world that calls itself modern. After all, modern signs a world always awaiting its truth of, and as, world sa verite du monde, a world whose proper sense is not given, is not available, is, rather, in project or in promise, and perhaps beyond, a sense that consists in not being given, but only in being promised. Now, is this not a characteristic of Christianity and monotheism in general, the contract or the alliance of the promise, the commitment that commits before all else to be committed to it? In Christianity, the promise is at once already realized and yet to come. But is this not a theme that runs through all the monotheisms? Is such a paradoxical space not that in which the presence of sense is at once assured, acquired, and always withheld, absented in its very presence? A world whose sense is given in the mode of not being given not yet, and, in a certain respect, never is a world in which sense itself does all received and receivable sense. Could this challenge be the one that monotheism has cast us, and that a deconstruction of monotheism would have to take up? In engaging in a deconstruction of Christianity, in the sense I have specified, we ndrst this, which must remain at the center of every subsequent analysis and represent the active principle in and for every deconstruction of monotheism. Christianity is by itself and in itself a deconstruction and a self-deconstruction. In this trait, Christianity represents at once the most westernized form of monotheism, most westernized and/or most westernizing, as it were, and a scheme that we shall have to learn to put into play for the entirety of the threefold monotheism. In other words, Christianity indicates, in the most active way and the most ruinous for itself, the most nihilist in certain regards, how monotheism shelters within itself better, more intimately within itself than itself, within or without itself, the principle of a world without God. Today, for this brief talk, I would like only to indicate in summary fashion the principal traces of the self-deconstructive character of Christianity. I will distinguish VE traits. 1. The RST is a characteristic inscribed in the very principle of monotheism, a characteristic developed most paradoxically within Christianity, yet also exposed in the relations among the three religions of the book, in their tense and divided proximity. I would state it thus: monotheism is in truth atheism. In effect, its difference from polytheisms is not due to the number of gods. In fact, the plurality of gods corresponds to their effective presence, in nature, in an image, in a mind possessed, and their effective presence corresponds to relations of power, of threat, or of assistance, which religion organizes through the entirety of its myths and its rites. The unicity of God, on the contrary, signifies the withdrawal of this God away from presence and also away from power, thus understood. If the God of Israel is an all-powerful God, a quality he bequeaths to his successors, this is not in the sense of an active power within a differential relation of powers. His all-powerfulness signifies that he alone disposes of this power, entirely according to his will, that he can just as well retract it or pull away from it, and that he is, above all, alone in being able to make a covenant with man. Thus, he expects no sacrifices destined to capture the benevolence of his power, but only unconditional faithfulness to his covenant of faithfulness to none other than the jealous election by which he has chosen his people, or his followers, or man as such. With the Gur of Christ comes the renunciation of divine power and presence, such that this renunciation becomes the proper act of God, which makes this act into God's becoming man. In this sense, the God withdrawn, the God emptied out, in Paul's words, is not a hidden God at the depths of the withdrawal or the void, a Deus absconditus. The side to which he has withdrawn has neither depths nor hiding places. He is a God whose absence in itself creates divinity, or a God whose void of divinity is the truth, properly speaking. One might think of Eckhart's phrase, "I pray to God that he make me free of God," or again of Harawai imitating Halage, "No one really bears witness to the one God that he is one too." In its principle, monotheism undoes theism, that is to say, the presence of the power that assembles the world and assures this sense. It thus renders absolutely problematic the name God, it renders it non-signifying, and above all, it withdraws all power of assurance from it. Christian assurance can take place only at the cost of a category completely opposed to that of religious beliefs, the category of faith, which is faithfulness to an absence and a certainty of this faithfulness in the absence of all assurance. In this sense, the atheist who RMLY refuses all consoling or redemptive assurance is paradoxically or strangely closer to faith than the believer. But that means also that the atheism that henceforth determines the Western structure, which is inherent in its mode of knowing and existing, is itself Christianity realized. This does not mean that things cannot modulate themselves very differently among the diverse Christianities. For example, that of Latin America is not at all, in this respect, in the same posture as that of North America and that of Europe. But the fundamental stakes are nonetheless the same. 2. A second self-deconstructive trait owes from the preceding, demythologization. In a trajectory that singularly contrasts those of all the other world religions, we must accept Buddhism, here, which is not exactly a religion and which, for this very reason, has more than one trait in common with monotheism, the threefold monotheism, and in it, more specifically, Christianity has a self-interpretative history in which it understands itself in a way that is less and less religious in the sense in which religion implies a mythology, a narrative, a representation of divine actions and persons. It translates itself in terms that are no longer those of a foundational and exemplary narrative, Genesis, Moses, Jesus, his resurrection, etc., but in terms of a symbolics deciphered within the human condition, human reason, the human being's freedom, dignity, relation to the other. Christianity tends to erase every distinctive religious sign and all sacrality for the benefit of what Kant called a religion within the limits of reason alone, or again, of what Feuerbach proclaimed in saying that belief in God is man's belief in the unity and the truth of his own essence. 3. Henceforth, the democratic ethic of the rights of man and of solidarity, along with the question of the ends to give to that humanism, or the question of the conquest by man of his own destination or destiny, constitutes, in sum, the durable sediment of Christianity. 3. Christianity presents itself historically and doctrinally as a composition. That is to say, it presents itself not only as a body of narrative and a message, although it does set forth a good news proclaimed through an exemplary narrative, but as a complex elaboration, starting with a provenance in and a detachment from Judaism, but also in and from Greek or Greco-Roman philosophy, as much in ontology as in politics. Elsewhere, Christianity also deans itself through a no less complex relationship to Islam, which it rejects while recognizing its co-belonging to and in the Abrahamic faith, and at the same time its role in the history of philosophico-theological thought. In itself, this proclaimed historical complexity declared, in particular, through various problematics concerning the relationships between faith and knowledge, or between revelation and reason, already carries the sense of a regime distinct from the regime of a religion stricto sensu, as though that regime carried in itself the permanent possibility of dividing or self-interpreting in two distinct registers. Moreover, the theoretical or dogmatic Christian construction is that of a way of thinking whose center is the Word of God made flesh. Thus, the dogma of incarnation mobilizes the ideas of nature or essence, and of hypostasis or sensuous presentation in order to establish that the person of Jesus is identically that of a man and that of God in a single manifestation. To be sure, the heart of this dogma is declared a mystery, but the mystery does not have the characteristics of a myth. It addresses itself to the mind of man, it asks him to consider what, without his being able to understand it, brings light to that mind and about it, that is, once again, concerning an innate destiny and destination of man. The point of incarnation is obviously the point of an absolute separation from Judaism and Islam. But it is not without value to observe that this point of discord is also that at which, in the RST place, the whole question central to monotheism is debated, i.e., what is the covenant or alliance between God and man, thus the point of the self-explication, i.e., of the unfolding in itself with itself, of monotheism, and the point at which, in the second place, each monotheism can and must end again, in the others, something of itself, example the resurrection, corollary of the incarnation, which belongs also to Islam, whereas the pardon of sins, another corollary, comes from Judaism, and whereas, in addition, the incarnation does not in fact abolish the indivisible absoluteness of the Judeo-Islamic God. This divided unity of self, characteristic of monotheism most properly, and thus also most paradoxically, makes up the unity of the unique God. We could say, including all possible resonances, that this God divides himself, even atheizes himself at the intersection of monotheism and or the monotheisms. 4. Given these conditions, Christianity is less a body of doctrine than a subject in relationship to itself in the midst of a search for self, within a disquietude, an awaiting or a desire for its proper identity. We have only to think of the major theme of the Annunciation and the expectation, recurrent in the three monotheisms, unfolded paradoxically within Christianity as hope for the event as Advent. This is why, just as Christianity thinks a God in three persons whose divinity consists in the relationship to self, so it divides itself historically into three at least, a division of the community which must at the end be reassembled, and so too it presents the logic of the threefold monotheism as a subject divided in itself, i.e., religion of the Father, religion of the Son, religion of the Holy in the Islamic sense. The relation to self deans the subject. The structure of the subject appears like the caesura between the ancient world and the Christian Occidental world. We should pause here and consider its Greek provenance, its Augustinian, Avicennian, Cartesian, Hegelian elaborations, and consider the fact that this is the history of all the senses and all the gers of what has called itself spirit. This subject is the self qua instance of identity, certainty, and responsibility. However, the law of its structure entails that it cannot be given to self before being itself related to self. Its relation to self or the self in general can only be innate. Being innate, it assumes, on the one hand, a temporal dimension, where it sets about having a history, a past and a future as dimensions of sense and presence. Though presence is not simply in the present, and in the last instance it can only escape itself. This escaping of self deans jointly, in this realm of thought, the life of the creator and the death of the creature. But in this way it is the one and the one in the other or through the other, who are affected by and with the innate in the sense of nitude. 5. Christianity, and through this prism, monotheism, has been engaged from its beginning in a perpetual process, i.e., a process and a litigation, of self-rectification and self-surpassing, most often in the form of self-retrospection in view of a return to a purer origin, a process that reaches up to Nietzsche and continues today, but that had begun already between the Gospels and Paul, between Paul and James, in the origins of monastic orders, and, of course, in the various reforms, and so on. Everything takes place as though Christianity had developed like no other, at once a theologico-economico-political affirmation of power, domination, and exploitation, for which Rome was the weighty symbol as well as a part of the reality, and an inverted affirmation of the destitution and abandonment of self, whose vanishing point is the evaporation of self. The question must thus be that of the nature and the structure of this evaporation of self, dialectical surpassing, nihilistic decomposition, the opening of the ancient to the absolutely new. In one way or another, what is in question is, how monotheism engenders itself as humanism, and how humanism confronts the nitude that entered in this way into history. Today I will remain with this briefest of characterizations. I draw no conclusions from it. It seems to indicate a direction in thinking without which it is impossible to consider seriously, henceforth, the question of the sense of the world such as the West has given it to us as heritage or as escheat. If we hold ourselves to a schematized, essential observation, then this direction is at least the following: our task is not to lead toward the fulfillment of a new divine realm, neither in this world nor in another. Nor is it to rediscover the unity proper and immanent to a world of the myth that has decomposed in the westernization monotheization of the world. Instead, it is to think a sense of world or a world sense du monde in a world divided in its own being world, in an acosmic and atheological world, which is still a world in some respect, still our world and that of the totality of beings, thus still a totality of possible senses, it being understood that this possibility is always also, in and of itself, exposed to the impossible. Postscriptum, February 2002. The preceding text is that of a talk given in Cairo in February 2001. 1 year later, that is to say, 19-11 later, the talk calls for more than one compliment, without speaking of the fact that in many respects my work on the subject has been displaced, has opened new paths. If 9-11 made something clear, then it was this: the world is tearing itself apart around an unbearable division of wealth and power. This division is insufferable because it rests upon no acceptable hierarchy, neither of power, nor of wealth. A hierarchy signes, etymologically, a sacred character of the principle or the commandment. Now the world of technoscience, or the world that I have called ecotechnics, that is, a natural environment entirely made up of the human replacement of a nature henceforth withdrawn, which is also the world of democracy, the universal rights of a human being presumed to be universal, the world of secularism and religious tolerance both aesthetic and moral, not only keeps us from founding in a sacred regime differences of authority and legitimacy, it makes those disparities or inequalities that overtly violate its principles of equality and justice seem intolerable. What we call the scripting or instrumentation of religions, or indeed the deviation, the perversion, or the betrayal of one or another religion, including the nationalism of the United States, in no way constitutes a sufficient explication. What is instrumentalized or betrayed gives, in itself, material for instrumentalization or perversion. This material is given, in a paradoxical but evident way, through the motif of the one. It is unity, unicity, and universality that are evoked throughout in the global confrontation, or rather, in the world structured as a confrontation that is in no wise that of a war of civilizations, since Islam is also a part of the West, throughout its entire history, and this even if it is not exclusively such. To the total mobilization, and it is no accident that I use a concept so recently fascist, proclaimed and telecommanded in the name of a single God whose transcendent unicity effectuates an absolute hierarchization, God, the paradise of the believers, the dust of all the rest being composed also of a lot of dollars, missiles, and petroleum. Claims to respond to the total immobilization of the situation, world capital, in the name of a supposed universality for which the universal is called man, but who, in his obvious abstraction, immediately hands himself over to another God. In God we trust, bless America. The one and the other God are Tugers confronted with the identical unique when its unicity is grasped as absolute presence, consistent in itself and with itself, like the punctual and thus invisible summit of a pyramid whose essence it resumes and absorbs. We could say here, since I am extending remarks made in Cairo, the pyramids of the pharaohs did not draw their value from the null point of their summit, but from the secret of death and life buried deep in their mass. They drew their value from the profound withdrawal into a cryptic obscurity and not from the point of a presence erected as evidence. And it is certainly permissible to say, without being anti-American, a ridiculous category, that this unifying, unitary, and universal model, also unidimensional, and nally unilateral, which is its internal contradiction, has made possible the symmetrical and no less nihilistic mobilization of a monotheistic and no less unilateralist model. We tend to be on guard against this model only because it has become the ideological instrument of the terrorism we know too well. But terrorism is the conjunction of despair and a unifying will that confronts the other face of the one. Now, what is thus lost of the very essence of monotheism in all its forms is precisely that the one of the God is not at all unicity qua substantial present and united with itself. On the contrary, the unicity and the unity of this God, or the divinity of this one, consists precisely in that the one cannot be posited there, neither presented nor girded as united in itself. Whether it be in exile or in diaspora, whether it be in the becoming man or in a threefold being in itself, or whether it be in the innate recoil of the one who has neither equal nor like, thus not even unity in any of its forms, this God, and in what sense is it divine, how is it divine, this is what we have to think through, absolutely excludes its own presentation, we would even have to say its own valorization as much as its own presencing. This the great mystics, the great believers, the great spiritualists of all three monotheisms knew, and they knew it in repeated exchanges and confrontations with the philosophers, whom they faced, all the while being strangers to them. Their thoughts, which is to say their acts, their ethos, or their praxis, still await us. Judeo-Christian is a fragile designation. The word appears in the Litra dictionary with a historical definition that restricts it to the religion of the RST Christian Jews, of those who considered that non-Jewish Christians should RST be associated with, or incorporated into, the nation of Israel. This signification sets aside the partisans of the measures of the order taken in Jerusalem under James's authority and reported in Acts 15. It is no longer the same meaning as in Harnack at the end of the century, which indicates only a preferential place for the Jewish people as the distinctive trait of the Judeo-Christians. Harnack thus distinguishes them from those whom he will call the pagan Christians, who will also be called Helleno-Christians or Hellenic Christians. Today, the use of the term Judeo-Christian is still less restrictive, as a function of complexities that historians have brought to light. At the same time, certain among them have expressed doubts about the validity of the category, if only because of the diversity of movements or stances that it is able to cover. In the meantime, usage of the term has authorized a still broader and non-historical role when one speaks, for example, of Judeo-Christian culture or tradition to designate a certain interweaving, at the base of European civilization, of the two enemy sisters or, indeed, of the mother and the daughter, the synagogue and the church. In truth, this composite term so far has been taken to designate an imbrication or conjuncture essential in our identity or our thought, even the most impenetrable abyss that Western thought conceals, as Lyotard wrote of the trait d-union-1 that holds this composition together or decomposes it at its core, which makes of its center a disunion. The enigma of this non-composable composition should interest us in more than one respect. In fact, it should interest us in VE respects. 1. Insofar as the name Judeo-Christian can go so far as to posit a or even the salient characteristic, that is, the incisive and decisive, if not essential, characteristic of a civilization that will call itself Western, its stake is then nothing other than the composition and/or the decomposition, in and for itself, of this civilization. 2. Insofar as its name decomposes what we have agreed to call, in our culture, religions, it implies, within the determination of Western thought, and in its self-determination, a hyphen drawn between religion and thought, precisely where thought in the name of philosophy, itself albeit otherwise self-composed, was determined as non-religious, even anti-religious, thereby drawing its line over religion, to destroy it or decompose it. This name thus implies an irritation or a vexation of the West in itself and for itself. 3. Insofar as it implicates philosophy, if only in the guise of an offense or contradiction, this name communicates in some sense with that other composite, the Greek Jew and/or Jew-Greek. This composite names nothing other, before becoming a name forged in Joyce's language of decomposition, than the vis-a-vis of Judeo-Christianity, understood as pagan Christianity or Christian Hellenism, and from the latter began properly the missionary expansion of Christianity, which may also be the fact of Jews speaking or thinking in Greek, and designating their new religion, moreover, as one more philosophy. For this motif, there is no Judeo-Christianity, under the circumstances, that is not also Judeo-Greco-Christianity, and philosophy cannot hold itself apart or stand free from this double mark of disunion. 4. Insofar as this mark multiplies at least once by itself, its reduction as a demultiplication will not cease thereafter, it draws or traces from itself a general decomposition. This decomposition RST disunites the three religions called of the book, and thus composes with Islam another assemblage and another discontinuity relative to the West, another disorientation and reorientation. After all, as we know, the aftermath of historical Judeo-Christianity exerted very specific influences upon the birth of Islam, just as it had, a few centuries earlier, on the formation of Manichaeism. This reduction once again decomposes Judaism s, Christianism s, and Islamism s among themselves, setting in play each time a new form of contrariety with, or attraction to, philosophy. For its part, philosophy itself only presumes to be one insofar as, and at the least among other motives, across its extreme synchronic and diachronic disparity, it posits itself as distinct from religion, or again, within religion itself, as essentially distinguished from faith. 5. Insofar as the Judeo-Christian composition thus conceals or stimulates what we could call the general disposition of the West, or indeed, what we should spell, in Greco-Latin, its disposition, it so happens that this composition espouses formally a schema whose recurrence and extent/amplitude are not insignificant in our entire tradition of thought. This is the schema of coincidentia oppositorum, whose declensions include, among others, the oxymoron, wits, the Hegelian dialectic, or mystical ecstasies. From which of these four species the Judeo-Christian composition comes is perhaps not the question to ask, for it may arise from all of them or compose them all. But it is a constant that the most general law of the schema, like the structure of the Kantian schematism, which forms a species of the same genre, is to contain at its center a gap on a chart around which it is organized. The hyphen passes over a void that it does not ll. Upon what could this void open? That is the question that a consideration attentive to the Judeo-Christian composition cannot avoid posing. Such a consideration is perhaps virtually a reaction on the composition in general of our tradition and within our tradition, that is, ultimately, on the possibility of the come with considered in itself. How could the communion taken as a generic term, that term of Cicero, taken up later on in Christianity to absorb and sublate the koinonia, the societas, and the communicatio, include constitutively the voiding of its center or its heart? How, consequently, can this voiding call to the deconstruction of this composition, that is, the penetration in the midst of the possibility, which is a possibility of composition that is both contracted and combated? A parenthesis for two axioms. 1. A deconstruction is always a penetration, it is neither a destruction, nor a return to the archaic, nor, again, a suspension of adherence. A deconstruction is an intentionality of the to cum la venir, enclosed in the space through which the construction is articulated part by part. 2. Deconstruction thus belongs to a construction as its law or its proper schema, it does not come to it from elsewhere. Here, deconstruction is therefore none other than the logic, altogether historical and theoretical, of the construction of what one might readily call in the language of painting short-stroke composition, la composition au trait d'union to be sure, composition, or the composed or composite characteristic, is not an exclusive trait of Christianity or the West. Nonetheless, Christianity never ceases designating, by itself and as itself, a communication or placing in common, a koinonia that appears according to circumstances as its essence or as its acme, and it is indeed Christianity that has marked the West, or even as what is Western itself, the intentional drive toward a pleroma of peoples, pleroma ton ethnon, plenitudo gentium, cf. Romans 11:25, whose restored community with Israel must be the touchstone, according to this text of Paul. Likewise, the pre- or para-Christian Judaism of the Qumran is a strain that considered the community to be the true temple. From the religion of the temple to communitarian or communal faith, from the religion of the sons to the religion of the brothers, all the way to republican fraternity and to the comparison angles developed between the RST communists and the RST Christians, or, more precisely, those Jews he called still unconscious Christians, referring, above all, to the John of Revelation. From this passage, then, which also brings to its end a generalized abandonment of the temples of antiquity and leads toward the constitution of a church, which means, above all, an assembly, just like a synagogue, up to the question of what the koinonia of our globalization or becoming global and its being in common in every sense of the term could mean, there is an insistent continuity of a composition that would carry in itself, in its come itself, the law of a deconstruction. What is there beneath the hyphen and in the hollow of the assemblage? Over what and from what is the hyphen drawn? And how is this hyphen drawn from the one to the other, from the one to the other edge, and from the one to the other self? How is it drawn such that it might withdraw while at the same time remaining intact, not untouchable but intact, remaining intact throughout the entire Greco-Judeo-Christo-Islamo-Europlanetary history, an intact spacing that has perhaps never yet come to light, having perhaps never to take form or substance, and to remain always residual, the uncomposable and undecomposable non-thought of our history? I am drawing no conclusions, for the moment, from this enumeration of headings for the uncomposable composition that requires our attention. I propose today to examine only one of the most remarkable tendencies of Judeo-Christianity, that which was incorporated, ultimately, in the Christian canon of the New Testament, even at the price of remarkable doubts and resistances, which have persisted, in some cases, up to our day. I mean, here, the epistle attributed to James. That letter is the RST of those a very ancient tradition designates Catholic. This name does not designate, at its origin, some particular orientation of these texts toward the Roman Church, but rather, as in the initial expression Catholic Ecclesia, their general or, if you will, universal destination. In this sense, rather than being addressed to a community, to a synagogue, or to a determinate church, Like the Pauline epistles, they are addressed to a larger whole, which each time arises from the diaspora. That Catholicity and diaspora might initially have to do with one another is something worth reacting upon. Do the whole and the dispersion produce a whole out of dispersion, a dispersion of the whole, or, indeed, a whole in dispersion? In a sense, the entire question lies there. I mean that the entire question of the West as totality and / or as dissemination resides therein. Today, then, for us, the Judeo-Christian will be James. And it will be, in a manner that remains to be discerned, a secret thread or a hyphen that could tie the historic James to that other James Jacques around whom, or on whose pretext, we have come together here, three, and who is another Judeo-Christian, or indeed another Judeo-Helleno-Christian. This secret tie has nothing contrived or arbitrary about it, nor am I proposing it as an ad hoc rationalization. At the very least we should venture the risk, here, of its relevance. That relevance would be tied simply to this: if it is possible, at the end of the 20th century, that a philosopher, and thus in principle a Greek, experience the necessity of re-interrogating a category of faith or of a faith act, or, again, that he or she speak of the real as resurrection, and if it is possible that this philosopher does so in a reference that might be at the same time Jewish, i.e., holiness, borrowed from Levinas, and Christian, i.e., a miracle of witnessing, then in what relationship can this take shape within the historical Judeo-Christianity, and what could this allow us to discern, and deconstruct, in our own origin or provenance? Parenthesis, before reading the Epistle of James, I would like to make it clear that I am going to proceed without furnishing any erudite sources, for that could only be excessive here. Recent studies on the many Judeo-Christianities and on the messianisms of James's time are multiplying. This is no doubt also a sign. But I neither want nor am able to do the work of a historian, no more than I intend a commentary on Derrida. I intend to work precisely between the two. The James to whom we attribute the letter in question has been distinguished as the Minor, from James the Major, whom all of Europe went to venerate at Compostello. The tradition also names him the brother of Jesus, and we believe we have nally identified him as the head of the Church of Jerusalem, or of the Holy Church of the Hebrews, who brings down the decision, reported in Acts 15, in favor of the non-Jews by declaring that God chose for himself a people in his name, so that other men would seek the Lord, all those nations over which his name was invoked. With these words, James confers his authority, and that of a citation from Amos, on the words that Peter had pronounced when he said, God has borne witness to the nations in giving them the Holy Spirit just as he did for us. God is a witness, that is, a martyr, for all men, the witness of their holiness or of their call to holiness, which is to say, to his proper holiness. Such was the message that the assembly sent Paul and Barnabas, along with a few others, to deliver to Antioch, where tempers had to be calmed in regard to what was due to the Jews, and what to the others. God bears witness for all men insofar as he is the one who knows human hearts. Hoc cardiagnosts. Israel is thus the singular site chosen for this witness about hearts, the visible or visibly marked, by circumcision, site starting from which the Holy One attests to the invisible and uncircumcised holiness of all humanity, or of the pleroma of his peoples. It is from this angle that I will approach the Epistle of James. In it one reads, at 1:18, that God sought to engender us from a word of truth such that we might be the RST born of his creatures. We here is RST, the brothers of the 12 tribes of the dispersion, to whom the letter is addressed. It is thus the Jews who must be the RST born of the creatures. The RST born represent the part reserved for the gods of a harvest or a herd. The relation of the Jewish churches to the rest of humanity stands, here, in this single verse. The Jews who have faith in Jesus consecrate to God his own creation. Now, the letter reminds us further on that men are made in the image of God, 3:9. No doubt, the we of this verse can just as well tend to designate all men as the RST born of creation in its entirety. We shall come back to that. The resemblance of men to God, and with this a thematic and problematic of the image that are innately complex, belongs to the essential core of biblical monotheism. This resemblance occupies an important place in the thought of Paul, for whom Jesus is the image of the invisible God, Colossians 1:15. But the epistle of James stops at this mention of the well-known verse of Genesis and ventures nothing in particular about the relationship between man as image and Jesus. The mediation of this relation remains at a certain distance. As we shall see, it is not the economy of a Christocentric salvation that organizes James's thought, it is, as it were, directly, a certain relation of man to holiness that becomes an image in him. Before proceeding, we must make a remark about methodology. An absence of Christology, and even of theology in general, characterizes this text, which we could call more parenetic or spiritual than doctrinal, to the point that this has aroused suspicion about its authenticity, or about whether to consider it simply a Jewish text. In passing, it is remarkable that Harnack does not even mention James in his history of dogma. In fact, one can grant him that this epistle doesn't provide us much, by contrast to those of Paul, for the development of a discourse about the contents of faith. I would readily put it as the contents of a knowledge of faith, but that would be to anticipate too much. The epistle is wholly given over, as we shall show, to the act of faith. I am not claiming to reconstitute, others have done so much better than I could, the backgrounds or the implicit thematic, essene, in particular, of this text. I am taking it in the form in which it is given. Now it is given at once as a text rather thin in theological speculation, as Luther said, an epistle of straw, and as a text whose intention is not to oppose Paul but to correct a tendentious interpretation of Paul that tended to cut faith off from all action. James's theological reserve seems therefore intentional. But that means we must look here not for theological thinness but for a retreat of theology, or for a theology in retreat, that is, a withdrawal of any representation of contents in favor of an active information by faith, which is also to say that we must look for that alone which activates the contents. It is not another theological position, even less an opposed thesis, it is the position that stands precisely between two theological elaborations, and thus perhaps also between two religions, the Jewish and the Christian, like their hyphen and their separation trait d'union et d'écartement, but also of their compossibility, whatever the status of this com might be, like their construction and their deconstruction taken together. That is to say that this position is like one of those points, one of those situations, in which the construction in question, like any construction, according to the general law of constructions, exposes itself, constitutively and in itself, to its deconstruction. Let us return, then, to the internal logic of this letter. If humans were engendered according to the image, gegenotes kathomoiosynthia, then what is this homoiosis? To what or to whom are humans similar or homogeneous? The God of the letter is described rather briefly. He is unique, to be sure, but therein does not lie what is essential to the faith, which concerns more the works of man than the nature of God. James 2:19, you believe that there is but one God, and you do well. The demons also believe this and they tremble, which is to say, this is not enough to qualify your faith. This God is not the God of Israel in his jealous exclusivity. But neither is it properly speaking the God either of the Trinity or of love. Nonetheless, the love of others plays a primordial role in the letter. God is Lord and Father, James 3:9, and this is uttered in the same verse that mentions homoiosis, just as in 1:17-18, where it is said that he engendered us as the rst born of his creatures. The Father is Father of and in his resemblance. We could even say that paternity and resemblance share a reciprocity here, just as in Genesis, in the second story of creation, the resemblance of Adam to God passes into the resemblance between Adam and his son Seth. In this way opens the genealogy that will lead through Noah to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. This resemblance distinguishes man in creation, it makes of him the rst born of creation, which is to say that it is, and that through it man also is, the mark or the homogeneous trace that dedicates the world to its creator. This resemblance therefore does not depend on generation, as we are accustomed to thinking, it is rather generation that consists in the transmission of the trace. The created world is less a produced world than a marked world, a world traced, simultaneously imprinted and traversed by a vestige, as Augustine will say later on, that is to say, traced by that which remains withdrawn and by the withdrawal of an origin. From what, then, is this homoousis made, this trace of the Creator as such? The letter names him Father of Lights, 1:17, he who opens the world in the division of light from what it illuminates, according to a very ancient cosmogonic schema. Immediately thereafter, it is said that from him comes every beautiful gift, every perfect donation Posidosis agath kai Pandora Metellion, that is, every action of giving and all things given, the RST being literally called good, and the second fooled, completed. God is RST the giver. And it is as such that he is the Father of lights, with whom there is nor change nor a shadow of variation. He gives as light, and what he gives is RST, essentially, his light. The Latin allows us to specify, lux, illuminating light, not lumen, the glimmer of the illumined thing. He gives not so much something as the possibility of the clarity in which alone there can be things. If the logic of the gift is indeed, as the other James Jacques enjoys thinking, that the giver abandons him or herself in his or her gift, then that is what is taking place here. In giving, in fooling the gift, God gives himself just as much as he remains in himself without shadows, since it is this dissipation of the shadow, this clearing of light that he gives, and since he gives to all, simply, James 1:5. To give and to withhold, to give oneself and to withhold oneself, these are not contradictories here, and, correlatively, to be and to appear would be identical here, a phenomenology that is theological, but not theophanic. The logic of the gift and the logic of the homoousis are superimposed. The homoios is of the same genos as that which engendered it. This theme, which displaces the pre-Greek and pre-Jewish relation of man to the divine, runs from Pythagoras via Plato up to Cleanthes, from whom Paul will borrow in addressing himself to the Athenians, and that which engenders or which engenders itself, gives precisely its genos. Further on, the letter names the thing given. In James 4:6 we read, he gives a grace better than covetousness, and again, he gives this grace to the humble, a citation from Proverbs 3:34. Grace is favor, that is, at once the election that favors and the pleasure or the joy that is thereby given. Grace is a gratuity. Emile Benveniste shows that gratia, which translates charis, gave us both gratis and gratuitous. For it is the gratuity of a pleasure given for itself. In verse 4:6, the charis is opposed to the desire that is prosthenon, the desire of envy or jealousy. The latter is associated with voluptuous pleasures, hedone. But the logic of the text cannot be reduced to the condemnation of the philiatio eukosmu, the love of this world. Or again, perhaps this condemnation should be understood according to the ampler and more complex logic in which it is inserted. James says, in effect, that the desire of envy proceeds from lack. You covet and you have not, so you kill. 4:2. Thenos is the envious desire for the good or for the happiness of the other. As we know, the thenos of the Greek gods takes aim at the man whose success or happiness irritates them. Now, James continues, but you have not because you ask not, and then, you ask and you receive not, because you ask wrongly, in order to spend for your sensuous pleasures. There is thus a logic of lack and of jealous appropriation here, as well as a logic of asking in order to receive that which cannot be received other than by the gift or as the gift, that is, the favor of grace. This charis is the opposite neither of desire nor of pleasure, it is desire and pleasure qua receptivity of and to this gift. This receptivity must equal the donation in gratuity. This gift gives nothing that might be of the order of an appropriable good. We must also remember, so as to come back to it again shortly, that this epistle is the most vehemently opposed to the rich in the entirety of the New Testament. This gift gives itself, it gives its own gift's favor, which is to say, a withdrawal into the grace of the giver and of the present itself. The homoousis is a homodosis. To be in the image of God is therefore to be asking for grace, to give oneself in turn to the gift. Far from coming out of an ascesis, one may justly say that this logic of grace arises out of enjoyment, and this enjoyment itself comes out of an abandon. That supposes, no doubt, according to the letter of the text, unhappiness and bereavement, weeping and humiliation, but these are not a sacris, they are the disposition of abandon, in which joy is possible. To be sure, something is abandoned, and it is lack, along with the desire for appropriation. But that is not sacrist, it is not offered and consecrated to God. James is not preaching renunciation here, he is laying bare a logic separated as much from envy as from renunciation. And this logic is that of what he calls faith. As we know, the letter of James, while it may not be as opposed as one might think to the thought of Paul, is clearly distinguished from the latter, at least by its great insistence on the works of faith. That was, moreover, the reason for Luther's severity toward this text. But it is important to understand clearly that the works of faith in question here are not opposed to faith, they are, on the contrary, faith itself. The relationship of faith to its works is set forth in chapter 2, whose most famous verse is the 18th, "Show me your faith without works, and I will show you my faith by my works." The injunction or the challenge does not concern the necessity of proving one's faith. Besides, the preceding verse has just stated, without works faith by itself is dead, katheuton, by itself, in itself, as to itself. These works do not stand in the order of external manifestation, or in that of a demonstration through the phenomenon. And faith does not subsist in itself. This is why what is in question here is to show faith ek ton ergon, on the basis of works, and coming out of them. Instead of works proceeding from faith, and instead of works expressing it, faith here exists only in the works, in works that are its own and whose existence makes up the whole essence of faith, if we may put it that way. Verse 20 states that faith without works is arge, that is, vain, inefficient, and ineffective. Curiously, the Vulgate translates this term by mortua, like the nekra of verse 17. Argos is a contraction of ergos, which is to say without ergon. James is thus stating a quasi-tautology. But it means, the ergon is here existence. That also means, then, that the ergon is understood in a general sense, as effectivity much more than as production, it is understood as being in act much more than as the operary of an opus. This logic is so precise and so restrictive that it obliges us to set aside a certain comprehension of the ergon to which we are more habituated, and even our Platonic and Aristotelian understanding of poiesis, a word that appears in 125, tied to ergon, and which everything makes us think, following several translators, in the sense of practice, thus, of praxis, that is, if praxis is indeed action in the sense of by or of an agent and not the praxis exerted upon an object. One might say, pistis is the praxis that takes place in and as the poiesis of the erga. If I wanted to write this in a Blancosian idiom, I would say that faith is the inactivity or inoperativity dissoeuvrement that takes place in and as the work dans et cum l'œuvre. And if I wanted to pass from one James to the other to Jacques Derrida, I would say that faith, as the praxis of poiesis, opens in poiesis the inadequation to self that alone can constitute doing fair and / or acting elagere, both concepts implying the difference within or unto self of every concept or the irreducible difference between alexis and the praxis that would seek to effectuate it. Extrapolating from there, I would say that praxis is that which could not be the production of a work adequate to its concept, and thus, production of an object, but that praxis is in every work and it is ektou ergu, that which exceeds the concept of it. This is not, as we commonly think, that which is lacking in the concept, but rather that which, in exceeding it, thrusts the concept out of itself and gives it more to conceive, or more to grasp and to think, more to touch and to indicate, than that which it itself conceives. Faith would thus be here the praxical excess of and in action or in operation, and this excess, insofar as it aligns itself with nothing other than itself, that is to say, also with the possibility for a subject, for an agent or for an actor, to be more, to be innately more and excessively more than what it is in itself and for itself. In that sense, this faith can no more be a property of the subject than it can be the subject's work. This faith must be asked for and received, which does not prevent it from being asked for with faith, quite the contrary. In James 1:6, one must ask with faith without turns or sidestepping. There is at the heart of faith a decision of faith that precedes itself and exceeds itself. In this sense, faith cannot be an adherence to some contents of belief. If belief must be understood as a weak form or an analogy of knowledge, then faith is not of the order of belief. It comes neither from a knowledge nor from a wisdom, not even by analogy. And it is also not in the sense that we should understand Paul's opposition of Christian madness to the wisdom of the world. This madness is neither a super-wisdom nor something symmetrical to wisdom or to knowledge. What James, for his part, would have us understand is that faith is its own work. It is in works, it makes them, and the works make it. Taking a step further, even a short step, we could extrapolate from James a declaration like the following: it is false to the point of absurdity to see in a belief, for example, in the belief in redemption by the Christ, that which characterizes the Christian. Only Christian practice is Christian, a life like that lived by him who died on the cross, a declaration that we could read in Nietzsche. Spinoza, for his part, asserts that God demands, by the prophets, of men no other knowledge of himself than that of his divine justice and his charity, that is to say those attributes which are such that men might imitate them by following a certain rule of life, by which he is referring implicitly to the citation from James's epistle, which he mentioned earlier in the same text. That faith might consist in its practice is the certainty that commands James's interpretation of Abraham's act or of that of Rahab, Genesis 2:21, 25. Contrary to Paul, Romans 4, James maintains that Abraham is justified by his work, designated as the offering of Isaac. For his part, Paul does not mention this episode, but rather that of Sarah's sterility. In Hebrews 11:1 ff, the sacris is evoked, but the fundamental argument remains the same. According to Paul, what is important is that Abraham believed that God could give him a son, against all natural evidence. His act thus depended on a knowledge postulate, or it consisted in one. In the text of the letter to the Hebrews, we end the word logos aminos, Abraham judged that God could. For James, on the contrary, Abraham did. He offered up Isaac. It is not said there that he judged, considered, or believed. Likewise, Rahab the prostitute saved the emissaries, and James says nothing, by contrast with Paul, about her belief in the promise the emissaries had made her, whereas the letter to the Hebrews reminds us that Rahab expected that her life would be saved. In a certain sense, James's Abraham believes nothing, does not even hope. Paul says that he hoped without hope. Even this dialectic is absent in James. James's Abraham is not in the economy of assurances or substitutes for assurance. Abraham is neither persuaded nor convinced, his assent is not in the logismos. It is only in the ergon. If the notion of faith must be situated in the logical or logistical order, as the origin of pistis in Pytho would invite us to think, to persuade, to convince, then this faith resides in the inadequation of one's own logos to itself. The reasons that this faith has to believe are not reasons. Thus it has nothing, in sum, with which to convince itself. This faith is but the conviction that gives itself over in act not even to something incomprehensible, according to a logic of the I cannot understand but I must or I may still believe, and still less according to a logic of the credo quia absurdum, but to that which is another act, a commandment. Faith is not argumentative, it is the performative of the commandment or it is homogeneous with it. Faith resides in inadequation to itself as a content of meaning. And it is in this precisely that it is truth qua truth of faith or faith as truth and verication. This is not sacrication but verication. That is, also, the contrary of a truth believed. This faith, above all, does not believe. It is neither credulous nor even believing in the current sense of the term. It is a faith not believed. It is a non-belief whose faith guarantees it as non-believable. The concept of trusting oneself to SERA or conding in SE conere opens on two sides. On the one hand, it is a matter of a kind of assurance, of a postulated certainty, something wagered, by a condens poised upon some anticipation risk toward an end, analogous to the Kantian postulates, which are precisely those of a rational or reasonable belief into which Christian faith metamorphosed or by which it was eclipsed. But faith, according to James, is affected entirely in the inadequation of its enactment to any concept of that act, even if it be a concept formed by analogy, by symbols, or by as if the work of Abraham is the acting or the doing of this inadequation, a praxis whose poiesis is the incommensurability of an action, to offer Isaac up, and of its representation or its meaning, to immolate his son. Faith as work could very well be knowledge or nescience of the incommensurability of acting with itself, that is, of the incommensurability of the agent, of the actor, or of the acting entity insofar as it exceeds itself and makes itself in the act, or makes itself exceed itself, or be exceeded by itself therein. Thus, radically, absolutely, and necessarily, it proves to be the being unto the other of its being unto self. In this, faith would be the very act of a homoiosis with the gift itself, understood in the sense of its act. Homoiosis as heteroiosis, the identity of the concept, of knowledge or of thought, qua the incommensurability of the conceiving in act. This incommensurability would be tied to the following: this faith, persuasion, wager of condens, or assurance of faithfulness, must come from the other. This faith must come from outside, it is the outside opening in itself a passage toward the inside. This faith would be, or, again, the Judeo-Christian and Islamic faith would be the act of a non-knowledge as non-knowledge of the necessity of the other in every act and in every knowledge of the act that could stand at the level of what James here calls, 5:21, 24-25, justification, that which makes just, that which creates a just one, which could never be, could above all not be in the adequation of the knowledge of its own justice. This act would be tied rst to faith in the other, which the other James, or Jacques Derrida, calls the relation to the other as the secret of testimonial experience, if by testimony we mean, as he does, the attestation of truth that all words postulate in the other or from the other, and in me qua other to myself, just as, platonically, I dialogue with myself. The just one or the justied one would be he who lets himself be attested, borne witness to, in the other. This truth and this justice open most precisely where it is no longer a sacred presence that assures and guarantees, but the fact itself, the act and the work of not being assured by any presence that might not be of the other, and other than itself, other than the presence of sacred gods, in a sense, or if one wishes, the sacred itself or the holy, to fuse them for an instant, but as not given, not posited, not presented in an order of divine presence. On the contrary, God himself as, unlike any God, as gift, and as the gift of the faith that is given to the other and that believes in nothing. With this, then, the Judeo-Christianism of James as deconstruction of religion and, consequently, also as self-deconstruction, leaving nothing subsisting, if this is indeed subsistence at all, but the hyphen and its spacing. This is why the work of faith, the poiesis praxis of pistis, presents itself in the letter under three aspects: the love of the neighbor, the discrediting of wealth, and the truthful and decided word. In these three forms, in question each time is an exposition to what cannot be appropriated, to what has outside itself, and innately outside itself, the justice and truth of itself. In question is what the letter calls the perfect law of freedom, James 1:25 and 2:12. Unlike Paul, James does not sublate the law, supposedly ancient, into freedom and or into a law, reputedly new. The law of freedom, of which no precept is really foreign to Judaism, is the arrangement or framework that would have it that acting should expose itself to the other and be nothing other than this very exposition. It is the acting of relationship or proximity rather than the doing of desire or appropriation, the acting of the word and the truth, rather than the logistical doing of representation and meaning. This formula law of freedom, nomos tis eleutherias, which is perhaps a hapax in the scriptures, could be understood with a Stoic resonance, and we would have, In that case, one of the marks of the implication of philosophy in this Christianity in statu nascendi. If something like this could be attested, then that should refer us to the deepest level of Stoicism's understanding, not the submissive acceptance of an order that escapes me, but the sharing, nomos, of the event as the opportunity of a becoming self. In this we can hear Jacques Derrida's text on Abraham resonate with Deleuze's lines on Stoicism, to become worthy of what befalls us, thus to want it and to set it forth in its event, to become the son of one's own events, and not of one's works. For the work is itself only produced by the son of the event. The nomos is thus the following, that we are only liberated by the truth that does not belong to us, that does not devolve to us, and that makes us act according to the inadequation and the inappropriation of its coming. It would be outside the scope of this conference to analyze the triple determination of the law of freedom according to love, the word, and poverty. I will therefore not attempt to do so today, and I will conclude simply with that which can no longer be deferred, namely, Jesus Christ. In a certain sense, the only indubitable attestation of the Judeo-Christian composition of James's letter is his mention of Jesus. This mention is made from the RST verse, in the formula, also used by Paul, James, servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ. Then, in the RST verse of chapter 2, my brothers, you who have faith in our Lord Jesus the Christ of glory. On the one hand, as I have already noted, this mention of the Christ stands withdrawn from any Christology. On the other hand, and at the same time, this mention alone determines faith, no longer according to its praxical or operative nature, but according to its reference, its scaffolding, its support, or its guarantee. Mere faith in the uniqueness of God, as we have seen, is not, by itself alone, truly faith. Faith, in order to be, that is, in order to act, draws its consistency from somewhere else, from a proper name. Being the carrier of no specific theology, the proper name does not turn into a concept. This proper name is no introduction to a logic of the mysteries of incarnation and redemption. At the most, we may suppose, beneath the name Jesus, an implicit reference to the teaching transmitted by the Gospels, especially that of the Sermon on the Mount. For everything else, this name only serves to identify Christ, that is, the Messiah. If the Messiah is named, it is because he is come, because he is present in one way or another. He has presented himself. The name states this presence come to pass. A reader unaware of this would have no reason to think that this Jesus is no longer of this world. This presence is not that of a witness who would give reasons to believe, or some example of faith. The presence named here refers only to the messianic quality. The expression Messiah of glory could be, itself, a hapax. The Messiah is the Anointed One. Anointing is, in Israel, which inherited it from other cultures, the gesture that confers and signs the royal, sacerdotal, or prophetic function. A later Christology will attribute these three functions to Jesus. To be sure, whoever says Messiah, in Israel, understands this triple function, and foremost, the RST1, that of the reign which verse 2:5 names here, speaking of the reign that God promised to those who love him, 4 verses after the Christ of glory. A reaction on Messianism cannot forego consideration of this royalty or kingship. Without wanting to go into details here, I would say that the somewhat biased reduction of the meaning of Messiah to the idea of a Savior overlooks the functions implied by anointment and the fact that this salvation requires these functions, which also implies, eventually, a dehiscence or a disparity between these functions, like that between priesthood and prophecy. A Messiah of glory, whether he be anointed with glory or glory be the splendor of his unction, is an absolutely royal Messiah, resplendent with the magnificence that the Scripture never ceases to attribute to God, and which the oil, luminous and perfumed, reeks as it oozes over the hair and onto the beard of the Anointed One. Royalty according to glory is not RST of the order of power. Or again, it is not of that order without being identically in and of the order of light and dispensation, the order of the beautiful gift and perfect donation. Glory, eclat, or splendor is a very ancient attribute, divine and / or royal in Assyrian and Babylonian representations, in whose context one also nds it allied with seduction and pleasure, especially on the part of feminine deities. This is the splendor associated with favor. In this regard, a great Hellenist once wrote, "It is with the Greek notion of charis that the rapprochement is unavoidable between charm, external grace, power of seduction, but also the luminous sparkling of jewels and materials, bodily beauty, physical wholeness, sensual delight, the gift that woman makes of herself to man. Ultimately, there would no longer be messianism here, but charisma, an inappropriable gift. Glory purely and simply gives itself, and precisely as that which is not appropriable not even by the one from whom it emanates, it is only admirable, and perhaps admirable to the point of not being able to be contemplated. Faith in glory or faith of glory, pistis tio eukurio iso Christutes doxas, is faith in the inappropriable, and once again, as the inadequation of the work or the inadequation at work. This faith receives itself from inappropriable glory. It is in glory in the sense that it comes from glory, where that glory provides faith its assurance, which is not a belief. The daza of Jesus is his appearing, the fact that he is come, that the glory of his reign has appeared, already given as faith. Jesus is thus the name of this appearing, and he is this daza qua name, the proper name of the inappropriable, that is, as we know, the very property of the name, or, if you prefer, its divinity. And it is thus a name for any name, for all names, for the name of every other. The whole verse says, "Take no account of persons in your faith in the Lord Jesus the Christ of glory," in order to introduce considerations about the poor. In a certain sense, we can only attempt to understand, likewise, that it is a matter of not taking account of the person of Jesus, either his face, his prosopon, or his persona. Thus a deconstruction comes to pass even before construction, or during construction, and at its very heart. The deconstruction does not annul the construction, and I have no intention to reject, in James's name, the subsequent study of Christian construction. I don't want to take out the gesture of returning to the sources and of porikation of the origin, so obsessive in Christianity, monotheism, and the West. But this deconstruction, which will not be a retrocessive gesture, aimed at some sort of morning light, henceforth belongs to the principle and plan of construction. Deconstruction lies in its cement, it is in the hyphen, indeed it is of that hyphen. For the present, here, of the hyphen in Jesus Christ there remains but the dash that ties a name to glory. There remains this dash or hyphen, like a schema, in the sense of the conjunction of a concept and an intuition, but above all, in the more precise sense according to which, in this conjunction, each of the edges, exceeding the other, remains incommensurable with it. And so there remains the schema like a name, which is always the name of another, the way the name James is the name of more than one James, as the other would say, always the name of another, even if it were my own, and the daza of what shows itself, the fame of the name so far as it puts faith to work, and a faith that creates a work, as at Rst Blush, the deconstruction of religion as of the onto theology that awaits it in its history, that awaits it to deconstruct itself therein. But now, glory is only what it is insofar as it does not shine like gold or silver, unlike the jewels and the clothes of the rich man in verse 2:2. Glory is monstration, the exhibition of faith in the act. The dioxin of the show me your faith carries the same semantic root as daza, and yet for all that, glory is the exhibition of inadequation or incommensurability. It is in that way that glory is the anointing of the Messiah, that is, the Messiah exhibits the withdrawal of that with which he is anointed. This withdrawal is not a sacred separation, it is, quite precisely, the withdrawal of the sacred and the exhibition of the world to the world. To be sure, anointment is a consecration. But it is the non-sacrificial consecration that is not attached to offering the transgression of sacred separation, but which pours upon the world, in the world and as the world as the work of creation, the very withdrawal of the divine. James's letter says, toward the end, 5:8, that the coming of the Lord is near, literally, has approached, has become near. The parousia is nigh, This is to say that parousia is and is not in proximity. Proximity is what never ceases closing and opening itself in closing, it is not. Promiscuity, which would be a mixture. Parousia is to be set apart from the very thing that approaches, to be a gap with and in itself l'écart de soi. Parousia or presence close to differs and is deferred, in this way it is there, imminent, like death in life. What is changing, in the instituting configuration of the West, is that man is no longer the mortal who stands before the immortal. He is becoming the dying one in a dying that doubles or lines the whole time of his life. The divine withdraws from its dwelling sites, whether these be the peaks of Mount Olympus or of Sinai, and from every type of temple. It becomes, in so withdrawing, the perpetual imminence of dying. Death, as the natural end of a mode of existence, is itself night. Dying becomes the theme of existence according to the always suspended imminence of parousia. The conclusion of James's letter recommends anointing the sick with the prayer of faith and the mutual confession of sins. The Catholic Church will found what it calls the sacrament of extreme unction on precisely this text, albeit much later. We must understand that the unction supposed to heal, as the text says, heals the soul and not the body. The prayer of faith will save the ailing one, the Lord will pick him up, and the sins he committed will be forgiven him. 5:15. This is to say that unction signs not what will later be called a life eternal beyond death, but the entry into death as into a night parousia that is innately differed or deferred. This is the entry into incommensurable inadequation. In this sense, every dying one is a Messiah, and every Messiah a dying one. The dying one is no longer immortal as distinct from the immortals. The dying one is the living one in the act of a presence that is incommensurable. All unction is thus extreme, and the extreme is always what is nigh. One never ceases drawing close to it, almost touching it. Death is tied to sin, that is, tied to the decency of a life that does not practice faith, that cannot practice it without failing or fainting at the incommensurable height of dying. Yet despite this, faith gives, it gives dying precisely in its incommensurability. To give death, the gift of death, he says 5, a gift that it is not a matter of receiving in order to keep, any more than is love, or poverty, or even veridicity, which are, ultimately, the same thing as dying. Not sacris, or tragedy, or resurrection, or, to be more precise, no one of these three schemas, insofar as it would give to death, one way or another, a proper density or consistency, whereas death is absolute inconsistency, if it is at all. Hegel writes, death, if we would give a name to this non-effectivity, each of these schemas gives consistency to death. Sacra seals in blood the reconciliation of a sacred order, tragedy soaks in death the bloodied iron of destiny, the utter rending of the irreconcilable. Resurrection heals and glories death within death itself. Whether in one mode or another, each of these schemas gives a gur to the defunct and substance to death itself. No doubt, each of these schemas can be understood differently. Each one, or all three together, in some composition that remains to be set forth, and that could well be, precisely, Christianity in its most elaborate form. But we can draw from these still another thread or splinter, that is, an inconsistency of death that would be such that the mortal does not sink into it, and still less escapes into it or from it, 6, but rather, remains safe from it at the precise point where he disappears qua mortal, and thus disappears in death, if you will, but in death there is nothing, no inside, no domain. At this point where he dies, the mortal touches, making the only possible contact, upon the sole immortality possible, which is precisely that of death. It is inconsistent, inappropriable. It is the proximity of presence. The only consistency is that of the night so far as it niches and niches itself. 7. For this reason, death can do nothing to the existent except that, in its irreconcilable, inadequate way, it makes that existent exist, after a birth expelled it into death. Death thus puts the existent in the presence of existing itself. In the Epistle of James, everything unfolds as though faith, far from being a belief in another life, that is, some belief in an innate adequation between life and itself, were the setting in act la mise en œuvre of the innate equation in which and as which existence exists. How did faith, one day, with the West, start composing a decomposition of religion? That is what places that curious day still before us, ever before us, ahead of us, like a day that would be neither Jewish, nor Christian, nor Muslim, but rather like a trace or hyphen drawn to set space between every union, to untie every religion from itself. 1. Among his singular characteristics, Gerard Grainel presents a singularity more singular than others, that of being one of the very rare contemporary philosophers, if not the only one, to have affirmed, for a time, his belonging to the Catholic confession and Church, this while practicing a philosophy clearly tied, on the one hand, to Heidegger and, on the other, to Marx. Broadly speaking, we could say that he is one of the few, if not the only one, to have held together without confusion a religious faith and his engagement in philosophy, no Christian philosophy, here, to the contrary. He did this without maintaining, between the two orders, the exteriority and heterogeneity always invoked, if not well established, by other philosophers, Levinas or Ricoeur, for example. Everything comes to pass as though a singular point of contact, never stated explicitly, had held together over some 20 years a coupling without identity. This point existed de facto. How was it traced de jure? For Grainel is not a man to leave things in empirical complacency. This is what I am wondering about. I will pursue it starting from another question: is a trace of this point visible thereafter, and at the conclusion of the work? And can this trace, if it exists, give us the import of the initial mark? Before going to the conclusion of the work that I have announced here, I would like summarily to situate its beginnings. Up to the 1970s, Grainel presents the singular form of a Heideggerian who is Marxist and Christian, and who, into the bargain, if I may say so, recognizes early on in Derrida one of those works that inscribe their age in its essential outlines, one I will not implicate myself in analyzing the hybrid composed thereby synthesized or syncretized a kind of monster, to use a word that pleased him. There was indeed an organizing principle in this monstrosity, no doubt less teratological than monstrant. According to this principle, the destruction, or the deconstruction, Grainel uses both words, of metaphysics understood as onto theology, that is, as an assignation of the beingness of being de latentite de l'être, and thereby of its substantiality and its foundation in a supreme reality and causa sui, was essentially the same as, on the one hand, the radical critique, that is, starting from man as root, of political economy and, on the other hand, the no less radical reform, albeit in no way Protestant, of the Church, within which he called for a struggle against it without concession. In the limited space of this volume, I will not attempt to retrace the path that this thought took and its attitude toward the Church, including dogma, morality, and pastoral practice. I will note only that, for Grainel, it amounted to the task of conjoining, which is a singular stance for a Heideggerian, the deconstruction of onto theology with an affirmation of faith. He wrote in 1971, "The possibility of faith remains ever open, even its reality often alive, if only beneath its ashes. It suffices, for it to appear or set itself back into movement, either that a Christian life lets us glimpse something of the truth of God, resembling however slightly these two signs of the early times, look how they love one another and they are afraid of nothing, or even that the path of the truth of God's work becomes viable anew, simply in itself, as ontological truth, and without any reference or order to God being considered in this to faith, then, as love and courage, and or as the thinking of being in its totality qua works over detached from any craftsman. Created then, is creation not a work of rage? I would ask the reader to keep this on reserve until the last of these pages. By one or the other of these traits, indeed. By the three taken together, the faith in question, the quid proprium of faith 3 can only be a relation to God, not only the God hidden but the one who wanted himself hidden, as Pascal says, for a relation to the will to hide itself and to remain hidden is a relation to something other than to an essence transcendent and beyond access. It is here not a matter of a deus absconditus, i.e., of a subject predicated as abscons, but rather of the divinity of the absconditus. The relation of faith is thus an access to this to will itself hidden as such, an access, consequently, to that which cuts off or withdraws access. We have already understood this, it is the trace of this faith, or the glowing beneath the ashes, that I want to question further in Grainel's thought, which completely breaks with the Church and the confession of faith. Later on, in fact, scarcely later, Grainel apparently left Catholicism, theology, and even any will to destruction. He abandoned Christianity to its metaphysical destiny and to the suspicion that it was renewing, by way of globalization, the domination of a Christendom carefully disguised as modernity. 5 For all that, he did not seem thereupon to have explicitly determined the destiny of his faith. In a manuscript text discovered later, was it ever published? We don't know. It was dated by Hans Spring 1970, Grainel spoke apropos God of the old blasphemy of the ipsum esse subsistens 6. Such a formula readily leads back to an opposition of faith to the ontotheology of the God who is supreme being. In a text published in 1973, 7 he again writes, as we do not see what a general unity of practice might mean, as a concrete, political, collective historical practice, at least as we no longer see what it might mean, and no longer want to, under the form in which the Christian faith, degenerating into Christendom, had long usurped and fooled this function. As we can see here, this discourse, which wants to arrive at the idea of a non-metaphysical politics as a politics of the difference, remains in a state of indecision about this faith that might not have degenerated. As degenerate, this faith had led and usurped the role of a concrete collective subject, which is already not nothing. However, as non-degenerate, what has it done, if it ever was active? But I will not seek further sense from those rare texts in which we discern the twinkling vacillation of a tiny ember. I will retain only the idea that faith as such is not formally destroyed or crossed out of thought. And without tarrying, I will turn straight away to the last text published by Grainel, Loin de la substance, jusqu'au you, far from substance, whither and to what point. 8. 2. This text has as its subtitle Essay on the Ontological Kenosis of Thought. Since Kant it thus sets itself explicitly under the sign and the concept of a word consecrated, the term is apposite here, by Paul in his theological usage, God emptying himself of his divinity in Jesus Christ. By declaring his intent to assign this term to an ontological index that is no longer theological, 535, Grainel undertakes, in this respect, to pursue as far as possible a thinking of the ontological void, all the way to the extremities that the title pushes toward the irresolution of a question, whereto, a question in which the far will not cease moving away and, in sum, exhausting itself. But whither? Perhaps nowhere, in no assignable site, in an excess of thought over any grasping by thought. But let us follow Grainel's thread. This thought is one that he several times calls, elsewhere, the emptying out of being l'évidement de l'être, and which he here calls, with regard to Kant, a transcendental emptying out, 535. Using these expressions, he transcribes Heidegger's sense of being insofar as the sense is understood as that of a being d'un être that is not substantive but verbal, and, moreover, verbal in a transitive mode. If being is thought as that which a being is cum se qui est latent, as though the being did this or gathered this or exposed it without itself being confused with any of these actions, or indeed, if being is nothing other than the event itself, awareness, of a being, then being as and in being a being alors l'être and aidant empties itself of all substantiality. Grainel asserts that this emptying out gives us the red thread of modern thought, from Kant to Heidegger and passing through Husserl. At the end of the text, we learn that the emptying out is understood as the nitization of being, la nitisation de l'être, it is the pure and simple nitude of being itself, 544, which will ultimately name the most distant or removed thinking that we will have been able to approach. The progression of this approach can be analyzed insofar as it operates in three registers, tied to each other but relatively distinct, which function now simultaneously, then in alternation, relaying each other in some manner within the construction of the argument. There is a strictly philosophical register and, by contrast, a register constituted by a series of transpositions, metaphors, or borrowings of an unspecified nature, on the basis of a theological register, itself alternately Christian and pagan. 9 The third register is of a wholly different nature. In it, Grainel presents himself as himself and in the RST person, as he who cultivates the ambition and risks to venture. 535, going farther than others, even Heidegger, 535, in thinking the kenosis in question. Farther, therefore, than any philosophy up to now, Grainel advances alone. 535 Whither and to what point? Up to what thinking experience of the and in a void of being vide de l'être. 535. It is he who asks us this question, as though he deed us to guess, or as though he invited us to follow him into this distance, where he is, nonetheless, alone in venturing. These three registers have quite different statuses in the text. The RST constitutes its true fabric, the second hardly occupies more than a dozen lines in these 9 pages, and the third registers still fewer. I would like, however, to weave the three together in a tight braid that makes up the true functioning of the text. It seems to me, in effect, that we are not concerned here with the body of a philosophical analysis that is elsewhere embellished by a few images, theological ones, incidentally, or with the contingent expression of an ambition, whose pride, no doubt, is foreign to no thinker, but very rarely exposes itself in such a déance of the conventions of false modesty. What is more, it would be disregardful of Grainel to judge that we are dealing with an amalgamation of heterogeneous registers. On the contrary, we must understand how the prideful or courageous. Can we distinguish these, requirement and the theological or atheological? Can we distinguish these, gur are here incorporated, I do not use this word without intent, as we will see, into the philosophical and, more precisely, the ontological investigation. We must understand how the demand revendication, the Anspruch, to speak Kantian, for an extremity that is proper to thought and the apparently allegorical resource of the theological have, between them, and in the midst of the philosophical propos an alliance as unassuming, or secret, as necessary. And how this alliance is required in order to carry the arguments to their farthest reach, up to their null stage. 543, however strange this might be. 3. The analysis of the transcendental emptying comes down to objecting successively against Kant and Husserl that they produce a substantial or substantializing waste scori substantially ou substantialisant 10. In this respect, the text presents some developments whose relative extent must be recognized as not being absolutely necessary, the less so in that they proceed from results that Grainel obtained a long time earlier. Moreover, he himself indicates that he is taking up various examples of what he had once called the ontological equivocation of Kantian thought, 535, and he notes farther on that he has shown clearly enough elsewhere, 542, how Husserl falls back, with each argument, into a substantializing regime of discourse presumed to be descriptive. 542, 11. The text we are reading is thus a text of self-surpassing. Grainel wants to go farther than he had up to that point, and that means going farther than the entire tradition. 540. Traditionis traditio, he draws himself with the tradition outside of it, farther than it, a carrying along and away entrainment, a stretching, an extraction, a promise of some decisive excess. But one should not promise too much. 535, he says with reserve, and as though he does realize that all promises contain a structural excess. This passing outside of and beyond a tradition, and of self, corresponds to a purpose. Alas, more ambitious than all the critiques, 542, already addressed to the various substantialisms of the object or, above all, of the subject. Why write alas? No doubt because this ambition is exposed to an immoderation deemed sure that Grainel deplores sincerely. That is another question and desires at the same time. The whole secret of the text is there, indicated and hidden. Beyond the critiques, we must seek the very root of this stubbornness of substance, 542, within the entire tradition. And the response I will venture consists in saying that what escapes could be called the ungraspability of being l'insaisissabilité de l'être, 542. In a sense, the risk taken on this response consists in not responding, taking being away from any grasp. Grainel empties or voids it levidout of all substance, or of all stance in general. He empties being of all being, and thus empties the entire tradition of all its pretension to grasp being, whatever that might be. There results a void of being and of ontology or of philosophy, but to the Binet of what? It is here that the surpassing of Heidegger is played out, if more subtly. This surpassing is sketched, suggested, rather than shown with the imperious certitude that pronounced the givenness of the critique. The sketch of this surpassing takes shape when Grainel declares that there exists for things a primitive mode of being that is different from the one described by the existential analytic, that is, the perceptual mode in which they are, as we say, given, 539. I cannot stop here to examine the considerations called for by a reference limited only to the Heidegger of being and time. What is important is to grasp how Grainel opposes to what I will call, in an attempt to restore his intention, the existential norm of care, a pragmatics of the world, another transcendentality or existentiality, perception, understood not as a pragmatics but as a poetics of the world. 4. Here, a remark must be made to which I cannot give the requisite space. The poetry of the world appears early in the text 536. The signal capacity of the poet, to name the reserve pudeur of the world 536, was designated as a sovereign challenge to any philosophical effort. This challenge is tied to writing 536, and the same page touches on examples of this writing, the cry of a harrier streaking the grey sky, etc., which quietly constitute writing in its ultimate truth as a phenomenological description, which, precisely, would no longer be, in truth, phenomenological. This poetry or poesy is nothing less as his examples show, being all sketches, colors, and subtle touches cold, red, outline of branches. Then the regime of art in general. Art as perception, this is what is to go farther than Heidegger. But did Heidegger not also come back, later on, to what, for him, implicated art in the division partage of sky and earth, of the open and the closed 540? What I am emphasizing here under the name of Grainel's poetics is a comparable division between sky and earth, an upsurge of the world. But as we will see, the text also evokes another division of sky and earth, doubling or prolonging that of art, unless it is in fact the same one, differently intended. If, in this unattached delicate way, we are advancing farther than Heidegger, then that is in order to touch, if we can say this, the ungraspability of being, and to touch it in the mode of a poetic perception, which is also to say a creative perception creatrice, to put this word on hold once again. This ungraspability has nothing of any sublime mystery, analogous to the unknowability of God, 542. It is, writes Grainel, the withdrawal of the how that occurs in every phenomenal eld at once itsness, its total novelty, and its unproducibility, 542. How it is that there is a world and not how is the world, or the fact that it is, always new and non-produced, not founded on a substrate or in a subject of consciousness, 544, but rather ingathered, in a sort of hollow, 542, or in the open, 542, which, each time, opens and gathers the world in this way. This is what sets in play the emptiness or void of being. Now, it is here that Grainel's solitary step forward takes place, it is here that he will venture, 535, and it is here that it is a matter of establishing a condition of experience, an ideality or a formality of the world, which no philosophy has managed to state. 540. This formality will have to respond to the question of knowing how a world appears to me without there being on my part a movement of appropriation of the real but also no movement of reference to me, on the part of the real. Grainel then declares, courage, we must state the strange, or simply remain blocked here. 542. The hollow always gathers up the scene. 542, and likewise forms the open where I am at the very sight of the appearing of things, without being in the midst of them, or before them like a subject. Grainel identifies the sight a sight that is not localized but localizes all taking place as Heidegger's de. 543. But the ultimate step is taken when this de sees itself interpreted by a term that is no longer Heideggerian, that of the body. Grainel does not explicitly thematize this last gesture, by which he distinguishes himself from the tradition in its null representative. But it is certainly there that he completes it. The body in question is not the symmetrical material counterpart of a soul or the body proper of Merleau-Ponty. 543. This body is the primary formality of the world qua side of diversification of the a priori of the visible. 544. It is a sort of black rectangle in the midst of a painting, which functions like a dispatcher of regions. 543. The term painting is not there by accident. Painting is hinted at from afar as the true side of the formality body and of the exposition of the world. With painting, and in it once again, the poesy of an outer phenomenological description, outer in the sense of beyond or on the inside of aiming, in an opening of the unintentional view, it is art that forms the object of the remarks. The black rectangle, principal and blind spot of spatial regionalization ever reborn in the perceptual. 544, this is not an eye, it is an art, the art in which or as which a painting / a world is opened, the painting of a world as the world of a painting. That there might be no convocation of time indicates, here again and in an excess over Heidegger, that the spatial diversification creating gaps, spacing, regionalization governs the expansion as the opening of the open. I imagine, attempting to account for what Grainel does not say, that the diversity of regions imposes itself as the form absolutely prior to any possible succession and movement, which does not mean one cannot sense therein, as well, the extension of time. 5. This body is therefore nothing other than the diverse aspects of the open, and therein lies the pluralizing trait that Grainel insists on inscribing as surcharge, rather than as a crossing out, of the Dasein. There results this utterly surprising result. That the very thing that constitutes the purest eld of thought is, as it were, laid pose upon our body. 544. This poised on challenges at once the autonomy of a pure subject of consciousness and the idea of an incarnate spirit. 543. The body is not something in which and with which the spirit would have to do. It is, rather, totally out of the picture. 543. It is ultimately, itself, the ontological void, vacuity as a diversifying opening of appearing. The principle of the world is set or poised on this void, nothing else organizes it. Grainel then concludes, wanting to know more about this would be like wanting to enter into the creative act of God. 544. We can know nothing about or answer the position of the appearing of the world, on the black rectangle we can posit or poise nothing above the being on. Of the opening poised upon the void, we can know nothing, for this reason, of that art of the void or of that artist void of the world and its creative poiein. A double displacement takes place gently and secretly here. On the one hand, Grainel introduces the theological register without clearly stating what is involved in this introduction. It would be like wanting to enter. This comparison leaves unclear whether the thing compared, the theological, has the status of a distinct reality or whether it is a purely gurative analogy, but gurative of what? What does creation gur other than getting out of the void? On the other hand, by writing wanting to know, Grainel is referring less to an impossibility than to a prohibition. We must not seek to penetrate the aesthetic void vidi artiste. The tone recalls a sacred taboo. Do we not envy, then, Yet another surprising result, before which we must say, for our part, courage, we must state the strange. In his null sentence, Grainel appears immediately to defuse and disavow everything that seemed to bring us to such a reading. With a kind of jolt, he declares, what then, might we say, on the contrary, that the invention of a divine creation is only a on our part, from all that is terrible in the pure and simple nitude of being itself. 544. How can we avoid making two remarks? The RST is rhetorical. Why introduce the creative act of God, whatever the argumentative register of this introduction might have been, if only to expel it immediately from the space of thinking? Why, if not for the reason, at least for the reason that this creative act offers the least bad analogical recourse, in our culture, for pointing out the stake of the void artist body corvit artiste. But then should he not have said a bit more about the creative act, whether we take it as an image or as a truth of faith, since its contents remain the same? The second remark obliges us to renew this question and extend its reach. This time the remark concerns concepts. Creation in the last sentence evokes, manifestly, according to a current use of the word creation, an operation that produces the world, giving it the foundation and the guarantee elysis et logaranti of its producer or founder. Yet the creative act of the penultimate sentence is not less manifestly tied, through its comparative function, to the theme of the ontological void. From one creation to the other, Grainel has changed concepts. From an ex nihilo understood strictly in the sense of a nihil opening as world un nihil avert en monde, he passes to the fable of a producer supposed to produce without material, but certainly subject and substrate of his work. The most exigent theology, and in any case mysticism, in the three monotheisms, will not have failed to underscore the opposition between these two thoughts. I will not develop this here. 12 But the difference must not be overlooked. Either God empties himself of himself in the opening of the world, or God sustains himself as being, by himself, subject and substance of the world. It is not at all the same God here. By dismissing the second possibility, the God of religious representation, did Grainel fail to see that he was not dismissing the RST? Or would he have, on the contrary, recognized in this, in an innately unassuming, secret, complex, and delicate way, the stake of his audacity vis-a-vis the tradition? Or again, and more precisely, in dismissing the second creator, Grainel dismisses God, without a doubt. He does not dismiss a God emptying himself of God, or a divine that would be the exhaustion of all divine substance, that is to say, of all substance in general, if divine self-sufficiency deems substantiality itself, and absolutely. But this divine of exhaustion is precisely that of kenosis, whose mark or emblem this text carries. By the same token, the change in sign for kenosis bearing an ontological, and no longer theological, sign proves to be an operation less simple than it might appear. We cannot avoid asking why he has recourse to the Pauline term, if this term must simply transcribe in Greek what one has no difficulty calling emptying out evidement in French, and if, in addition, the transcription risks burdening, as we see that it does, the entire text, to which it gives its title, with the difficulty of untangling the precise reach or thrust of the dismissal given to theology within a regime nevertheless still theological, insofar as it at least speaks of God, or again, insofar as it makes God a feature of its writing. 6. We must concede without hesitation that this regime might not be onto-theological, in the precise sense of the term that Heidegger intended. We must concede that, in this sense, it would be more accurate to say that it might be neither theological nor ontological. Grainel does not say this, but he could have. He could have attempted to say, for example, that a kenology displaces all onto theology here. If he does not do so, and if the term kenosis only appears in the subtitle of the text, then I would risk the hypothesis that this has the following motive: a kenology would have placed him under a summons, it would place us all under summons to state what happens to the logos therein. It is likely that there is not a logos for the kenos the way there is one for being or for God, Inasmuch as we take being or God to be objects of discourse, of a founding discourse in reason, something the Kenos, perhaps, tolerates with difficulty. 7. What happens, then, to the Logos? Perhaps a double displacement befalls it. On the one hand, and as we have discerned over the entirety of the text, it must be identified in some way with the description of the appearing of the world according to the hollow and according to the unreal how of all that is real, 538. This description is only ascription. Poetry and writing, 536. In sketching out the aspects allures of this co-participating in the space of emergence or enclosure, 542, in all things of this world, like the harrier or the ray of light that does not separate from the sparkling of the sea, 538, Granel wanted himself to be, sought himself, or hoped himself, promising, fearing to promise himself too much, on the side of the poet, and not on that of the literary hack, he separates from the latter with an I hope not, which proves his presentiment of a possible mistake, a possible decorative heaviness, and the extreme fragility of an approach to the poetic by the philosophical, even though this approach, extending all the way to contact, might appear precisely inevitable here, and more pressing than ever. In fact, this approach does press Granel, it troubles him. But it goes toward this point of contact, fugitive and pulsating, wherein a measure of gathering, mesure du recul, is exactly the sense of the Greek logos, 542. But, on the other hand and at the same time, the discourse and its poetic escapades have borrowed the resources of a metaphorics of the divine, and this still calls to be deciphered. True, the mysteries of Christian theology have twice been set aside, that of the Incarnation, 535, in regard to kenosis, and that of the sublime mystery of the unknowability of God, 542. If it is necessary to set them aside, then this is because confusion would be possible. In both of these cases, confusion would come down to identifying that which, in Christianity, proceeds from an outside the world, God coming into the world, God remaining inaccessible to the world, along with what must be understood of the world as the formality of its opening. The latter is not outside the world, although it is not inside it either, it is not an other world, nor is it a beyond world, since it opens this world to itself. If confusion threatens, then this is because there is resemblance here, and if there is resemblance, then this is perhaps not without witness to some liaison leading from Christianity to the thought of the ontological void, or even from a paradoxical foolement of Christianity in its own exhaustion. But I do not want to follow that path here, as nothing in Granel authorizes it. I will stay with the clear distinction, that which is of the world has nothing to do with an outside of the world, nothing to do with a pure spirit or with a supernature, and nothing to do is here the right expression, in this text where everything is concentrated around seeing or its possibility. 14 But that which is of the world and which constitutes its opening like the edge, the discerning limit nonetheless contains the divine. Never is the divine lacking in Granel, 15 so much so that he can speak, in another text, of the God world, which he opposes to the God of the philosophers, but the latter, assuredly a God of onto theology, is not, for all that, the God of faith. I am speaking, in a sense, of nothing else, in Granel, than that shadow of a Pascalian trait. This divine is always a way of naming, in regard to the world, the constitutive alterity of its opening. Divine is the division that creates a world. 16 Here, this denomination divine is posited as nomination itself, favoring an appropriation of the metaphor at work in the word God, dies, the light of the day, the cern, or ring, compass, border cern, of which we spoke as the condition of perceptual discernment and which, for that reason, is in itself nothing that one might discern, 540. Dies, which is also, for Latinity, a goddess mother of sky and earth, that is, of all of this division that is truly original, and thus divine, this division according to which it is possible to have the order of things and, distinguishing itself from them in order to distinguish them, of the non-thing of the sky, 540 that is, ultimately, the opening of seeing, itself qua formal body or qua the form body of which we spoke. 7. That the divine might not thus descend to incarnate itself does not make it any less divine, according to a dissimilar logic that is not totally heterogeneous, and that permits us to modify the sign of the kenosis, a divine itself, the form body of the luminous, or illuminating, opening, the birth of the divine, 540, as the dawn of the world. Not incarnate, the purest eld of thought, that is to say, the perceptual aperture l'aperite perceptive, which is, as it were, laid upon our body, 544. As it were, what does this mean? What does laid mean? The text has already utilized this participle, at the beginning, when it evoked or wrote/described, ecrivant an evening, on an earth of vanishing elds, an exalted color, as though it had just been laid down, 536. Laid is the laid down of the touch of a brush, it is precisely the touch of a seeing that opens a color, a detail, a suspension, an emergence or eclosion. Such a touch is consubstantial, if this word is possible here, with the opening itself. Pure thought upon or at the level of the spatializing body is the simultaneity of the open and the ringed, the bordered, the cerned or discerned, and the simultaneity of the void and of the divided out by way of the withdrawal of the how at once itsness, its total novelty, and its unproducibility, 542. Unproducible is what is created in the sense of that which comes out of nothing. Laid down is the ungraspable touch of an ex nihilo, the claritiofa dies divus formalis de divine formal, giving place to the world. God there empties himself of substance, and the divine there becomes the measure of the dividing of light and shadow, of the seeing and the visible. This sight, this body, is thus the sight, the hollow of God emptied out and of the divine void. Or again, what remains of the divine, what remains divine of the divine would be this name die/divus, which would gather in itself a kenosis wherein a theology would come to show itself as destitution and the truth of the mystery. I in no way want to insinuate the suspicion of some remainder of piety in Grainel. Quite the contrary. I would simply like to pose this question, to which it seems he has induced me: how do we recognize the ungraspability of being? How do we accede to this hollow body of which we must not want to know anything more? How do we touch, or let ourselves be touched by, the opening of the world to the world? How, if not by a gesture that lays down, poses, or deposes, more and less than knowledge, by a gesture that passes outside of knowledge without unreason, by a precise reason raison just attuned to the manifestly divine aspect of the manifestation itself and its division, 540. This gesture or act, which measures neither knowledge nor certainty, an act neither objectifying nor subjectifying, the necessary accomplice of a writing, of a song, of a tone, of a touch, could we not, must we not call it faith? A faith that would stand up unflinchingly to the atheism without reserve, in which it would be nothing other than the courage invoked to say the strange. The strange, a divine body discerning. This is how I believe I can understand the part played in this text by the ostensible pride of Grainel, who alone has ventured farther than all the philosophers farther, but to what point? To this faith that is nothing at all, a deity thinking beyond the concept of the nothing of that primitive all, 535, a thinking given over to that which comes to it from elsewhere, because from nowhere, from nulla partes, from the null part of the nothing de la part null du rien, 17, and thus a faith that, in sum, is nothing but this tiny extreme touch of thought laid upon that nothing posé sur ce rien. And above all, no religion. No belief, or some correlate of a represented substance, but a certainty with neither subject nor substance that receives itself and gathers itself out of the pure and simple nightness alone to the end, an open black rectangle. An experience at heart. Let us not discuss Nietzsche here, nor even a theme from his thought. Instead, let us answer the question, what does Nietzsche tell us today? To respond to this, I would like to take the attitude that Bödeli wanted to have toward Nietzsche, and that I, in turn, want to adopt toward both Nietzsche and Bödeli himself, from whom I will not separate Blancot, perhaps you will be able to discern why. Nothing other than the attitude of thought toward each thinker, neither citing him, nor studying him, but rather learning him by heart, that is to say, by the organ that, in order to comprehend, must take, and must be passionately taken. This is a platitude, but it is this that asks to be revived, such is also, and rstly, the sense that lies in naming Nietzsche today, without naming, for all that, a rubric from the history of philosophy. Yet, to put it precisely, this is not simply philosophy. Nietzsche tells me nothing without also communicating an experience to me. This contagion between the discourse and the ordeal thoroughly marks an over that, for this reason, does not cease to exasperate, to be exalted, and to vacillate, uncertain, between outrageousness and suffering. The experience is always that of the death of God. The death of God is always the fact of this immense destitution of the representation of the premise, and with that destitution, of representation in general, for, once the premise has crumbled, there can no longer be a question of representing anything. From then on, everything throws presence directly into question, directly into play. And everything makes a game of presence and plays it out. The evil genius. 1. Nietzsche knew, RST, the agitation that takes hold when presence comes to tremble as the premise withdraws. In a sense, it is too much to say Nietzsche RST, he was the second after Plato, or the fourth after Plato, Augustine, and Kant. But our entire history has had no stronger jolts than these, and we are still trembling. Presence no longer breaks free from its ground, it does not disappear into it either, presence stands, vacillating, at the edge of appearing in a world where there is no longer a rupture or opening between being and appearing. It has itself become presence, this rupture. There is no longer a rupture between being and appearing, or again, there is no longer anything but rupture between them. Presence torn, wrenching presence. Presence is to the world in not being in that world. It stands before and in withdrawal from itself. What thus occurs to presence is what occurs to the order of the world itself. Without a principle, the world no longer provides justification to the order that organized its significations, what is above, what is below, the known, the unknown. Authority, virtue, value are given over to anarchy. They no longer have their archie but are in play beneath and inside the archie. The anarchy in question is not some muddled grandiloquence directed against any type of constraint, it is the power that ought to begin all things, to signify all things, without any given sense. 2. We should understand Nietzsche's Umwerden in this sense. It is necessary to Umwerden revalue the word values, always has a valence of making a turn around or through and, as a prex, it frequently indicates the reversal, revival, or recapitulation that returns. We must transvaluate, re-evaluate, counter-evaluate the values. It is not at all necessary to overthrow them, i.e., devalorize them, rather, it is necessary to re-evaluate value itself. It is necessary to reform value, in the two senses of the word, or revolutionize it, likewise in all of its senses. That means, we must rethink value's price, considering it as an absolute price and one no longer dependent on a principle that sets it fast, xes it. Value must have value without measure. Bödeli expressed this in calling value heterogeneous, the homogeneous is the exchange of values, a general equivalence. In order to have value properly, it is necessary that value be heterogeneous to that equivalence. In so speaking, we pass from Nietzsche to Marx via Bödeli, but we also do justice to the contemporaneousness of Marx and Nietzsche, which is, not accidentally, a contemporaneousness of philosophies of value, even if they were unaware of one another. The heterogeneous is not a matter of usage or of exchange, it is a matter of experience. 3. Who, then, has had the experience of absolute value, that is to say, value detached from a measure, and absolutely foreign to the fettered order of the world, of use and exchange? Who, then, introduces into the world this withdrawal that is the heterogeneous in the place of the principle that founded and provided measure. It is he who saves the world in its absence of value, of that generalized equivalence into which the world appears to have sunk. Nietzsche calls him the Redeemer. One Nietzsche gives him the title of Christ, and it is thus that he makes the Antichrist to the very sign of salvation. For Nietzsche, Antichrist is he who overturns Christianity to make what he calls the Redeemer type arise out of this overturning. This type is that of the sole Christian that ever was, he who died on the cross. Nietzsche is alone in knowing him, the only one who knows how to recognize, behind the interested deformations of the RST disciples themselves and of the evangelists. Assuredly, this is a decadence type, but it is also from decadence that he will save. The Redeemer presents a form of departure from nihilism, not the most active form, but a departure, and perhaps this departure, as I would suggest, is the weak, bloodless departure that nevertheless comes into contact with an affirmative and vigorous departure. The entire question of getting out of nihilism is suspended between a weakness and vigor, both of which are necessary, and both perilous. This Redeemer is he who founds no religion, who does not proclaim a God, who demands no belief in a doctrine or in any type of belief. He is the one whose faith is a behavior, not the adherence to a message. He is in the act and not in the significance, or again, his significance, his sense is wholly in his act. He effectuates pardon, he is pardon given and received, redemption effected here as coming from elsewhere, for redemption, or pardon, consists precisely in inscribing elsewhere in here. He erases sin, which is to say that he no longer makes of existence a fault or a lapse. On the contrary, existence consists in having, in the world, the experience of what is not of this world, without being another world for all that. The opening of the world in the world is the result of a destitution or a deconstruction of Christianity, which goes back or which advances in it all the way to the extremity at which nihilism breaks up the presence and the value of God, breaks up the sense of salvation as an escape from the world, erases all value inscribed upon a heaven, erases heaven itself, and leaves the world intact and touched by a strange gaping that is grace and wound at the same time. 4. In the dissipation of nether and hinter worlds, with their misty shroudings, lies the secret of salvation. Salvation saves us from other worlds, it restores to the world, it restores us to the world, and it sets us into the world anew, as new. It sets us into the world. 3. According to the novelty of an experience that is not of this world because it is that of value, the values of this world are measured, that is, evaluated, by the necessities and the interests of this world. But he who does not let himself be measured by that evaluation, he who has for himself the experience of value, he withdraws from the world in the very midst of that world. Not at all that he might become the subjective source of a value that would be his own, it is rather that he becomes the site of an experience that, in itself, is or creates value, absolutely. This experience is inner experience, which is not at all the fact of some interiority qua subjectivity. The inner or the interior is not here some hidden depth that it would be necessary to endy afresh or to express, some sense buried and to be interpreted. No, it is without interpretation, the literal and simple text of the retreat of the homogeneity of equivalent, measurable, and exchangeable values. For the same goes for the one in love, who does not merely displace the sentiment of values, but who has more value and who is stronger love, even the love of God, Liebe zu Gott. Nietzsche's species in the same fragment, is but the increase of value in itself, without available measure. Inner experience is the experience of what places me outside of the equivalence of values, even of the valence of values in general, and thus outside of all subjectivity as of all property, whether this be the property of mercantile goods or of spiritual goods, competences or virtues. This outside of the outside envelopes an interior where expectations are disarmed, knowledge disconcerted, as also certitudes and doubts. In place of representations and significations is substituted the affirmation of existence itself. Not speculation over its value, but value in itself as the affirmation and exposition of existing, which is to say, existing qua existing, nothing more, but above all nothing less. This affirmation that existence is experience, that it does nothing else, cut loose from the goal or the project of the will, does nothing else but expose itself to the unforeseeable, the unheard of its own event. Experience, simply we should say events s eveneer, comes forth of itself. 5. This eveneer opens within the world and outside, that is not a beyond the world, but the truth of the world. 5. Truth is value re-evaluated, a devaluation of every measurable value, a devaluation of every given by which one evaluates. Value is existence, which, in eventing evaluates itself, it becomes value without equivalence. That is the absolute price of existence without price. The same price that the existent gives itself, when it lets itself be evaluated by nothing. It gives itself a price without price, one that it can neither measure nor pay. It has nothing to pay, neither fault nor debt. It has neither sinned nor borrowed, it is redeemed from and for its being in the world through its withdrawal from the world. However, this withdrawal comes to pass in the midst of the world, it is contemporaneous with existing, it events with existing, as existing. The Redeemer is thus an inimitable type, he is not a type, he is the experience of existing with nothing other than this exposure to being nothing that might take on a price, or weight, or sense through something other than its step within / without the world sun potted on / de or el monde. This brief beating or pulsing has worth, it is itself evaluation without measure. The Redeemer is thus he who saves man from God, from that death mummied in the mausoleum of sense. The divine, henceforth, is the empty tomb, it is the void of the tomb qua affirmation of an eternal return of that which has no price. Value returns eternally, precisely because it has no price. The absence of price is what is inscribed and exscribed with each existence as its eternal presence, immediately in the world out of the world, instantaneously eternal. This is why the world of the homogeneous presence evaluation now as an equivalence of mercantile value, now as one entailing the sacris of existence to a supreme omnipotence. It is always a traffic. It is always one fundamentalism of value against another, one value being valued as a fundamental, a principial measure, God, or money, spiritual or stock market value. Yet heterogeneous value is worth nothing, or it is worth what the valent valuer in itself is worth, an exposure to some measure when that measure is but the other of all measure, or its unity in act. 6. Nothing other, in this sense, than the good epikeina tesousias beyond all beingness atens, thus being not, being neither a being nor a non-being, but existing nevertheless. Neither God nor humanity, but yet the world as that in which an outside can open itself, and become experience. This experience is an experience at a heart in Erfahrungen Herzen, 6. An experience that forms itself right at a heart meme unker, which is that heart itself beating with the beating of the inside/outside through which it exists and, in existing, senses and feels itself within/without the world, senses and feels itself as the interval between the within and the without, like the non-sight of what is its own most taking place, and like the unevaluatable value of this absolute property, without goods of its own. According to this Redeemer, the kingdom of God is nothing one might await, it has neither yesterday nor tomorrow, it will not come in 1,000 years. This is the experience at a heart, it is everywhere, it is nowhere. 7. Verbum caro factum. For the time of a brief note, for the moment, let us analyze this central proposition of Christianity, verbum caro factum est, in Greek and in the Gospel of John, logos sarxagenito. That is the formula of the incarnation by which God makes himself man, and that humanity of God is indeed the decisive trait of Christianity, and through it a determinative trait for the whole of Western culture, including the heart of its humanism, which it marks indelibly, or may even be its basis, in return for a divinization of man. To stick to a short summary treatment. The term incarnation is usually understood in the sense of the entry into a body of some incorporeal entity, spirit, God, idea, more rarely in the sense of the penetration of one part of the body by another part, or by a substance, usually foreign. As one speaks of an ingrown nail, it is a change of place, the occupation of a body by a space initially not connatural to the given reality, and this sense can easily be extended to that of representation. The actor incarnates the character. According to that current acceptance, and it is assuredly not the major theological one, incarnation is a mode of transposition and representation. We are within the space of a way of thinking in which the body is necessarily in a position of exteriority and sensible manifestation, as distinct from a soul or spirit given in interiority, and not directly representable. It suffices to read the Christian formula of the Credo literally to see that it does not in the least, of itself, point toward that interpretation. If the verb was made esh, or if, in Greek, it became esh, or if it was engendered, or engendered itself as esh, it is surely the case that it had no need to penetrate the inside of that esh that was initially given outside it, it became esh itself. Theology has made superhuman efforts, one might quite appropriately say, to think this becoming that produces, in one sole person, two heterogeneous natures. Let us add here in reserve for future analyses elsewhere two supplementary givens that it is not vain to recall. With nuances, even important differences between Catholic, Orthodox, and Reformed Christianities, the human maternity of the Logos, with or without virginity of the Mother, and the transubstantiation, whether real or symbolic, it matters little here, of the body of Christ into the bread and wine of a communion represent two developments or two intensifications of the Incarnation. On the one hand, in giving the man God a provenance, already, in the human body, and in the body of a woman, in a sense, the Incarnation takes the sexes into account, and, on the other hand, in giving his divine body the capacity to change again into inorganic matter, thus causing a lowly parcel of space-time, as well as a reality bread and wine issued from a transformation of nature by human skills, to be invested by God. In this sense, the Christian body is completely different from a body serving as an envelope, or prison, or tomb, to the soul. It is none other than the Logos itself that makes itself body as Logos and according to its own most logic. This body is none other than the Spirit having exited itself or its pure identity to identify itself not even with man but as man, and woman, and matter. But that exiting of the Spirit from itself is not an accident that befalls it. I will allow myself a vast ellipsis here, around the question of sin and salvation, which I will provisionally leave aside. In itself, the Christian divine spirit is already outside itself, that is its Trinitarian nature, and we would probably have to go back to the monotheistic God common to the three religions of the book to consider that he is already, himself, essentially a God who puts himself outside himself by and in a creation, which is not at all a production, but precisely a putting outside oneself. In this sense, the Christian, or even the monotheistic, God is the God who alienates himself. He is the God who atheizes himself and who atheologizes himself, if I may for the moment forge these terms. It is Bodily who, for his own purposes, created the term atheological. Atheology as a conceptualization of the body is the thought that God made himself body in emptying himself of himself. Another Christian motif, that of the Pauline kenosis, the emptying out of God, or his emptying himself out of himself. The body becomes the name of the atheos in the sense of not of God. But not of God means not the immediate self-sufficiency of man or the world, but this, no founding presence. In a more general sense, monotheism is not reduction to one of the number of gods in polytheism, its essence is the disappearance of presence, of that presence that the gods of the mythologies are. The body of the Incarnation is therefore the place, or rather the taking place, the event, of that disappearance. Neither the prison of the soul, sensible and or fallen body, then, nor the expression of an interiority, body proper or signifying body, which I will go so far even as to call the sublated body of a certain modernity, but neither pure presence, body statue, sculpted body, redivinized body in the polytheistic mode in which the statue is itself the entire divine presence but extension, spacing, putting aside of disappearance itself. Body as the truth of a soul that takes off, disrobes, drops its robe, the stripping bare of an innate breakaway. But the syncope that the body is and that it is in one uninterrupted block, sustained from the cry of birth to the last breath, a block that is modulated in a singular phrasing, the discourse of a life is not simply a loss, it is, as in music, a beat, it adjoins, sin, in cutting, cope. It adjoins the body to itself and bodies among one other. A syncope of appearance and disappearance, a syncope of utterance and of sense, it is also a syncope of desire. Desire is not a melancholic tension toward a lacking object. It is tension toward what is not an object, namely, the syncope itself, in that it takes place in the other, and that it is one's own only in being in the other and of the other. But the other is only the other body to the extent that the latter, in its distance apart from mine, makes it possible to touch distance itself, the body open to the syncopated truth. Here a Socratic erotics passes through the Christic incarnation as if by means of a fold internal to the Logos. It is that erotics that would have it that the love of bodies leads to conceiving beauty in itself, which is no other thing, in Plato, than to seize or be seized by the only one of the ideas that is visible per se1. A circle thus leads endlessly back from the visibility of the idea or from the manifestation of sense to the syncope of the soul or to the breaking away of the true. One in the other and one through the other, to the full contact combat in which the body trembles and suffers and feels pleasure. The name God in Blancat. This title is not a provocation, no more than it is a cover for an insidious kidnapping attempt. It is not a question of trying to smuggle Blancat over to the side of the new political correctness, and thus indecency, that takes the form of a return to religion, as unsound and insipid as are all returns. It is merely a question of this. Blancat's thought is demanding, vigilant, uneasy, and alert enough not to have thought itself obliged to adhere to the atheistic correctness or requisite expression of anti-religious feeling that was de rigueur in his day. Not that his thought was in any way caught up in a countervailing declaration of faith. It is true that Blancat affirms a form of atheism, but he does so only to dismiss atheists and theists alike. That takes place in a major text in the innate conversation, Atheism and Writing, Humanism and the Cry, in which atheism is associated with writing. I shall return to this point, without, however, quoting or analyzing this text, no more than I will any other. In the context of and space allotted for this note, no analysis can be carried out. I will limit myself to allusions to a few Blancatian topoi in order to suggest a direction for subsequent work. To reject in the same gesture both atheism and theism means to consider first and foremost the point that the atheism of the West, or the double atheism of monotheism, the one it causes and the one it secretly bears within itself, has thus far never pitted against or set in the place of God anything other than a different gur, instance, or idea of the supreme punctuation of a sense, an end, a good, a parousia that is, an accomplished presence, especially that of man. It is for that very reason that what is at stake in the association of atheism with writing a provisional one, preliminary to the joint deposition of the claims of theism and atheism, is the displacement of atheism in the direction of an absenting of sense, of which, it is true, so far no notable atheistic gur has been capable, unless it may be in the gur, so close to Blancat, of the atheology of Bödeli, of which I will say no more here. The absent sense, that expression Blancat sometimes risks, does not designate a sense whose essence or truth is to be found in its absence. That would be transformed ipso facto into a modality of presence no less substantial than the presence most assured, most being. But an absent sense makes sense in and by its very absenting, in such a way that, in sum, it never stops not making sense. The Zeitgeist that writing designates for Blancat, as well as in the community of thinking that connects him with Bödeli and Adorno, Barthes and Derrida, the movement of exposure to the id of sense that withdraws signification from sense in order to give it the very sense of that id, an elat, an opening, an indefatigable exposure that consequently does not even that is it as well as presence. Neither nihilism nor the idolatry of a synod, and/or a syneer. This is what is at stake in an atheism that owes it to itself to deny itself the position of the negation it proffers, and the assurance of every sort of presence that could substitute for that of God, that is, the presence of the syneer of absolute synication or syneability. Now it so happens that Blancot's text is devoid of any interest in religion, beyond the fact that a Christian, especially Catholic culture, shows through here and there in a remarkable way, which will have to be examined elsewhere, yet the name God is not simply absent from it. Precisely, one might affirm that it occupies, with the text, the very particular place of a name that is and yet returns, ending itself alternately, not very frequently, but often enough to be noticeable, rmly distanced, then evoked in its very distance as the site or as the index of a form of intrigue of the absenting of sense. Again, although it is totally out of the question to go into the texts here, I simply suggest a rapid rereading of Thomas the Obscure RST and second versions, the Innite Conversation, and the Writing of Disaster or the Last to Speak, to verify at least from a formal point of view the presence of the word God, even if at times only latently, and the manifestly diverse, complex, or even enigmatic modalities of its role or tenor. If the name God comes in the place of an absenting of sense, or in the line of it, so to speak, and in the perspective at once innate and without depth of eld of that same line of it, that is primarily because this name does not involve an existence but precisely the nomination, and this is neither designation nor signification, of that absenting. There is, then, in this respect, no question of God that is to be asked as the ritualistic question of the existence or non-existence of a supreme being. Such a question cancels itself out automatically, as we have known since Kant, and in fact from much earlier, since a supreme being would have to be indebted for its being or for being altogether to some authority or some power, terms obviously very inappropriate, impossible to classify within the order of beings. This is why the most precious gift of philosophy is, for Blancot, not even in the operation of the negation of the existence of God, but in a simple shrinking away, a dissipation of that existence. Thought does not think unless it be from this point of departure. Blancot, therefore, neither asks nor authorizes any question of God, but he additionally posits and says that that question is not to be asked. This means that it is not a question, that it does not correspond to the schema of the demand for the assignment of a place within being, what is, or is there. God is not within the jurisdiction of a question. That does not mean that he falls within an affirmation that would answer the question in advance. Nor does he fall within a negation. It is not that there is or is not a God. It is, quite differently, that there is the name God, or rather that the name God is spoken. This name corresponds to a statement of the question, whether it is a question of the being, the what, of the origin, the through what, or of sense, the for what. If all questions intend a what, a something, the name God corresponds to the order, the register, or the modality of what is not, or has not, anything. Moreover, this name sometimes appears in Blancot alongside words such as being, as taken from Heidegger, or neutral. For them as well, the question is not to be asked, for it is already deposited within them. But they are words, concepts, whereas God is a name, without concept. The name God must, then, represent something other than a concept here, more precisely, it must bear and bring to a head a trait common to names as such, to be at the extremity and the extenuation of sense. The same may be said, no doubt, of this name and of the name Thomas, who might be called the eponymous hero of Blancot's writing. In the story titled Thomas the Obscure, a narration in the course of which God appears and intervenes on several occasions, the name Thomas is sometimes referred to as the word Thomas. The word thoma in Greek means marvel, prodigy, miracle. As a concept, Thomas presents the miracle or mystery of the name qua name. The name God is said by Blancot, on occasion, to be too imposing. That qualification, mixed with fear or reverence, is open to two interpretations. Either this name is too imposing because it claims to impose, and impose itself, as the keystone of an entire system of sense, or else it is majestic and awesome to the degree that it reveals the non-signification of names. In the second case, this name names a sovereign power of the name that beckons, which is very different from signifying toward that absenting of sense such that no absence can come to supply a supposedly lost or rejected presence. God, then, would name neither the God subject to sense nor the negation of this in favor of another subject of sense or non-sense. God would be the name of that which or of he or of she who in the name escapes nomination to the degree that nomination can always border on sense. In this hypothesis, this name would dename names in general, while persisting in naming, that is, in calling. That which is called, and that toward which it is called, is in no regard of another order than what Blanchot designates, on occasion, the emptiness of the sky, but the appeal to this emptiness, and in it, inserts in this name a sort of ultimate punctuation though without a last word. To the abandonment of sense that also forms the truth of an abandonment to sense insofar as the latter exceeds itself. The name God would indicate or proffer that call. To the coupling of atheism with writing, Blanchot adds, in the same text and under the same title, the association of humanism and the cry. The humanism of the cry would be a humanism that abandons all idolatry of man and all anthropotheology. If it is not exactly in the register of writing, it is not in that of discourse either, but it cries out. Precisely, it cries out in the desert, Blanchot writes. It is no accident that he takes up a watchword phrase of biblical prophecy. The prophet is the one who speaks for God and of God, who announces to others the call of and recall to God. There is no motif here of any return to religion, rather, an attempt to extract for himself, out of the monotheistic heritage, its essential, and essentially non-religious, trait, the trait of an atheism or of what one might call an absenteeism, beyond all positing of an object of belief or disbelief. Almost in spite of himself, and as if at the extreme limit of his text, Blanchot did not yield on the name God, on the unacceptable name God, because he knew that it was still necessary to name the call unamable, the interminable call to innomination. Blanchot's resurrection. The theme of resurrection does not seem, on the face of it, to play a major role in Blanchot. At least it is only rarely encountered in the so-called theoretical texts. It may be more frequent in the narratives, but in them it is harder to isolate themes per esse. Yet resurrection is indissociable in that work from death and dying, with which we are more used to associating the name Blanchot. And if the phenomenon of dying is, in turn, not only indissociable from literature or writing but consubstantial with them, that is only to the degree that it is engaged in resurrection and does nothing but espouse its movement. What is that movement? That is what I will attempt to approach, while setting aside the project of reconstituting an entire economy throughout Blanchot's work, for that would be the object of an entire book. Let us be attentive to the major chord. The resurrection in question does not escape death, nor recover from it, nor dialecticize it. On the contrary, it constitutes the extremity and the truth of the phenomenon of dying. It goes into death not to pass through it but, sinking irremissibly into it, to resuscitate death itself. To resuscitate death is entirely different from resuscitating the dead. To resuscitate the dead is to bring them back to life, to bring life back where death had destroyed it. It is a prodigious, miraculous operation, which replaces the laws of nature with a supernatural power. Resuscitating death is a completely different operation, if it is an operation. At any rate it is not far from that concept surely an oeuvre, or of the order of the oeuvre in its essential dissoluvrement. But in point of fact dissoluvrement itself cannot be understood otherwise than by starting out with the resurrection of death, if, by means of the oeuvre, the word gives voice to death's intimacy. Now the resurrection of death is a rare but decisive expression in Blanchot. He may have used it only once, but in such a decisive and striking way that that sole occurrence seemed sufficient to him, being at the same time too daring not to become dangerous were he to use it repeatedly. For it is dangerous, of course, and may open up all sorts of ambiguity. Blancot knows this and is determined to avoid the risk, though not without assuming a portion of it carefully, one might even say in a delicately calculated manner. That part retains at least partially the monotheistic and, more precisely, the Christian root of the thought of resurrection. We must begin by dwelling for a moment, without forfeiting the right to return later in more detail, on this Christian source. Blancot could have silenced it, or even suppressed it entirely and replaced resurrection with some other term. We may imagine he might, for example, have used dissouvrement, over without foulement, or madness, or insomnia, reversal, or overturning, to or yet again recognition, whose movement and extravagance Christophe Bidant has taken pains to discern through up to a certain point that substitution was thinkable, and relieved him of the burden of religious connotation. But what would have been lost thereby is obvious, the immediate and manifest connection with death, the deliverance and exit from which the term resurrection expressly designates. Everything therefore seems to have happened as if it were not possible to dispense with the use of a term destined to function as a logical operator in a relationship with death, posited as essential to writing no less than in a relationship with writing, with the spoken word, the cry, the poem, posited as essential to dying or human mortality. But that is not entirely sufficient. One must take into account that which, by its very presence, cannot help but function also as the taking up of a theological motif. At this point we must extend the examination to the entirety of the theological, or, if I may hazard the expression, theomorphological given in Blancot's text. That will be for another work. I note only, on the subject of resurrection, that given becomes clear in a very singular manner in texts not far from this motif. It becomes clear through an expressly evangelical reference to a gur that may be said to be eponymous with resurrection, Lazarus in the Gospel of John. Indeed, Lazarus RST appears at the same time as the RST and perhaps sole occurrence of the expression death resurrected. This happens early on in Blancot's work. Since it appears in 1941, in the RST edition of Thomas the Obscure. For the text is retained in the second edition, yet the two sentences that precede and follow the statement that names Lazarus are moted. This shows the attention given by the author to the following sentence, whose subject is Thomas, he walked, the only true Lazarus, whose very death was resurrected. 5. Let us point out immediately that 6 lines earlier the text has these words, he appeared at the narrow gate of his sepulchre, not resurrected, but dead and having the certainty of being torn away at once from death and from life. This last sentence transforms somewhat, by lightening it, the turn of phrase of the RST edition, in which the order of words is the reverse, from life and from death. As for the lightening, it resides in the modification of this inserted modalizing clause, having suddenly, through the most pitiless of sudden blows, the feeling that he was torn away. These micrological specifications are instructive. Whereas the gate to the sepulchre continues to recall the evangelical episode as well as the name Lazarus, the state of mind of Thomas has moved from feeling to certainty, and the latter is stripped of any devastating foudroyant and spectacular qualiers. From a sort of commotion we have moved toward the affirmation of a certainty which is never, in a general sense, very far removed from the order of a Cartesian ego sum. From an overwhelming impression, Thomas has moved to a kind of dead cogito inner of death. He knows that he has been torn away as much from death as from life, hence the importance of the change in the order of the terms. Though dead, he is not plunged into the thing, death. He becomes the subject dead from having been torn away from death itself. That is also why he is not resurrected, that is, does not regain his life after having traversed death. But, while remaining dead, he advances in death, he walked, and it is death itself that is resurrected in this only true Lazarus. Death is the subject is not, or is no longer, its own subject. Such are the stakes of resurrection, neither subjectivation nor objectivation. Neither the resurrected nor the dead body but death resurrected, as if stretched out over the dead body and thus setting it upright without lifting it up. Nothing but that. Wo ich war, soll es auferstehen. 6. The other Lazarus, the one in the Gospels, is not, then, the true one. He is the character from a miraculous story, of a transgression of death by the most improbable of returns to life. Truth does not reside in such a return, it resides in the simultaneity of death and a life within it that does not come back to life, but that makes death live qua death. Or yet again, the true Lazarus lives his dying as he dies his living. So it is that he walks. The text goes on, ending the chapter, and also transforming, lightening the RST version, in which, moreover, the chapter was far from ending. He advanced, passing over the last shadows of night, losing none of his glory, covered in grass and earth, going, beneath the falling of the stars, with measured steps, with the same gait that, for men not enveloped in a shroud, marks the ascension toward the most precious point of life, that subterranean, glorious advance amid the disaster proceeds with the same gait as the one with which we go toward death. Thomas is wrapped in a shroud, just like Lazarus, while the men's walk is that of an ascension, another Christian term designating, this time, the manner of advancing peculiar to the resurrected par excellence. Thus, the distancing from the gospel is only validated by a renewed appeal to its reference. The true Lazarus is not an entirely distinct gur from the Lazarus resuscitated by Christ, by the one who says, in this same episode in John, I am the resurrection. There remains within him something of the man who was miraculously cured. But it is not exactly the miracle, it is rather the sense that the story of Thomas gives to the miraculous narrative. This sense, or this truth, is not a crossing through death, but death itself as a crossing, as transport and transformation, from itself into itself, withdrawn from its thingness, from its objective positivity of death, in order to reveal itself the most precious point of life as the extremity at which there is a turning inside out and a laying bare of life's access to that which is neither its opposite nor its beyond, nor its sublimation, but only and at the same time innately its obverse. And illumination by its darkest face, that of Thomas, the face that receives a light of shadows and is therefore able to renounce the exclusive light of possible senses. Must it be further specied? Thomas the Obscure presents us with nothing other than the story of a resurrection, and better yet, the story of the resurrection. For Thomas himself is the resurrection, following the example of Christ, another of whose utterances is recalled apropos of the death of N. 7, whereas N is the resurrected one, the dead woman whose body without consolation 8 is at the same time the presence that bestowed on death all the reality and all the existence which constituted the proof of her own nothingness 9. Thus, as the monologue of Thomas, who keeps watch over her, goes on to say, neither impalpable nor dissolved in the shadows, she imposed herself ever more strongly on the senses. 10. Now that last sentence, which impresses on the reader the affirmation of the strong physical presence of the body, must also be read in accordance with the narrator's express indication to the effect that Thomas speaks as if his thoughts had a chance of being heard. 11. And consequently, according to that orality, the plural on the senses and expression, moreover, slightly unusual in this context, becomes inaudible and is elided into a singular that is calculated to be understood, without, however, formally imposing its concept. 12. In any case, Blancat will con remit for us, the resurrection designates access to that which is beyond sense, the advance into that beyond by means of a step that goes nowhere but to the repetition of its equality. We know that writing is the trace or mark of the step, but only in that it opens onto a space in which, properly speaking, nothing has any sense yet, but toward which all that has sense returns as to its source. 13. Let us ignore, for the moment, the fact that this text from 1950 speaks a language that is somewhat distinct from the one Blancat would speak later on. The divergence is certainly not a matter of indifference, and Blancat remarked on it. 14. Without that preventing, quite to the contrary, the impressive reiteration resisment, the remarkable obstinacy of a thought across necessary variations. Thus it remains the case that the space of the resurrection, that space that deigns it and makes it possible, is the space outside of sense that precedes sense and follows it, if we accept that here anteriority and posteriority have no chronological value but designate an outside of time that is as endless as it is instantaneous, eternity in its essential subtractive value. but the remark thus made about the displacement of terms in Blancat after the period of the space of literature should open onto another inquiry. To some degree, Blancat proceeded in this way to a putting in abeyance or an interruption of the mythical register. And yet, beyond the interruption, what is it, perhaps or even surely, that insists and can only insist? This insistence is allied, in Blancat, with that of the name God, to which I turn elsewhere. 15. Life withdrawn from sense, the dying of life that constitutes its writing, not that of the writer only, but that of the reader, and, further yet, the writing of those who neither read nor write, whether they be illiterate or have renounced all learned commerce, writing, in short, deemed by the dying of a book in all books. 16. To which the following definition also applies: to write, to form in the informal and absent sense that life is life withdrawn from sense, which does not resurrect as life but resurrects death. It removes death from its advent and its event, it takes away, from the death of mortality, the dying of immortality, by which, incessantly, I know this radical retreat of sense, and thus truth itself. I know it, I share it, that is, I withdraw my death, my due date, from all property, from all presence proper. It is thus from myself that I am disengaged, and that I transform the fact of death. 17. Doubly so, death no longer befalls me as the cutting off enacted on me, but becomes the common and anonymous fate that it cannot help but be, and, in a corollary way, death resurrected, absenting me from myself and from sense, exposing me not only to the truth but exposing me at last as myself the truth, myself the dark glory of the true in act. In a subtle way, Blancat's life, whose intimately withdrawn nature made possible the affirmation and exposition of an entirely other life, a life whose declared absence involved the most insistent public presence of a life extracted from the death of objective existence and identified in the person and the work, the life of Blancat, which was thus not hidden but, on the contrary, the most published of all, was a life resurrected during his life by the very publication of his death, always at work. There is, no doubt, some ambivalence in that attitude, but its coherence and performance offer food for thought. What is certain, at any rate, is that Blancat never took his lead from any reanimation or miracle, but was able to grasp, if we can use grasp here in the sense of comprehend, at least we can use it in the sense of take, his life as dead from the outset, and thus turned around in resurrection. That there is here neither reanimation nor miracle is made clear in the text Lazare, veni foras in the space of literature. Blancat sets himself the task of describing reading as the act of accessing the work, which is hidden, radically absent perhaps, covered up in any case, obfuscated by the visibility of the book. 18. He identifies the liberating decision of reading with the Lazare, veni foras of the Gospel. 19. This identification opens in fact on a considerable shift, by which it is no longer a question of bringing a dead man back from the grave, but of seeing the tombstone itself as the presence, whose opacity is not to be dispelled but recognized and affirmed as a truth of the awaited transparency, or as obscurity, that of Thomas. Once more, qua true clarity. Now, if the operation of reading, in its revelatory capacity, can be considered a miracle, a word Blancat puts in quotation marks, indicating at once an ordinary way of saying miracle of reading and the operation carried out by Christ on Lazarus. It is only in understanding its revelation by following the lead of the stony darkness that we are also perhaps enlightened about the sense of all thaumaturgy. Blancat makes or slips in this remark in an incidental manner. Yet it is nothing less than a clarification of the sense of miracle. Thaumaturgy, this term distances itself from the evangelical miracle, pushing it in the direction of a scene of the magical or marvelous. This last term comes a few lines further on, it too with a slightly deprecative connotation. Let us note here, however, as a general point of information, that Blancat uses the name Thomas, which, treated at times as a word rather than a name in the eponymous book, does not leave off, perhaps, beckoning toward a marvel that is more marvelous, because less dazzling, than all the marvels of the gospel, or of the literature of the marvelous. In any case, the upshot is that the sense of every miracle is given in that of reading, namely, by no operation that D's nature as given, but by the dance with an invisible partner that characterizes, in sum, 20 the light reading that is not learned, which also means it is speciate a reading not permeated with devotion and quasi-religious, 21 the only reading that does not freeze the book into an object of worship cult, which can even be uncultivated in cult, and thus is open to the withdrawal of the work. The sense of the miracle is to give rise not to a sense that exceeds or subverts common sense, but only to the suspension of sense in a dance step. That image itself may bother us. It has about it something too immediately seductive not to be too facile. Yet it does suggest as best it can the relationship between lightness and gravity around which Blanchot delineates it. Indeed, he concludes, where lightness is given to us, there is no want of gravity. 22 That gravity, which is not wanting but remains unassuming, stands in opposition to the heavy gravity that zates thought on the thing, on being, on substance. It also stands in opposition, then, to the thought that is zated on the substance of death and intends to lighten it and console itself about it by the thaumaturgy of a ponderous return to life. Dancing gravity does not click its heels in the air before the grave, it experiences the stone as light, it puts or feels, in the heavy stone, the innate lightning of sense. Such is the opposition between death resurrected and the resurrection of the dead. Hence, as another text expresses it, everything happens as if, in us alone, death could be purit, internalized, and apply to its own reality that power of metamorphosis, that force of invisibility whose original profundity it is. 23 In us alone, the context makes it possible to specify that what is referred to here is not only us as human beings, but us as dead. Us alone is also us in our solitude and in our desolation of the dead, and of mortals, we of all beings the most perishable. 24 As it is said further on. In this text, devoted to Rilke, it is to the poem and its song that the light gravity of the resurrection of death has been consigned. There the spoken word, he writes, gives voice to the intimacy of death. 25 That takes place at the moment of the break, at the moment the spoken word dies. The swan song seems always to have been the basso continuo of Blanchot's texts. This means two things, which in combination make up the difficult, strange, and obstinately eating thought of resurrection. On the one hand, this song only sings, or this step only dances, at the moment of its breaking off, in the breaking of its breaking off, and it cannot do otherwise than entrust to its own dying the task of sustaining its note, of dancing its step. It must therefore be that way throughout the length of the writing. At each point it must be the case that what is exscribed from it sn excret is inscribed, and that there is nothing else to say, no ineffable, nor any return of yet another word of truth, but the cessation of speaking. But there is no reprieve from this exscription, and poetry sub philosophia is a vain word only up to the point at which it thus dies. At this point, dance or song follow no arabesque, and in a sense no longer appear. Their only contour is that of the address, an address stretched toward and entrusted to that which it, he, or she there is no possibility of reaching. As Philippe Lacoué-Labart writes apropos of another of Blanchot's texts, a sort of cadence, or which is the same thing confession. This text is quite simply entrusted, it appeals to a faith and a faithfulness. 26 Elsewhere, we will have to return to the faith that apparently is presumed by everything involving resurrection or whatever its name may be, poetry or the leveling of all names. For the moment, let us say simply that indeed dying entrusts what death in fact steals and buries beyond appeal. Dying is the appeal. On the other hand, resurrection is not simply borrowed as a convenient or provocative image from the vocabulary of the miracle. It also presents itself as a rewriting of Holy Writ, a sanctity taken from the marvelous of religion, but also taking from that marvelous a non-gullible and non-pious access to what it is no longer appropriate to call death, the reality of an unreal, but consent, the reality of a correspondence with the very real of dying. This word comes up several times in Blanchot's texts, both the ones I have cited here and others. 27 Consent, dubbed later, I believe, patience of passivity. 28 By which it is given to answer to the impossible and for the impossible, 29 Neither submits nor resigns, it grants a sense or a feeling. It agrees precisely with the sense and the feeling of the insensitive and of sense in absentia. It is nothing other than the innately simple and by that very fact infinitely renewed, infinitely reinscribable in us experience of being without essence and thus of dying. Resurrection, or let us say it in Greek, anastasis, erects dying, like the thick and heavy gravestone, like the steel on which the name of an inviolable and uninscribable identity, always ex-scripted, is inscribed. To be ultimately obliterated. That steel raised before the void and devoid of any beyond, without consolation, comforting, with all of its mass, a grief already born very far from itself and from lamentation. An infinitesimal, unassuming, and insistent lightness, which constitutes the consenting of. This consent to the insensate. Whoever does it or writes it, if writing is the name, as inconsistent as any other, but inevitable as much so as poetry or sanctity, of the refusal of all belief in a consistency foreign to the world. The consent to resurrection consents primarily to the refusal of belief, just as faith denies and rules out that same belief. But in reality belief is never believable, and always within us some obscure something or someone knew it for us. Always this presentiment of the absolutely unbelievable, defying beyond appeal all credulity and entrusting itself, absolutely, has carefully prepared for us the cul-de-sac of consent. If consent, or resurrection, the raising that erects death within death like a living death, obtains within writing, or literature, that means that literature can stand the cessation or the dissipation of sense. Literature, here, does not mean the literary genre, but any sort of saying, shouting, praying, laughing, or sobbing that holds as one holds a note or a chord that innate suspension of sense. It is understandable that this holding or sustaining has more to do with ethics than aesthetics, but in the end it eludes and undoes these categories as well. It may be said yet otherwise, to the extent that these categories belong to philosophy, they also make us aware that philosophical onto theology practices embalming, or metempsychosis, or the escape of the soul but never resurrection. Thus metaphysical practices always designate a forward march, the future of a renaissance, a kind of possible and of power, whereas literature only writes the present of what has always already happened to us, that is, the impossible into which our being consists in disappearing. Consolation, desolation. In the preface he wrote for the volume entitled Chaque fois unique, La Fin du Monde, each time unique, the end of the world, one a collection of memorial addresses, Jacques Derrida emphasizes how much the adieu should salute nothing other than the necessity of a possible non-return, the end of the world as the end of any resurrection. In other words, the adieu should in no way signify a rendezvous with God but, on the contrary, a denitive leave-taking, an irremissible abandonment, as much an abandonment of the deceased other to his effacement as an abandonment of the survivor to the rigorous privation of all hope in some kind of afterlife, whether that of the other or indeed, ultimately, of the survivor himself, who salute the other, whom another will salute, some other day. This necessity is tied to that according to which we must recognize, in each death, the end of the world, and not simply the end of a world, not a momentary interruption in the chain of possible worlds, but rather the annihilation with neither reserve nor compensation of the sole and unique world, which makes each living being a single and unique one. We must say adieu without return, in the implacable certainty that the other will not turn back, will never return. A salutation salad worthy of the name rejects all salvation. It salutes the absolute absence of salvation, il salue l'absence absoluta salad, or, again, it forgoes salvation salad in advance, as Derrida wrote already in Le Toucher Jean-Luc Nancy. 2. Just as he then addressed that salute to me, that salute dismissing salvation, he again directs to me the monition of this book of adieu. He speeches, in effect, that resurrection must be refused, not only in the usual sense, which imagines bodies that have come back to life get up and walk about, but even in the sense of anastasis of which Jean-Luc Nancy speaks. 3. In effect, the latter continues to console, were this with the rigor of a certain cruelty. It postulates both the existence of some God and that the end of one world may not be the end of the world. 1. I would like, in turn, to salute this salute and not reject the rejection it carries, but rather attempt to clarify it differently, so far as it is possible to bring whatever light there might be to this material, and so far as it is not necessary to the contrary to abide with it with eyes closed, tentatively and obstinately closed, to everything that is not related to a night and a sleep without tomorrows and awakenings. Eyes open, consequently, to the night, in the night, and as themselves nocturnal, eyes that see the end of the world, not represented before them, but unleashing in them the collapse of the vision and touch of the night itself. Night against eyes like other eyes, which would arrest and drown in them all possibility of vision, of intentionality, of direction, orientation, and recourse outside the ado without return. If my salutation is to be worthy of its name, it must salute without salvation, but it must salute. The noun salut denotes address, invitation, or injunction with a view to being safe. Safe, salvus, is that which remains whole, unscathed, intact. What is safe is thus not the saved, separated from the injury or the pollution that had touched it, rather it is that, or that one, he, that one, she, which remains intact, out of reach that which has never been touched. In this way the dead carry off with them, as we say, the unique and sole world each of them was. They carry off, this way, the entire world, for never is the world a world if not unique, alone, and wholly intact. Solus, salvus, there is salvation only of the soul, the single, yet the soul or single is the desolate par excellence, devastated, deserted, given over to a total isolation, desolari. No more than the word consolation has anything but assonance with the word desolation, solar, comforting, is foreign to solus, no more can there be a consolation for desolation, if consoling sines soothing the pain, restoring a possible, retrieving the presence and the life of those who are dead. Everything must, on the contrary, console in the sense of fortifying the desolation, of making its harshness inexorable and untouchable. Touching the intact, this is what death offers us, and that means that the deceased disappears in the absolute isolation of his or her untouchable death, while the living one who salutes him or her stays on this side, which no other side confronts, for there is no shore on which to land, and no possible contact, neither sensible, nor intelligible, nor imaginary, with the intact. It is precisely this that the salutation salutes. The salutation touches the untouchable in the form of an address that conremes, to itself, its disappearance, which gives back to itself in some way its foreclosed absence, and the world in it that is over. To say adieu, Derrida said it in his Adieu to Levinas, for is to call him by his name, to call his name. The salutation salutes the other in the untouchable intactness of his or her unsignifying propriety or ownness, his or her name plunged henceforth into the non-significance which is that of the proper name and, through it or in it, each time that of the world as a whole. Saluting the name nom and the no non placed upon that name, the salutation desolates it as it desolates itself. I am alone, each time absolutely alone before this isolation of the other facing, which, properly speaking, I can no more stand than I can touch it without inching or failing, deprived of this very sense and, in it, of all sense. It remains none the less true that the salutation salutes, and that in so doing, in doing nothing, moreover, in producing nothing, only desolating, it addresses and invokes, it calls, it announces even again, or really for the rst time, it convokes, it declares, and it proclaims something more precisely, someone. In this, whatever it might want and whatever it might claim to do, it cannot fail to console others, and itself. It fortes the desolation, and this confortation, which crushes it and leaves it without a voice, is none the less that, and is all the more so the failing that opens in desolation the passage for a voice of its salute to what will not let itself be saluted. 16 times modulated for 16 deceased ones, Derrida's salutation, elsewhere, other salutations, each time that someone is there to say adieu, and we know what a frightful sadness reigns when there is no one, and we know with revulsed knowledge what horror stretches out there where the tomb itself is refused, and with it any salvation, the tomb that is the monument to salvation. Derrida's salutation still saves no matter what. It saves nothing from the abyss, but it salutes the abyss saved. Now the abyss thus preserved, desolate and declared in its desolation, the abyss impossible to reseal just as it is impossible to sound, gives to salutation the dignity strange, unbearable, in tears of the world that collapses. At the same time, the salutation gives the ruined world monde abîme its dignity as world. To the proper name deprived of sense it gives the totality of sense. The unvariable and manifest truth that the world, each time, means to say. 2. What Anastasis would designate in the essay I wrote to deconstruct it or to turn around its value, understood as resurrection 5 is nothing other than redress, Anastasis, this raising up set levy, and not a sursumption or a relay releve, 6 of ruined sense like a truth cast forth, appealed to, announced, and saluted. Truth cannot but be saluted, each time, and never saved, for there is nothing to save, nothing to carry back up from the depths of the death rien a remonter du tréfonds du trépas, yet even that is saluted, hailed, each time, in the funeral oration, which is not an ornament but a necessary element of the structure or event called dying. Through this oration, through this salutation, death, this supposed entity, thing, or subject, that to which Hegel concedes the name on the soul. Condition that if we would thus name this nothingness nds itself saluted qua the dying proper to this one or that one, to him or her who was here or there, who was the world here or there, and who is no more nor shall be anywhere, at any time. In his dying, each one is saluted for himself to the entire degree to which this himself is desolate, intact, and no more comes back to himself than he comes back to us or will come back to us. Not coming back, lying dead, he stands aright, stands anew in a saluted truth. This salutation affects no surreptitious return. If desolation consoles in this way, as little reassuring as it is perfectly uncontestable, then this is not by way of some dialectical machination that would convert the loss into a gain. It is not through the fantastic operation that religion appears to contrive in order to seize hold of a credulity ready and quick to gobble up salvation. In religion itself, it is not sure that the representation of salvation plays, in the null instance, the consoling role that we believe, perhaps a bit quickly, we are able to lend it, like the effect of an illusion. It would certainly not be aberrant to think that a true believer has never died nor watched another die, childishly imagining an unbroken passage toward another world just like this one, only exempt from suffering. Assuredly, religions, like metaphysics, never cease promoting a salvic, beguiling and reassuring consolation. Nevertheless, God or the other world manifestly never names a continuity, and still less the continuation of this world across some furtive passage. The tomb is not a passage, it is a non-site that shelters an absence. Faith never consists, and this, no doubt, in any religious form, in making oneself believe something in the way that one might convince oneself that tomorrow one will be happy. Faith can only consist, by definition, in addressing what comes to pass, and it annihilates every belief, every reckoning, every economy, and any salvation. As the mystics knew, without attaching any exaltation to this, faith consists in addressing or in being addressed to the other of the world, which is not an other world except in the sense of being other than the world, the one that each time comes to an end without remission. God designates but that alterity in which the alteration of the world, of the whole world, makes itself absolute, without appeal, without recall. And it is the without appeal that calls and recalls, each time, through the address to the deceased. This address is salutation. It is too contemptuous to represent humanity to oneself as though the immense majority of our peers, and we should no doubt extrapolate, varying our terms somewhat, to include animals, passed their lives or their deaths, whichever you prefer, misunderstanding more or less consciously, more or less unconsciously, the intractable real that is dying. In a more subtle way, an innately more dignified way, everyone knows something of the nescience du non-savoir that befalls him and forbids him, with an extreme rigor, to claim to appropriate any part whatsoever of an object called death, since such an object remains without consistency. In truth, it is death that is fantastic, whereas the subject who dies and he who, in saluting him, addresses him where no address can reach, these two salute each other without saving each other. They share the anastasis, whose elevation and rectitude cuts perpendicularly across the unsublatable recumbency of the body in the dust. There is no return, no rebirth, no reviviscence. But there is resurrection in the sense of the raising of a salute, of an adieu. The departure is its own announcement, it reveals nothing, it leads to no secret, it affects neither thaumaturgy nor transcuration. In a sense, there is nothing to say about this last saying, about this oration in which glimmers only the salutation, the time of a few words in a sob, in a ash of blackness. The oratio is discourse or prayer, it is discourse qua prayer. Prayer is neither demand nor a trafficking of inions, it is supplication as well as praise. It is supplicating praise, at once, and each time, prayer celebrates and deplores, it demands a remission and declares what is irremissible. This is what discourse becomes when the world, liquidated, no longer allows us to link together the slightest signification. At that moment, and each time, prayer without expectation and without effects makes up the anastasis of the discourse, the salute stands and addresses ets address at the precise point where there remains nothing to be said. It is unbearable, how not to bow before the fact that the living never cease bearing this and saluting it, making it even, in the null analysis, their reason for living, the only absolutely unimpeachable factum rationis, and the unthinkable without which none would die, that is, without which none would live. Who then would live, ultimately, without practicing, albeit without knowing it, what I am here designating with a citation extracted by force and placed out of context, a hymn, an encomium, a prayer turned toward the other of the present life within life itself, an imploration for surrection, for resurrection, 7 such that it is this itself, this imploration, that is the resurrection. Who then, after all, evoked a music, if not music itself, thanks to which the myself, dead but raised up by this music, by the unique coming of this music, here and now, in a single movement, the myself would die in saying yes to death and would thereby resuscitate, saying to itself, I am reborn, but not without dying, I come back to life posthumously, the same ecstasy uniting in itself a death without return and resurrection, death and birth, the desperate salute of the adieu without return and without salvation, without redemption but a salute to the life of the other living in the secret sign and the exuberant silence of a superabundant life 8 who then, if not Derrida, the same or an other. And what is a superabundant life if not life tout court? Yes, in all its brevity, inasmuch as it exceeds all that we could recognize and salute, inasmuch as it exceeds itself and it dies, thereby condemning and giving us over in zse conant et nous conant to superabundance and exuberance. Exuberance is none other than the exactitude of life when existence surrenders to it. Exactitude is a word that he generously credited me with having resuscitated. 9 This would accord too much thaumaturgy to a simple lexical trope. But let us say, simply, that without supposing God or salvation, we never lack, dead or alive, a language by which eternally, immortally, to salute ourselves, the one the other, the ones and the others. Such a salute, without saving us, at least touches us and, in touching us, gives rise to suscite that strange turmoil of crossing through life for nothing but not exactly in a pure loss. On a divine wink. 1. In number 44 of a text he titled, with a philosophical wink, Faith and Knowledge, a title that is subtitled, with another wink, The Two Sources of Religion at the Limits of Reason Alone, a wink that could be considered double or triple if we recked that at the limits constitutes a malicious, in the strong sense, and thus perverting allusion to within the limits in that number 44, Derrida alludes to a wink, or makes a gesture in its direction that is as vague as it is precise. As the oxymoron of all winks must be. It is a theological wink, or rather, a theophanic one, since it is precisely a question, in that wink, of not speaking, which doubtless carries us immediately, in the twinkling of an eye, to the limits of logi alone, whatever its prex or pretext. Indeed, he quotes Heidegger apropos of the last God, his occurring is found in the sign, I'm wink, in the onset and absence of an arrival, dem Anfall and Ausbleibder Ankenfeet, as well as in the id of the gods that are past and their hidden metamorphosis. One at least provisionally, I designate the German word wink as Klein die wink of an eye. To this word is kept, in parenthesis, in German. In this translation Derrida cites one by J.F. Coubertin. It is not the only instance of German here, since it is followed by an entire German phrase. Nevertheless, this word captures our interest, we must retain and observe it, for two reasons. First, a more extended analysis of the entire sentence. And its context in Heidegger would demonstrate that the terms in apposition to wink, namely, the onset and the absence of an arrival, i.e., of the last God, and the id of the gods that are past and their metamorphosis are, in truth, less appositions than explications of the wink. That analysis will be carried out later, but I anticipate its result. Second, mention of the word wink imposes itself on the translator, whoever he or she may be, in a far more imperious, dare I say sovereign, way than does mention of the other terms. Wink, properly speaking, is untranslatable. In a conceptual context, and where the use of the French word signe sign is clearly unavoidable, it is the translator's duty to point out the presence of this irreducible word. Klein die, an expression to which we shall return, would introduce other connotations just as suspect, and of an order more fraught or more carefree than that of signe understood in the sense of Zeichen, of signifying sign, of sense to say precisely, because that is not what is involved here. In a general sense, the mention of a word in the original language, as, example to stick to German, the words Witz or Wesen, indicates that the word chosen as an equivalent translates the original one poorly or inappropriately. Thus the translator informs us of the impropriety, warns us of it, without going into all the intentions, implications, and idiomatic innuendos. When the translator must, or wants to, avoid an explanatory and hermeneutic note on the untranslatable that thus remains untranslated, a note that quite often would run the risk of becoming a philological, philosophical or, in my case, theological compendium, the translator must be satisfied with a gesture that does not produce sense but indicates, on the contrary, the proximity of a sense that is other, a sense that does not mean in the language into which the text is being translated, a sense that does not succeed in sense from one language to another. A sense whose arrival is suspended between its onset and its absence, to return to our original motif. Now it is quite true that the general situation of translation is to be subject to the double postulate in the form of the double bind 3 of an integral signability and a residual insignability, which turns out also to be originary, an exception that makes the rule, since it exposes and imposes the irreducibility of the language, its idiosyncrasy, without which there would be no need for translation nor any languages, for that matter. To this consideration of the mention of wink, that is, a consideration intended to open up a passage toward the thing or the role that is essentially deployed in this word and to which Derrida alludes here, two scholia should be added. 1. The translator's gesture, indicating that the word is improperly translated, is itself a wink, that is, a sign, the term used in place of a translation, in the sense of a signal, a warning, a portent inter signia, as one used to say not so long ago. It is an indication given at once from afar and in passing, without explanation, without any true sense, evasive as to sense but specific as to direction. Pay attention to this area. This should be translated differently, but later, or elsewhere, for the moment, we'll put this word on hold awaiting its own true sense. We will return to this question. The wink is a sign of awaiting, or of putting expectation in the position of a sign. It is suspended between hope and disappointment. We must await its interpretation, but that waiting is, in itself, already immobilization, and its mobility or motility is more important than its null interpretation. The most current model of the wink, model in the sense of example or of modalization, is given in the Klein-D-Y. A wink is always to be translated, but at the same time it has already gone beyond its translation by its gesture. It has jumped in one bound, in the twinkling of an eye, beyond the sense it has prompted us to await. It is still, it will always be, to be translated. It will not have its own fully accomplished, determined, saturated sense. The wink and the word wink, for the French translator, but also, in the null analysis, for the German reader, appropriates the impropriety constitutive of a sense that is defective or excessive, label, evasive, elusive, or deferred. As I write deferred, I add here, in parentheses, a word that is all the less translatable for not being a word, difference. 2. The exception of the untranslatable constitutes the law of translation. The latter's logic is a transportation of sense made possible by a general law of language, according to which a sense can be said in multiple languages langues, but entailing the fact that some sense, if not the sense, refuses or eludes that possibility. That retention or subtraction appears in exceptions, in the form of such and such a word, wink, or wits or wesson, but these exceptions reveal the truth of the language lang, that is, the retreat of the idiomatic this side of or beyond the law of sense. Where there is exception, there is sovereignty. What is sovereign is the idiom that declares itself to be untranslatable. And as we know, in the end it declares itself such in all of its words and all of its turns of phrase. Each signier in a language signies and winked at the same time. There is always excess, lack, or curvature of sense. Winken is, in fact, rst and foremost to curve or bow, to angle, vacillate, wobble, list. I speak here of the Klein-Amen of sense without which there would be no languages, but only characteristics. I speak of the Klein-Amen, which creates a world of sense, while hinting at its truth in nonsense. Sovereign is the translator who decides to suspend the translation, leaving instead the word in the original. Equally sovereign, moreover, is the translator who, taking it to the next level, decides in favor of a solution by equivalence, as we say, or by periphrasis, analogy, or some other procedure. But the latter's decision, too, consists in leaving the order of signification proper, if there is such an order, for a different one, that of sense in the sense in which each language is a world of sense, and in which translation jumps from world to world by winks, with neither instruments nor passageways. From the genius of one language to that of another there can be nothing but winks, blinks, and scintillations in the universe of sense, in which truth is the black hole into which all these glimmers are absorbed. Sovereign here is thus, as in the state, he who appropriates the absence of ownership, of a suitable foundation, an available code, of guaranteed attribution and secure presence. Thus it is that we can establish, on the one hand, that the wink is sovereign, and on the other, correlatively, that the sovereign winked, as it can be expressed in German, a language in which it is impossible, however, to adequately render sovereign. Herrschaftsbereich de winks is an expression used by Heidegger 3 lines further on the same text. The fact is, a wink departs from the established order of communication and signification by opening up a zone of illusion and suggestion, a free space for invitation, address, seduction, or waywardness. But that departure beckons toward the ultimate sense of sense, or the truth of sense. Here, sovereignly, sense excludes itself from sense, such is the wink's monition. But the fact is also, correlatively, that the sovereign winked. Nothing is more specifically characteristic of sovereign majesty than the frown, the wink, the expression said to be imperceptible, the reply to which is called a sign of complicity signa de intelligence, in the sense that, in that complicity, connivance precedes and exceeds understanding, in the sense that complicity has already understood whatever it is that has not been openly offered up to the understanding, but is expected. The wink opens an expectation at the same time as an impatience to which the decision to understand without waiting, in the twinkling of an eye, responds. 4. 2. To return to this topic for a moment, just as the mention of the word wink is a sovereign gesture on the translator's part, so this gesture confers upon the German word a sovereignty whose ambivalence is immediately obvious. It is a composite of a subtraction of sense and an access of, or to, literalness, according to one of those privileges regularly invoked by the Kratilism and the idiomaticity that are irresistible to philosophers, and of which Hegel's Aufheben is the most outstanding example. It is by being untranslatable that the wink takes on its, un or hyper, signifying charge. And it is by being noted, not translated, by the philosopher-translator that it acquires the force of a concept or thought. We may even note in passing the following remark: all the interrogations of the difference, with or without a, between philosophy and literature can be reactivated and deployed on the basis of the simple fact that a literary translator does not normally mention the terms used in the text being translated. Literature loses the sense essentially, while philosophy thematises the sense to the point of excess, to the point of an incalculable exceeding that approaches literary expenditure. Here, in this text by Heidegger to which we are led back by its translation, it is a philosophical sovereignty that is invested in the wink, 5, that is, a position in excess of sense, and, consequently, of truth. I could show, by appealing to the entire context of the Beitrage, that this word receives no sense more determinate than that of its current value in German. No conceptual work is performed on the regime of sense and signification designated by this sign. All one can say is that the wink is regularly associated with several variants of the expression mentioned by Coubertin and Derrida, Anfall und Ausbleib Enkenfeed, an expression that is itself cumbersome to translate and that designates the double nature of sudden surge and sustained absence of, or in, the arrival of the last god, as well as in the aid of the gods prior to him, as the rest of the sentence goes on to say, which repeats nearly word for word a sentence from the preceding paragraph. Without exploring in greater depth what is at stake in this context, but in order to give a general sense of the approach, I will just say that the wink has its concept, or quasi-concept, its insight, by and in its association with what Heidegger also calls, in these pages, Vorbegang, passage, with the force of in passing, or, earlier in the same book, Blickbahn, 6, a rare term with the sense literally of pathway of the look and bringing together the values of perspective and glance. The wink, here, in its function of sign or divine signal of God signal, one would have to murmur is identified as fugitiveness, as the beating of the instant according to which what arrives leaves and, in leaving, a word French can use here in a double sense, 7 remains absent, remains outside its own arrival, while in the midst of or through this throbbing there is launched the glance that gives, and or, receives the signal. The privilege of wink consists, in short, in the fact that its sense is spent in the passage immediately stolen away, in the hint suddenly hidden of a sense that vanishes, and whose truth consists in vanishing. This, then, is why the essence of the wink, an expression used in 255, is analyzed or determined no further than as the batting or twinkling that harbors, hidden within itself, what the same text expresses as the secret of the unity of the most intimate approach in extreme distance. Writing these words, can Heidegger not sense some evanescent allusion to Augustine's Deus interior intimo meo, superior sumo meo? 8. I leave this question open for debate. Ambivalence, ambiguity, oxymoron, wits as the affinity of opposites, Aufhebung, or even why not, the meeting of wits with Aufhebung, and of the wink with the speculative, such is the character of the wink as outside signification, which confers on it, in the original text, as in its mention maintained by its translators, this sovereign privilege that prompts Heidegger to write, in the same place, that it is a question of the onset and absence of the coming and ide of the gods and of their sovereignty Herrschaftsstaat. Ambivalence is constitutive of sovereignty, it combines absolute power and excess over legality, which necessarily belong together. According to the formula of Carl Schmitt, law suspends itself in the sovereign act. In order to be all-powerful, omnipotence must extend to a point no power precedes, founds, or dominates. In order to be absolute, power must absolutize itself, that is, absolve itself from any tie or responsibility other than that of being answerable for itself and self-authorizing. Hence this omnipotence is absolutely not of the order of power in the sense of potentiality. It is not dunamis but energia, an efficacious act that precedes all possibility, a reality of power that cannot simply be equated with a brutality ignorant of laws, since it is the laws, the juridical construction as such, that must not know the arcane secret of their unfounded foundation. 9. If ownership is always de jure and never just de facto, if property, whether as sense or estate, wealth, consciousness, or body, is only such by the mediation of a right that signs and guarantees a grounded and exclusive ownership, then the sovereign exerts he actualizes and enacts, in the juridical sense of the term, an unmediated ownership that falls short of or exceeds any appropriation. That is why he winked, he set something in motion by means of a signal, instead of and before establishing it within a signification. The sovereign opens up possible sense, just as much as he closes off or suspends already available senses. That is why there is, in the wink or in winken to wink, an energy that its sign per se does not possess. And that is why, denotatively, a winken accompanies all bedouten to mean, all intending of sense vulwardier and sending of signals fair signa, which, unaccompanied by it, would not have the power to send a signal or, consequently, the power of its own willing vulvar, or its own doing fair. There is in sense an active power that arises at the moment of the signifying act and that, in terms of sense, goes beyond it and gives way to it at the same time. The wink triggers, it acts and it activates a play of forces on the sly or in counterpoint to the sense. A wink, as we are well aware, can trigger the greatest of surprises, release an incongruous desire, disrupt the norm, just as it can confer favor or disfavor at the whim of the prince, whose gracious majesty is majestic precisely in proportion to his sovereign power to dispense favor or disfavor, a power whose specificity can be seen in that its omnipotence is exerted not only by, but in the blink of an eye. The rapidity of the wink engages the efficacy of presence in the very blinking of its passing instant. 3. At this moment I happen upon another passage by Derrida, the passage in a much earlier text in which he wrote, picking up on a passage from Husserl, as soon as we admit this continuity of the now and the not now, perception and non-perception, in the zone of non-primordiality common to primordial impression and primordial retention, we admit the other into the self-identity of the Augenblick, non-presence and non-evidence are admitted into the blink of the instant. There is a duration to the blink, and it closes the eye. This alterity is in fact the condition for presence. 10. As we see, this is not just any passage. At issue here are structure and movement, the wink as the structure of differentiae, whose motif, or motivation is in the process of moving Derrida toward what always motivated him, the absenting of presence at the heart of its present and its presentation, and, correlatively, the spreading open of the sign at the heart of its relation to itself, and then the hollowing out of a non-signifying passage at the heart or joint of the sign. The wink gives us the structure of differentiae, and more than the structure, it gives us its excess or lack of signification. It is neither a word nor a concept, as Derrida will later say, and it makes its eclipse shine forth. It suspends the present instant for an instant, for the time of a furtive duration during which onto chronology is suspended. We could follow in Derrida the destinies of the wink intertwined with those of differentiae, in which the twinkles, scintillates, or winked. In 1986, for example, in Perig's the wink is introduced to qualify another decisive element, the supplementary characteristic that qualies the genre of a work of art or of a text, the characteristic that itself belongs to no genre and that belongs without belonging, in such a way that the without, here, appears as but the time without time of a wink. 11. We could, no doubt, let ourselves be guided by the hypothesis that the wink always gives the modality of donation of a supplementary or excessive truth. Similarly, we could follow, in Heidegger, the pathways of the wink. But my purpose lies elsewhere. As the reader will have understood, what concerns me, and what in my opinion should concern us in a necessary, or even imperious, sovereign, manner, is the relationship that must be discerned between this A and the wink of the last God. Need I say it? Not only am I not attempting to theologize difference, which would be difficult, since it is clearly from the God of onto theology that presence is being unsealed or removed, I am not trying theologize the last God, whose nature or essence, whose Wesen or Götterung, as Heidegger writes, I do not believe to be theological. It is not theist, in any event, and the same 256 makes a point of rejecting all the theisms as being allied with metaphysics and Judeo-Christian apologetics, the fact that Heidegger bypasses, intentionally or otherwise, another dimension of Judeo-Christian faith and not apologetics, and that he either ignores or is unaware of what, within that faith, involves a destruction of theology is another question, which will have to be taken up elsewhere. The idea is not, therefore, to theologize but to discern what is divine in the wink as different, radically different from theos, and at the same time as irremediably deferring its theological being. In other words, and consequently, it is a matter of discerning even if by winking a divine trait in difference and yet in so doing to behave quite the opposite of what has accusingly been called a theological turn in phenomenology 12. This is, above all, because it is not a question of phenomenology. As I will show, with the wink and the A that winked, phenomenology goes to the end of its own reversal. Not only does appearing become that of the non-apparent which was already accomplished, but the whole problematics of non-appearing opens the way for a dynamics of passing by, of the Vorbegang of the Augenblick. 13. The question is no longer one of being or of appearing, and it is no longer a question. There emerges an affirmation of passing by, that is, of the passer-by. Not being and the individual being, 14, but the individual being and the passer-by. But let us resume. The écart of the wink, the lapse of its instant, the interval at once opened and closed, and, as it were, the self-sameness of the present, like the self-sameness of time itself, which does not pass in its incessant passing, and thus the identity to itself grasped in that other to A that relates it to itself. That is what the of difference makes scintillate, and what is made to scintillate by it by the supplement of a grave accent. The affair is in fact grave, there is nothing more serious. Scintiller, Klingnoter, these are the values of the English forms to twinkle and to blink, while in German ein Winker is a blinker Klingnotant dot. With and without the accent, positing and eclipsing in turn all the directional value of the ad, just as the value of the zu must be in sensum tod, in the being toward death, that is, in the being qua being in passing the forms simultaneously the presence adherence and expectation toward itself. It presents them and retains them. This is what the wink does, that winked zu and winktub, that winked uns zu dem von woer sich uns zutrugt. If I may allow myself to rearrange another passage from Heidegger 15, it motions to attract, to brush aside, it motions us toward the place from which it came toward us. This is about access to the presence whose threshold, lapse, or wink. Klin 16 opens the gap of the present's own self-presentation. That access is formed, then, in excess of itself, or else in lack. Appropriation appropriates presence to itself by this wink, by this inclination that, in inclining the same toward, zu, the same, even in order to incline itself in this way, to give it that narcissistic inclination, separates itself from itself, renders itself absent and differentiates itself into the other. The wink stretches and curves the punctuality of the identical and the patent evidence of truth. The complicity of the wink, of difference and the wink, is played out in this Klin Amen, in this batting and dynamic diagonal in the midst of the vertical fall of sense, falling innately back upon itself. 17. It thus signals sense, it signals the proper signification of sense, its terminal truth, by way of a relation analogous to that which connects the moral law to Kantian freedom, a ratio conoscendi intersecting a ratio essendi, which responds to it, but without the former being in a position to unveil the latter. It is ratio itself ipsa ratio ultima et sufficiens, sovereign reason that is curved, discord, not coinciding with itself. The fact is, and I insist on clarifying this point, that this Kantian arrangement does not offer us a simple analogy, or if it does so, it is an analogia indis, it is a question of the same thing, just as it would be if we were to consider the relation between the singular and the absolute in Hegel. It is always the slant cline of the other in the same, which metaphysics never stops declining according to a ruse of reason that thus passes behind reason's own back and from there, winks at us. 4. There is, then, but there is in the most matter-of-fact, chronological way, in the sense of es gibt and of that happens, that comes to pass, and that passes, there is a sovereign gesture 18 that signals a literal sense's own non-return to self. Difference is not a concept because it does not signify but only motions, because it is, or rather makes, a gesture. And because it makes rather than is, its gesture is that of one who passes by. 19 So it is that, willy-nilly, whether inclined by an evil genius or not, Derrida will have, according to this future perfect he favors as the tense of difference, by a parenthesis of untranslatability, wink toward the wink from difference. From difference, since the passage in which the wink is cited concerns the future or the absence of a future, Levinas and Heidegger place side by side as the double gur of the God who comes and the God who passes, and almost, if I may extrapolate, as two gates of passing, toward presence and toward absence, zio and ab or a with an accent, and a without one. As if Derrida were winking in putting them before us side by side, zio and of the one for the other, the one with the other, apud, add in a proximity that dominates the infinitesimal calculus of the touch, the derivative of the difference with and without a. In denouncing the sense of the sign that they are not, but that they make, in withdrawing truth from a present in favor of a ends that exceeds being, in favor of a presense always shaken by a beating that separates it from itself, the wink and difference engage one another in a sort of co-designation or co-appropriation of what, exceeding sense, must signal that very exceeding. What the passing designates is not something situated beyond being, or, in consequence, beyond the individual being, the being of which is merely being. It is not the sense of the other or of an other, but the other of sense and an other sense, an always other sense that begins freely if freedom consists in the beginning, and not in the completion, of a new series of events, a new sending back and forth of sense. This inaugural and never terminal freedom accedes to that excess of sense which is its sense, which is to say also the sense of being as if to a climax, a supreme or a sublime that we cannot, and this is precisely the point, call supreme being, and that corresponds rather to the suspension of the supreme or of the foundation by which sovereignty declares itself. Now, if the sovereign is not the omnipotent or the supreme being, that is, if there is no extremity of being but only the existence in which it founders, then the access in question cannot consist in accession to the end of a process, no more in the ontological proof than in the authorized attestation of some witness of God, martyr, prophet, or mystic. But access comes and withdraws. It comes in passing, in withdrawing. Such is the passage, the Vorbegang. But this passage cannot be the passage of the God, either. If the God winked and is not, if he is not even the non-being of being, or its withdrawal, since there is no such thing to be, it is because he only motions toward, about, and from a distance that there is no such thing. No such thing as the supreme being or the supreme entity, and nothing of the sort, absolutely, nothing that can properly exhaust, mean, the suchness talite or the quality, nothing that is properly in and unto itself. The God is therefore not the designated but only the designating, the making a sign. There is no passage of the God, but this is the passing of the passage of whoever makes a sign. The passage of the one passing by whose coming becomes more distant in the instant makes the gesture that hails from afar and that at the same time puts the distant itself at a distance, the ever-renewed distancing of the other in being, and of the absent in the present. 5. Why must this passerby be named God? Why must the wink and difference be declared divine? This is indeed the crucial question. It is obvious that one cannot answer by showing how winken and differ would be the attributes of God or of the God, since what is proper to the divine itself would have to have been presupposed. We must, on the contrary, establish the divine nature of both gestures by a transcendental deduction. The last God, Heidegger's species, is not to be understood in the sense of the last in a series, or not only so, for it does correspond to a turning point in history, after which there are no more gods. It is last in the sense of extreme, and that extremity, being the extremity of the divine, delivers the divine from itself in both senses of the expression. It frees it from the theological and disengages it from its own gesture. What one should probably understand from this is that the God is gesture, neither being nor a being, but gesture in the direction of the inappropriable being of beings, an appropriation that Heidegger names Aranis, whose analysis will have to begin by noting that it is toward the Aranis that the wink winked, and within it that difference differs, and that it consists, perhaps, in nothing but a wink. Whether or not it is necessary to speak of a God is uncertain. Be he last, rst, or whatever, nothing confers apodictic evidence upon the use of this noun if it is a noun, and if so, of what sort? Common. If so, common to what class or what type of being? Proper. But to whom or about whom? Here one can only lie in wait and hope to take by surprise the eventuality that this word, God, will turn out to be appropriate to designate the inappropriation of the wink. Could we not say, in a preliminary way, that the word or name God cannot be said without some form of a wink or blink of the eyes? When we say God, whether we believe in him or not, as they say, we also declare, in one way or another, that we cannot signify properly or without remainder what we are saying or whom we so name. Only when reduced to the principle of supreme being does God have a sense, but then he no longer needs his name, and this is what is announced by saying, proclaiming, and shouting that God is dead, but the name God does not die with that supreme being. And that should perhaps make us decide to consider it a proper name. A proper name does not die. What's more, the only thing proper to it is immortality. This proper name, God, insists, as if it should be the name that remains in the vacancy left by that individual being, in the vacant heart of sovereignty, and in this sense, as the last God. But that expression would then mean that God is always the last, the name of the last extremity of all names and all senses. The name, therefore, for an excess and an absence of sense that would not allow this noun to be properly meaningful, would on the contrary demand that it name the unamiable non-meaningful. I have said that this disposition is valid for all, believers or non-believers, theists or atheists, by which it will be seen, moreover, that if it is simple and necessary to be an atheist, it is not so necessary to be without God. Whatever the unamiable non-meaningful may be, the retreat of being into its difference, the bearer of the name, signals it. And perhaps all bearers of a name signal it. Perhaps God is present/absent at the heart of every name. We shall have to return to this point. It signals the unamiable non-meaningful without signifying it. It signals it in passing, since it cannot be stabilized in a presence. He who signals in passing is the passer himself. The passer passes, and in order to pass, is someone. Someone who passes, is but the tread of the passing, not a being who would have passing as an attribute. One should not speak, Heidegger himself should not, of the passing of the God, but God is in the passing. God is the passerby and the step of the passerby. This step is his gesture, which, in passing, winked and differentiates itself from itself. The step negates itself and carries itself away, writes Derrida, interpreting playing Blanquet. 20. Someone who passes, his unity and the truth of that unity are in the passing. The unity is that of the step, and consequently that of the wink, which forms a different step, a different beat, a different syncope. It is someone who is not a subject, or is only one with the proviso that he only exists, and it is, in fact, a question of existing, step by step, singularly step by step. But it is someone, it is who and not what. That is the RST reason to name it. The name God does not answer the question what, but neither does it answer the question who. It signals this, that there is no question who. Unless it is a question that comes down to what, as when in asking who are you, one wants to obtain a true, substantive identity, not different from itself in itself. The name God or some name of God, whatever it may be, or that way of saying the God of someone, the God of Akhenaten, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, the God of Jesus Christ, the God of Muhammad, and also my God, the God of myself, a God in each case mine, etwain gemain Godaruung. The last God would also designate the extremity at which the name God expires, in that my God, in my utterance of a difference that is incommensurable and inappropriable in me to me, and to whomever. It is, moreover, for this reason that difference is neither a word, nor a concept, it is a calling from one toward the other, from one to the other, the calling of a thought to itself as to the unthinkable that is its own most. 6. It is not, therefore, a question of the ineffable being no name could come close to, God for example, which Derrida contrasts precisely with the other unnameable, that of difference. 21. If the last God is also the last, ultimate articulation of the name God, it is because this quality of ultimateness belongs to this word not as a signification but only as an utterance. 22. And as my utterance to the precise degree that it comes to me from the other who, in passing, gives me a sign, and whose wink I respond to with my God. Without my having actually to say this word, whose sense is to name or rather to mark, to remark, and to exclaim the passing itself, and the passing not as a thing or a state but as a passer-by whom I call to or address, having perceived his step and the signal of that step. To address here does not mean to designate someone and require his or her attention, let alone submission. It only designates the exchange of signals, without which there would be neither signals nor winks. There is no assignment of persons or things. There is no intentionality. The wink in fact closes the phenomenological gaze and opens another one, or rather opens a regard in place of a gaze regard. The blink clignement is also the gesture of one who tries to adjust his eyesight in very bright light. Trying to adjust entails a focusing on objects, but blinking indicates that he is dazzled and discerns poorly or not at all. At most, he catches a glimpse. His blinking attunes itself with the luminous scintillation and loses the distance of vision. In the wink that has the value of a wink, it is not a question of looking or of distinguishing forms, it is, on the contrary, a question of sending toward the other the light of the eye is lux. In fact, the wink brings about that modification or that modalization of the eye, it makes the eye into a signaling, not a seeing, organ. The wink belongs to all non-phenomenological looking, that is, to all looking that looks at the look of the other and takes the other into account in his or her look. Every reciprocal look is a wink that can go on and on, go to the limit of blurred vision as well as to the height of emotion, which is why it usually does not last, or lasts the length of an eternity in the midst of time. Thus I nd myself both close to and far from Levinas. This instant, withdrawn from the instant and from the triple determination of time within it, pulsates only with the difference between those dimensions, with the difference that time properly is and according to which it never catches up with itself and differs itself in its being as well as differentiating itself from itself. Now, that difference, as the tread of the passer-by, forms the difference of gait, and of the passing as a putting in play of a difference of forces. One cannot take a step without activating the walking machine. But the difference between the forces makes force itself, its essence, if you like, since a force is never present but always raised, upright, activated against another, the foot lifted against gravity. Such is definitely the lesson of Deleuze that Derrida received explicitly in his analysis of difference. 23. If, with the passing of the last God, it is only a question of glimpsing and interpellating, that is because everything comes to pass between, indeed, everything takes place in the between, which also can be written with the that is not heard. 24. The silent force of the passer-by activates the difference of gait. And the singularity of the passer-by, the singularity of his or her personal unity. If you like, one passerby articulates the singular unity that operates between the forces, between his foot and the earth, between his body leaning forward, off balance, and the machine that holds it back, that holds itself back in the advance itself, a machine ahead of itself, on the brink of itself. If this passerby lets himself be addressed by this name word, non-word. 25 God, by this thought that calls God in or to it, it is because this word, which appears to express ultimate power, omnipotence, differing only from the powerlessness of all his creatures, 26 in fact says nothing more than a difference. More precisely, it says the difference between omnipotence and the feeble strength of the created. Still more precisely, and to say everything exactly, that is, to the last extremity of the act in question, i.e., of divine designation, it says that difference in the sense that the power of everything is nothing, nothing but the instantaneous act in which the world of beings comes to be, as we say, that is, comes from nowhere and goes nowhere, but thus passes or happens, takes place. It says, therefore, the difference between that power outside power of the totality and the feeble strength according to which an individual being exists, that is outside of itself in order not to be, but to end itself arrived, taken away, and dedicated to its own self-sameness. I thus translate very rapidly erignate, indignate, and zyinet, while specifying that dedicated, which I have chosen to translate zyinet, was also meant to express declare and reveal. God says difference as the opening between the exceedance of the outside all and the existence of the someone, and / or the something. God, in fact, says the difference of day dies and night, the division light / darkness by which everything takes place, taking place between those two modalities, those two accents or those two sides of the same peak or the same height of being, of the same ontological sovereignty that thus reveals itself not to be, and not to be ontological any more than theological, nor phenomenological, as I have said, and consequently, strictly, passing. The name God names the divergence and the step across the gap between nothing and nothing. Let us call it the residential ipsa, the thing itself. The resource of the Latin divus / deus 27 should not produce any etymological or Cratyllian illusion, not even any properly Sinecant one, not even and especially not, since the name God would be the pronoun of the unamiable as the superessence of arch-Sinecants. On the contrary, God is the common name of the separation between light and darkness, seeing and not seeing, day and night, something and nothing, without that namely, that separation, that step being properly named. God names, rather and in all languages, according to their various resources the opening of the name to its own non-sense, yet also that very opening as a calling out. As we have already seen, God only takes on sense in calling, in being called, and even, if I may say so, in calling himself. We are thus on seeing approaching a superappropriate supernomination, where identity would be bound by the name of the unamiable, of the non-nomination of the name even the indinite, poetic or musical, jaculatory or arch-silent self-transcendence of nomination and of the sign in general. It suffices to point out that, rather than any of these ecstasies of beyond sense, God proposes simply a common name in the guise of a proper name, and in a manner that does not subsume the common under the proper, no more than it assimilates the proper into common. Let us say, rather, that God with an exclamatory or invocatory intonation that gives it its wink, its accent, its verbal clinamen sends its wink sideways, alongside all names, from the most prestigious to the most modest. In a sense, it is the sovereign word, the name beyond all names, and in another sense it is the non-naming name that twinkles in the open space between all names, a space that is the same as the one that appears between the existent and the being that ises it, transitive verb, and not that it is, supposedly a verb expressing a state. The signal of the passerby is, then, nothing but his or her footfall. It is not a signalization or overarching signage. The twinkling does not come from a neon sign but simply from the ordinary alternation of days and nights, comings and goings, births and deaths. The step of the truth becomes non-reversible into the truth of the step, writes Derrida. 28 Such is the divine truth of the wink, it stems from the fact that there is no wink of God, but that the God is the wink. He does not do it, he winks himself there, just as he states his name in it, properly common and commonly proper the name, in sum, of every person. In the midst of the wink, the eye closes, and it is in the batting of the open/closed, the synthesis in syncopation of common sense and the call proper, you, goes the wink, your turn. Come, or go away, that the passer-by passes by. The passing and the existent enter into a eating complicity, the difference of their senses, passing through the difference between them. When both eyes close at once, whether the eyes of both parties or just those of an existent in response, this is acquiescence. In Latin it is called connivio, formed from nicter, the verb to wink with both eyes at once and to wink in the being together or in the being with of the caller and the called, who can no longer be discerned, or barely can, since one has to blink, is to enter into connivance. Man is in connivance with God. Connivance is mute, it is content with the wink, and, in it, it exceeds sense, the look, and, nally, the God himself. That is the divine trait or gesture, God is exceeded in his own passage. In fact, he comes there and leaves from there, he is the passing of it. God exceeded is not the supreme individual being, put to death. It is God who succeeds God, as Jabes wrote in another passage quoted by Derrida. 29 But it is the succession that is divine. It is the passing of the witness and the passing of the step passage du pas. The step is the divine place, the only one, the place in which the power of the passing manifests and transcends itself. There remains, nonetheless, the possibility that the look, in the violence of its city, may catch and capture the connivance. Then the God no longer passes, he becomes God. Then difference turns not into transcendence, for in truth, is transcendence not an echo of the movement of transcending itself, but into transcendence installed as domination. The God who passes is a passerby who is not us, but who is not an other either, in the sense of another subject or another being, or the other of all beings and/or all sameness. Rather, an other than the other of the same or than what could be called the other same, or, yet again, the same other, who is usually called God. An other who is only his step, and in this step, the wink of / toward that alteration of sense, for, after all, what he shows is more an alteration than an alteriety. His step changes even the coming or the advent of the event, it does not arrive, it passes. The wink of the a and the as someone who passes and this passer as this God who passes. The passing of the God is identical with his retreat. In this step, the time of a wink Furian and Augenblick, the event properly arrives, leaves, and is dedicated das Erinus ist Erinus. This wink, this instant, is the time of being die Zeit des Sens. 30 This could be translated, its eternal and instantaneous difference. Or again, the transitivity transxt by which it is communicated to the existent as nothing. It is this sudden communication in the absolute gap that the passerby signals and passes by. Rambaud, that considerable passerby, as Mallarmé called him, wrote, "It has been found again." What, eternity? It is the sea, gone with the sun. 31. And exempting from sense. There is no sense that is not shared partage. But what is sharing, and what sense is revealed in it? Perhaps the two questions overlap, that is, one shares only that which is divided in this sharing, that which separates from itself, and a shareable sense is a sense separated from itself, freed of its completion in anal or central signification. A value of the end or of the center, in a general way, is a value of sense in the sense that sense is understood as the concentration and crystallization of an absolute value. It is only in a value that has value in and for itself, that is not relative to anything else, that there can be an assuaging, a foulement, and a conclusion of the movement by which sense or value, whether these words, or this double name for the same concept, are taken on the level of language, of ethics, or of metaphysics, is referred to a horizon or a subject in which it is absorbed and in whose substance, in sum, it is realized, as we say of a financial value or capital. Of course, it is no accident that we thus touch upon the order of monetary value, and consequently that of general equivalency, which is the condition of a monetary economy which in turn seems to regulate today the horizon of sense and its sharing. Value or sense can be absolute in only two ways, either in the order of a supreme, ultimate value that measures everything else without itself being measured by anything, or in the system of a general equivalency, in which everything has worth by the same thing as everything else, while at the same time value consists in producing value and in reproducing that productivity. The RST sense is deposited in the German word wordy, close to the word word, which means value, and with which Kant designates the absolute dignity that he places in the human person. The second sense is the word capital, which also designates, by metonymy, the process of an infinite valorization of the production of exchangeable value. It should also be said, to be more precise, the absolute value of the person, which also constitutes, when transposed into Marxist terminology, the human value of the productive act of production, and consequently the incalculable value added by man to the work over, or as the work, is equally what capital converts into general equivalency. And we are thus at the heart, today, of the tension that tears apart, before us and within us, history, politics, culture, even science, and the world, hence sense, or its truth. That is, the tension that distends within itself the equivalency of these absolute values that human beings are supposed to be. Roland Barthes placed the entirety of his work beneath the sign of a preoccupation he called morality of the sign, one characterizing it as a care of sense regulated by a double refusal, that of solid sense, acquired and exced sense, and that of zero sense, that of the mystics of liberation. He says, to keep, to protect sense from being LLED, as well as from being emptied, that is ethos. It is worth pointing out that this morality of the sign bears some resemblance to the concern for simple saying in which Heidegger wishes to invest the requirement of what he designates as being the sense or originary value of an ethics. The connection I thus suggest, one that also involves Levinas, will disturb only those for whom the names Heidegger and Barthes are saturated in advance with some sense or value, whatever it may be. I do not say this in order to enter into a comparison, which obviously would soon encounter the issue of a very considerable difference in tone, and consequently of ethos as much as pathos, between them. I only bring it up to indicate that the concern with sense, and there are a good many other names I could mention among contemporary thinkers on this score, is not one concern among others, but Dean's for us, we others, as Nietzsche said, we latecomers, we the good Europeans. The concern with thought itself, the concern with its morality, to retain this word, that is, the concern with the type of conduct and behavior that measures up to the requirements of a time for which sense, or the sense of sense, causes a problem, a concern, or an aporia. This preoccupation proceeds from a self-understanding of our time as one of nihilism. Nihilism designates what might be called the lapse of sense. There is no need to belabor the point, history or destiny, subject or process, market, or ethical value, this very word ethical as well as the word aesthetic, and to end this list that is in principle endless, sense as signifying, sense as in the VE senses, and sense as direction, our condition of thought and therefore of morality, encounters, no matter what, assuming we reject vain restorative attempts and feigned incantations, a lapse of sense. And assuming we reject the tragic and cynical versions of nihilism, sublime heroism or ridiculous catastrophe, as well as negative theologies that reveal sense outside sense. In all respects, sense or senses are out of date. They are no longer valid, no longer have any true market value, unless it is only, miserably, an artificially controlled market intended to conceal actual poverty. The self-understanding of a period no more expresses the whole truth than does that of an individual. but at least it indicates where the truth resides, that is, for us today, in the necessity of understanding sense, or the sense of sense, otherwise. That is why I have found, on this occasion, on which I am to speak at the Roland Barthes Center, a kairos that leads me to re-employ an expression he used in order to try to blaze a trail toward a different understanding or a different way of hearing sense, namely in exempting from sense. I will be asked, I have already been asked, whether it is not preferable simply to give up on sense, not in favor of the nonsensical, as if to exacerbate nihilism, but in favor of a stoic bearing in the ascesis of a truth devoid of any sense, or in favor of an innate dissemination of sense itself. Such a question proposes drying out sense or scattering it in all directions, or in any case giving up on its weighty concept, the most weighty of all. To this there must be added the Freudian warning that to wonder about the sense of existence is already to be neurotic. It would seem that it is not possible, these days, to ignore sense, or to keep it at a distance, or to be cured of it, not to mention those who would rehabilitate it. In a certain way, I have the denied intention of taking into account all these retreats or refusals and of making them into so many a priori conditions, but conditions for opening up, and obstinately so, the sense of sense. So, rather than somehow confirming the lapsing of sense, I would like to consider an exemption from sense. That is the expression Barthes gives us, and it must hold our attention all the more due to the circumstance that he himself did not furnish us with a real analysis of it, but left its sense in limbo, attached only to a few occurrences, elusive at best. The exemption from sense is the title of a chapter in the Empire of Signs 2. Without any inspection of the selected term, the chapter is devoted to characterizing the relationship to sense in Zen and haiku as one of detachment, neither excavation nor the mise en abîme of a sense whose negativity or sublimation keeps on reiterating, always a little further on, the promise of anal synod, albeit a silent, yawning, pallid one, like death and God conjoined, which would represent the deep movement of all Western thought, but the detachment and abandonment of sense itself. The exemption in that chapter is clearly the opposite of the effraction of sense that, in the preceding chapter, designates the imperious, indiscreet, and eager seizure of sense that would interpret the simple words of a haiku. What exemption from sense must involve is withdrawal from that signifying will, a retreat from a wanting to say that can step aside to give pride of place to saying. Barthes writes, the haiku does not want to say anything wanting to say, which Derrida introduced at the same time. 68 is both the number and the sense in the guise of a translation of Husserl's Bedeutung, indicates, within sense, the prevalence of willing over saying. Willing is subjectivity making itself into its own work over, it is the projection of an assumed interiority into the reality of an exteriority. Kant deems the will vouloir as the faculty of being by its representations the cause of the reality of these same representations. 3. Sense qua will, i.e., sense in the absolute sense, as we understand it at the very beginning, we others, always comes down to that self-instituting projection of the will. To take the example of the most famous and publicly scrutinized of senses, recently fallen into desuetude, a sensave history comes down to the accomplishment, by history, of a will already given. This sense thus proceeds to the strict annulment, in all senses of the word, of historicity itself. Similarly, a sense of life bridles life with the will for its completion. In this sense all senses death-bearing or morbid, as Freud suggested. We could, then, stop here and bid sense farewell. That is not what Barthes does. The expression exemption from sense is not taken up again in its proper sense. It is eatingly, in the chapter, made analogous to a lapsing of sense, in order to designate the result of the Zen operation of suspension, arrest, or destitution of sense. For generally, the word gives way to suspension, and when it is taken up again further on, in the chapter tell, the same substitution of suspension takes place without any further examination. 5 years later, in the text titled The Rustle of Language, the word exemption reappears when Barthes speaks of a use of the language that would allow us to hear an exempting from sense from one occurrence to the other. There has been a displacement of form and content. A Displacement of form, because from the wording the exemption from the sense L exemption do sense we have moved to an exempting from sense un exemption de sense. A displacement of content, for, in 1975, Barth species that it is not a question of foreclosing sense, and that the latter remains on the horizon, that is, on the horizon of what he calls the utopia of the rustling of language, of a kind of purely sonorous effusion of the pleasure of language, from which sense would nevertheless not be excluded, but on the contrary be the vanishing point of intense pleasure. This time, then, it would seem to be a question of exempting. Without lapsing, and within a context that no longer plays on a contrast between East and West but rather attempts a maneuver that disorients the Occidental way of signifying, so to speak. In keeping with this, it is no longer a question of the exemption from sense, a general, categorical formulation, but of an exempting from sense, a formulation indicating a circumscribed, circumstantial operation, the formulation suggesting an opportunity to be seized in language, in the interstice between the wanting and the saying phases of sense vulvardier, and something like a murmur of saying at the level of the grain of the voice. 5. How is this to be understood? How are we to understand a disorientation that would be tantamount neither to a pure aberration, of the nihilistic sort, nor to a reorientation, such as salvation through Zen, another nihilistic motto? And how are we to understand an exemption that would remain somehow regulated by what it exempts? As I have indicated, I do not want to do a commentary on Barthes himself. I am taking up at my own risk a clue that he, willingly or otherwise, left in suspense and that he exempted himself from explicating. What is the sense of exemption? We know perfectly well. To exempt is to relieve of an obligation, to free, to exonerate from a duty or debt. In order to conceive of an exempting from sense, RST sense must have been posited at the level of an obligation, an injunction of some sort. To make sense, to produce or recognize its instance and form would be for us RST and foremost an imperative. It can be shown to be the essence of the Kantian imperative. Indeed, referral to a reason or purpose, an origin or destination, a reference point or value, seems indispensable to us for the constitution of a being, or of being itself. That being is for some purpose, even if it is for the very purpose of being, is one of the strongest motivating forces behind our thinking. We others, thirsting after reason. 6. There, in a certain way, is the pure and simple schema of our late thought. Thus it is that being is always reduced to what should be, what can be. And what we desire there to be to what always also includes the dimension of a production and an effectuation, a realization of value. We have to make sense and produce sense, or else produce ourselves as sense. In that way, sense is always constituted inevitably as end-oriented sense, and end-oriented sense itself tends, at least asymptotically, to conduct itself and to develop as unique sense. 7. An exempting from sense would be, then, a lifting of that imperative. It would not be a denial on principle but only a single and exceptional dispensation. Whether we imagine it as temporary, spasmodic, or rhythmic, or represent it as invested solely in certain individuals among others, these are other questions. It is undeniably a question of a privilege. But this is no slight privilege. Once the general law authorizes exceptions, it exposes and is exposed to a beyond the law that will no longer be reassimilated. Now, the law of sense seems to authorize exception in two ways. On the one hand, it always ends up postponing ultimate sense, placing it outside language, in the ineffable. The unsayable unamiable realizes the apogee of sense. On the other hand, conversely, this apogee of sense must be given up in order for us to go on speaking. Between the unsayable of the ineffable and the too much said of a last word, I allude, of course, to Blanchot. Saying itself thus requires an exempting from sense. Hence the formally sublime dignity of the person and anonymous monetary circulation present the double face of the economy of unsayable sense. The unsayable or the supersayable produces the rage indeed, the sickness for the imposition of sense. In order to keep language, in both senses of the word keep, one must accept oneself from its goal-oriented regimen. That which withdraws from the injunction of sense reopens the possibility of speaking. Along the same lines, the privilege that confers exemption lifts the teleological obligation, and paradoxically in that same gesture does not excuse us from speaking but on the contrary calls us to a renewed, rent, and ever more nearly honed word parole, in its concept as well as its image, the word of the writer, the lover, or the philosopher, poetry, prayer, or conversation, but thus a word always closer to its birth than its closure, always more governed by its saying than by its said, by its reserve more than by its last word, by its truth more than by its sense. The wanting to say commanded by sense always consists, in sum, in a wanting to have said. I have said is the word of the master. An exempting from sense, by contrast, designates a wanting to say in which the wanting melts into the saying and gives up wanting, so that sense is absent and makes sense beyond sense. The beyond is no longer ineffable, it is in a surplus of speech, and consequently it is no longer beyond. Instead of pronouncing the end of history in both senses of the word end, we, the speaking subject, we others, open another history, a new narrative, a recitation even. Rather than completing signification, it recites its own signifying, and it is in that signifying that it ends its extreme pleasure, jouissance, the sense of which becomes its vanishing point. The vanishing point is the inverted gur of the last word. Intense pleasure derives from the circumstance that it does not have a last word, and that its words or its silences are not those of conclusion but of opening and calling out. Not I have said but tell me, or allow me to say. One does not say, as in Sada, I am coming jouris or Yuri coming in order to express a sense, but one says it to feel the saying resonate with the coming. Just as orgasm is a pleasure that is neither terminal nor preliminary, but pleasure that is exempted from having to begin and end, similarly orgasmic sense is sense that ends neither in signification nor in the unsignifiable. Jouris sense, 8 as Lacan says, but it must be understood that orgasm is always about sense in all senses. To have an orgasm is always to feel, and since to feel is always also to feel oneself feeling, thus presupposing an alteration and an alterity, to have an orgasm is to feel oneself through the other and in the other. As for sense, you have to feel it go by, and doubtless we must even assert, sense is precisely that, the fact of feeling it go by, and of its feeling itself going from one to the other, from one person to the other as well as from one sense to another. This might well be called consenting, neither a consensus, nor submission, but consent to feeling the other and being felt by him or her, consent to the other person's feeling him or herself, and thus innately eing the very ite of orgasm, whose breaking away is at the same time identically the consent to orgasm. Sex, from this point of view, is the sense of the senses. Not that it constitutes the only paradigm for this, but that it offers the syntax for it. That is relationship by which sense regains sense. It is nothing other than relationship, the back and forth from one to the other. Sense depends on nothing but a receptivity, an affectability, a passibility. What there is of sense is what comes to me, strikes me, disturbs me, moves me. Its truth is the instantaneous touch, its sense is the movement to and fro. There is no sense for just one, Bertoli said. What makes sense is what does not cease circulating and being exchanged, like coins in fact, but coins whose currency is incommensurable with any possible equivalent. Sense is shared, or it does not exist. The contrasting couple of the exclusive ineffable and the general equivalent, or, if you prefer, of negative theology and monetary ontology, is the result of the disintegration of sharing itself, in which each of two senses falls to a single side. Unique sense, in sum, is always unilateral, and no longer has any sense for that very reason. Nor is it a question of juxtaposing multiple senses. Here's the point: what makes sense is one person speaking to another, just as what makes love is someone making love to someone else. And one being the other by turns or simultaneously, without there being an end to these comings and goings. The goal, if we must speak of a goal, is not to be done with sense. It is not even mutual understanding, it is to speak anew. We know this already, and yet when we find ourselves standing on the edge of a vacuum of sense, whether in the domain of history, art, matters of state, sexuality, technology, or biology, we stand nonplussed. Yet it is precisely there, in the place of our relinquishment, that the truth becomes available, not within easy reach or within shouting range, but within the range of language. The lesson is very simple, as always, but the task is awesome. We others, have no lesser task than that of understanding and practicing the sharing of sense of the world, no less. That doesn't mean dialogue and communication, which drag themselves listlessly along like saturated syndications and the latest conventional chit-chat, but it wants to say, or no longer even wants but simply says, something other, for which the proud and solitary word parole is worth as much as mutual conversation, that the truth of sense is properly nothing but its being shared, that is, at once its passage between us, we who are always other than ourselves, and its internal and sovereign dehiscence, by means of which its law justifies its exception, by means of which sense is exempted from itself in order to be what it is, and by which its jouissance is not its sensed result but the exercise of its very sense, its sensitivity, its sensuality, and its feeling. Again, it is Barthes who spoke of a love of the language, that love is every bit as worthy, the expression is particularly apt, as the love of one's neighbor, and might even be said to make up all the latter's value and sense. And there we have, if I still dare use this word, an ethics for our time, and more than an ethics. Who can require of the present time a prayer, and of us, the godless who live this time as our own? It's not surprising it should be a poet who dares to do so, or dares at least to ask what such a prayer, if there is such a thing, could be. That poet's name is Michel Deguy, and he writes, let us quote Adorno, who writes that music, prayer demythologized, freed from the magical result, represents the human attempt, however vain, to utter the name itself instead of communicating meanings. Prayer demythologized. That is a powerful oxymoron, a tidal bore in which the movement of belief, the credo of the prayer, and the movement of mis or dis or unbelief collide. If demythologization recedes from credence, from the momentum of cadence or credulity in. One Michel Deguy is a poet, he is also a philosopher, by training and by practice. Adorno is a philosopher, he is also a poet, at least to the point at which poetry is inevitably attained by a philosopher who cannot be satisfied with philosophizing, whatever his speculative power, and perhaps precisely in proportion to that power. Let us maintain that philosophy and poetry together indicate something they name with this word prayer. Let us also maintain that what they mean to designate with this word is a modality of language, whose property is to exceed the resources, possibilities, and horizons of both poetry and philosophy. Adorno motions in the direction of music, the art always considered the closest to language, though remaining obstinately separate from it. But Deguy, in his commentary, neglects that suggestion of music. He wants to proceed immediately to the element prayer denotes, without bothering to give it a place in advance, an artistic localization that would ipso facto temper the spiritualist or mystical ardor the word prayer unfailingly awakens, whether through disdain for that ardor or by attraction to it. Deguy passes over Adorno's metaphor and demands that prayer be considered in itself, according to its own value. Without such a passing over, the powerful oxymoron would not be generated, but prayer demythologized would only remain a paradox so long as prayer has not been stripped of its character of prayer. The new twist Deguy gives the text comes down to simply taking Adorno at his word rather than in his imagery, and driving him to take cover behind his formula. It is time for us to ask straight out, how can a demythologized prayer be a prayer? Even more uncompromisingly, how can a demythologized prayer pray? What is the effect of this sentence that thus literalizes the metaphor of Adorno, forcing his curative logic into a literal one and ushering out in him a disposition and an intellectual posture he might not have been able to admit? A posture that, Deguy admits, takes on, claims even, all the more easily since he does not take shelter behind any metaphoricity. It produces a discomfort, no doubt, among the atheists we are, along with die, and at the same time a worry, because we immediately know we will not extricate ourselves from this dilemma by turning to some metaphor, since that is what has just been objected to, or calmly pushed aside and ignored. The term oxymoron also has a literal value. It contains conjunction, collusion, or collision of opposites, and even contradiction. Not only do prayer and demythologization repel one another, since you have to posit the existence of a recipient of the prayer in order to pray, they mutually exclude one another. One who is outside the myth cannot pray. One who prays cannot have divested him or herself of all mythology. Now, Guy proposes that we maintain this contradiction, requests that we confront this clash. Moreover, even if the prerequisite remains implicit, it is clearly not a question of treating the contradiction by imposing on it a conciliatory dialectic. We won't waste time here refuting that sort of hypothesis. If the oxymoron is powerful, it is so to the degree that its power comes from a tension to be maintained rather than reabsorbed. Perhaps the history of the idea of contradiction, of its resolution and or non-resolution, that is, the history of the dialectic in all its forms, which modulate in every case the same dialogical tension, recapitulates the history of thought in general. The dialogical is a matter of the tension that the logos itself is, in that it involves nothing other than the effort of saying, provided we understand this verb in the way that the entire history of thought suggests. For what he says, what it wants to say always comes down to this: to say the thing itself, to say the thing in itself, for itself, and by itself, and, in addition or perhaps consubstantially, to say the itselfness of the thing, by which it is the thing it is. That is sometimes called truth, sometimes the name, sometimes the manifestation, among other possible designations. All the dialectics are, in this sense, dialogical, tensions of saying that are strained and stretched to the breaking point, in order to bring about the advent of that, the thing, of which it is said at the outset that it will remain unsaid, since what there is to be said is precisely that there is, this or that, being or the existent, the world, the thing. The power of the oxymoron, and with it, that of the paradox, as in Kierkegaard, as well as the power of the wits of the Romantics, the Gnostic, alchemical, or Cusanian coincidentia oppositorum, the sic et non of all types, the antinomies of pure reason, the Hegelian Aufhebung, the Derridean aporia, and, at the beginning, the Platonic dialogue, along with the no less Platonic erotics. That power is none other than that of language, namely, the power of holding the thing out to us while holding us out toward it, the power of presenting. As we can see, that is what Adorno's statement is about. It is about presenting, in this case qua the name itself, which is, at least to say, as the immediate context suffices to indicate, qua removed from the regime of synocation. Synocation subdues the thing to its genitive, it gives the sense of the thing. Nomination presents the thing. The genitive of the name of the thing is not of the same order as the preceding, for the sense of refers the thing to a different sphere than that of its thing being, whereas the name of inscribes its difference, the name / the thing, within the sphere of being. Therefore, we have to take it for granted that a demythologized prayer forms neither a category nor a particular linguistic operation intended for a specific goal of synocation or transmission, but indicates, on the contrary, a gesture, a posture, and a postulation according to which language is tense to its limit, at its limit, which it exceeds while maintaining itself there, extended in an unstable equilibrium. At this point we should turn to the interrogation of music. Since that is what Adorno speaks of, it will suffice to recall that he is thinking, not at all by chance, of vocal music, specifically that of Moses and Aaron by Schoenberg. If Guy neglects to speak of it, and if we can follow suit, it is because the question of music, and along with it that of art in general, hence of poetry itself, must not come too quickly to occupy the place of analysis. Art must not risk becoming the horizon, and therefore the closure, of an interrogation or hopeful anticipation that must, on the contrary, be immediately disenclosed, freed from any assignment as means or material aid, as possibility of response or provision, whatever it may be, for example, in the form of art, whether music, poetry, or whatever. For such an assignment, in the absence of any precaution or prerequisite, could not fail to produce yet again the closure of a religion. Now, that is exactly what must be rejected, or, more precisely, it is what is rejected, what is dying out, or so it is in our case. Whether Adorno himself merits being questioned, if not suspected, concerning his own relation to art and the eventuality of ending a religiosity of art in him is quite another matter, which I neither can nor care to take up here. 2. De Guy continues his commentary on Adorno's sentence along the following lines. First, he posits that a truth is trying to express itself here, that this truth is one of an emptying out or a denomination, both these terms apparently applying to the myth content that is to be set aside, that is, the religious content. He also posits that this emptying out or this deposition, an intentional reference to the Pietà, must also be understood as dismissal of the him, an expression that he borrows from Lacuille Labart, with whom, in this case, Bailey too is to be associated. To dismiss the him in trying to say a truth that would be the truth of what remains when the myth is deposed, and what is left is thus not nothing, not entirely nothing, since it is the formula, the phrase, the vernacular not nothing, language, this emptied out language, destitute this logos without muthos, which would also be a dialogue without an interlocutor, dialogue suspended at its opening should also be called muthos without muthos, if we are not forgetful of the RST sense of the word, the spoken word, and it should also give us an indication of how the oxymoron closes in upon itself, into nothing less than a contraction that could, that should, border on strangulation, or even be condemned to it. But De Guy goes on, attaching this language that is thus almost suffocated hoarse in any case, and broken, withdrawn from the full sonority of sense and from the possibility of a naming, since we must recall the vanity of attempting to announce the name itself, not at all withdrawn from a silence or some form of aphonic ecstasy, but clearly withdrawn from something of poetry. He suggests it only obliquely, surely on his guard against being drawn back into some manner of re-aestheticization and artist's religiosity, and also on his guard against a certain Heideggerian tone that is enchanted with Hölderlin. He only suggests it, but suggests it nonetheless, by a thread that connects Deichten to the sublimity of a transcendence that, a la Mallarmé, places the future of the repercussion in the Allah. Here we must do De Guy's text justice, the most precise justice. It is not a matter of dialecticizing, at least not in the ordinary sense of making headway against negativity, nor is it a matter of retrieving or reinvesting ourselves in the station of some transcendent, but it is about retracing the steps of what? Nothing less than the gospel, the Pietà, and even the Spirit. This is said only in passing, in a light and clear-headed way, RMLY maintained in order to conclude by rejecting any credulity with respect to a beyond, and yet drawn by the magnetic question, what is the sense of humanity in spirit? In other words, Michel de Guy sets out to seek the resource of the oxymoron demythologized prayer at the most manifest source of religious prayer in the history of our culture. And yet he must not have written the word prayer, he must have abandoned it after having unfolded the oxymoron, specifying, a prayer. Demythologized is a conception, not to say a concept, emptied entirely of what it contained. By the visit within it of its opposite, of what thwarts it, of what discountenances it and thus makes it hold on, empty, one last time this word thus, silently, subtends all that follows, the whole movement of emptying out, of dismissal, and of the resumption discreet and tenacious, untenable and indefatigable, as he writes of the movement or gesture of a transcendence. A transcendence by which it is still, once the credo of prayer has been jettisoned, a question of no more or less than praying. Praying without prayer, or the ending and forming of the wording of a prayer one would not pray, this is what it is about. Thus it should concern a prayer not to be recited in the temple, but still to be recited, and in several senses of that word, on which I will not stop to elaborate right now, and which would once more involve the issue of poetry, even that of the hymn, which cannot be dismissed without receiving in its place a different phrase, a different chant. Poetry resists, and prayer can be at least one of the forms of its resistance, as well as of its deposition. In deferring these questions for another occasion, let the following suffice. One can see, beyond a doubt, in this oxymoronic or paradoxical dialectic of prayer demythologized one of the most acute formulations of what is brought into play, in my view at least, by a deconstruction of Christianity, the approach to a remnant or a relic, as D. Guy likes to put it, freed, disenclosed from the religious edus, impossible to put back, but the bearer or the worker of a requirement that will not be dismissed not as easily as the hymn or as poetry or art. Altogether, as I have intimated at least tentatively in the form of a pedagogical and prudential suggestion. 3. What we are left with, unambiguously, is this almost nothing: how to pray without prayer. If prayer stripped of its believing, thus empty of all content, must be considered an empty container, a form devoid of matter to inform, what can it be? And, more precisely, what will it be able to say? One answer would be that it will say whatever, as long as it says, but says at the very least according to the requirement or the desire of the saying, the desire to say the thing. On this point the worst confusion is possible. The essence of saying can turn into a saying for the sake of saying, just as well as turning toward the thing itself. The confusion can never be simply or luminously dissipated, and that is indeed why the aesthetic mirage is a menace. Above all in the form brutally called the gooey temptation of poetry, it is necessary, however, to avoid confusion. But that necessity is none other than what should turn saying toward the thing, that is to say, also toward itself, toward what belongs to it by its own right and founds it, or what opens it and makes it speak, what makes us into speakers. Now, what is prayer, if we want to consider it for a moment in its own right, since, after all, it has a consistency in itself that is not necessarily tributary to its religious use, which can also be formulated conversely: ordinary prayer, profane prayer if you will, the prayer that has its place in language when we say I pray of you, or please answer prior to répondre. This might well be what is left, the remnant that has fallen, abandoned, the not quite nothing of a relic, fallen from religious faith. And testifying none the less to the fact that there is in fact something left. But what, then, might this be that thus remains behind, or rather, what is it that would be, on the contrary, qua inverted gur of the remnant, the germ, or rather the innate occasioning, of language, the tenuous vibration to which arst and instituting articulation of a spoken word attaches, henceforth neither cry nor signal, but a saying? If we say that saying has the role of saying the thing, its being, or rather even its that it is, the transitive being that is its beingness essence, as Heidegger asks praise, that we should try to hear it, then we should understand as well that that role consists in simultaneously positing a said, for example, it is, there is, here is, and in obliterating that very positing, in depositing it in the saying's own movement. Few themes, no doubt, have been more worked over, reacted on, meditated, rehearsed, and variously named by our modernity than this mouvement dehiscence, this intimate rending between said and saying, between the sense of the utterance and the subject who utters it, between communication and language, or yet again between signification and writing, between truth and sense, between sense and itself. If what is at stake is a deletion carried out at the same time as what it deletes is formed, two gestures modeled on one another, curved into one another and recrossing one another indefinitely, which also means that this twofold movement allows the thing to present itself. To hone in on this point, one would have to specify how the presenting itself of the thing is indissociable from its being presented. By the RST, the saying is obliterated; by the second, the saying is affirmed. Essentially, the saying exerts itself in letting the real res, the thing realize itself, that is, be what it is, and above all be that it is. This letting be is its task. Another poet and thinker, Valery, writes, prayer is perhaps the uniquely real thing in religion. 3. That reality is due to the efficacy of that which, in the prayer, qua prayer, is addressed to, or even, if I may say so, is erect, advanced, made to stand out and insist in contrast to all the mythical and imaginary content of religion. The prayer, RST of all, is turned toward an outside and lets it come toward it. And that is what speech does RST and foremost. That outside, that real the prayer does not signify it, does not categorize it or conceive of it, it does not even name it, or the very idea of the name deans the farthest reaches in which letting be operates in truth. What does speech do, then? It addresses this letting be, invoking or evoking it, as we might say, coaxing our sense out of these terms. But one might say more directly, perhaps more brutally as well, it adores this letting be. Adoration is literally the addressing of speech. But, essentially, that addressing is addressed to speech's other, the res. And if the adoration of idols, through which, not surprisingly in a sense, we circle back to the theme of Moses and Aaron, constitutes, throughout our entire tradition, even beyond religion, the touchstone, or the shibboleth whose charge it is to distinguish the true religion, each one claiming that epithet for itself, from the others, it is clearly because idol represents the stupid thing, the thing without real presence, which truly does not hear the spoken word addressed to it by the idolater. In a symmetrical manner, the true addressee of adoration is the real, whose presence is not to be confused with the given present, it is the real whose presence gives or presents itself when it is addressed. This is why adoration, prayer in its essence, is not primarily a request made in order to receive a response, retribution, or reparation. Prayer is not primordially involved in the religious trafficking in lies about the real, about life/death, the world/nothingness, earth/heaven, etc., nor in the related one of indulgences capitalized in the form of salvation credits. Prayer is primarily adoration, address, homage, recognition of the fact that its saying is deleted in going toward what it says, will never say. Homage, veneration, that is, simply the movement of transcendence as D. Guy characterizes it, incessant transport without any landing having been reached, or transcendence without a transcendent, which can also be expressed as transcendence immanent to our immanence, homologous with and inherent to its plane itself, constitutes the task of saying. Again, it is a poet Verlaine this time who writes, read rather Chateaubriand on the subject of humanity's need, vis-a-vis the celestial powers, for a mysterious language in which, in its homage, and in the supplication that is a mere accessory to that homage, needs that are unknown to itself poor humanity would be implied. For abstracting from the climate of religious self-evidence in which the text is embedded, but which would require an entirely different analysis of its context as a whole, the decisive point is, supplication, to which prayer is all too often reduced and which in fact religious piety usually does come down to, is but an accessory to homage, because only the recognition of the excess in which we transcend ourselves, or are transcended in our immanence, opens onto these unknown needs in whose name we supplicate, implore, but not to obtain their satisfaction, because what thus reveals itself is precisely that it is not about satisfaction or, in a more complex way, that these unknown needs are in themselves, and in their very unknowability, their own satisfaction. Prayer does not supplicate to obtain, and thus it is that prayer demythologized is, in Adorno's terms, freed from the magic of the result. Prayer does not ask in order that its request be granted, nor does it produce that result. To have one's prayers answered, that is the expectation, as self-interested as it is illusory, of religion, which consequently is doomed to content itself with imaginary satisfactions. If I am not healed, it is because an even higher good has been granted me. But to be lifted up, for that is the word, and that is its sense. 5. That is the true efficacy of the word that rises, that is to say, that simply turns from the being posited, given, toward the real in that it gives itself and is given, presented. Doubtless one should not confuse, everything here, absolutely everything lends itself to confusion, the aesthetic, the political, the religious, even the linguistic. One should especially not confuse the elevation of prayer itself, the freeing of the word in its very obliteration, an evaporation of sorts and a lifting up that would like to be that of the worshipper in person, who would be hoisted above his or her condition and would come to participate in the dignity of the object of adoration. Such an elevation implies the rapture or the enthusiasm of communion in the celebration, the accents of the hymn, in fact, at least after what it has become as a result of the pomp and circumstance of the clergy, the military, the state or the partisan, and most radically the fascists. For fascism, in all its forms, contains, in a determining way, a co-opting of prayer and homage in an exaltation and a triumph in which the totality of a collective body, literally carried away and transported into the distance and into the substance of the thing adored, is thought to rise and be gloried. Fanaticism is nothing but the abolition of the intractable distance of the real, and consequently also the extinction of prayer and all speech, in favor of effusive outpourings, eructation, and vociferation. Hence we have not nished examining and carefully weighing the connections of fascisms and fanaticisms with, on the one hand, religions properly so called, though one cannot deny, in spite of everything, the sense of the distance in question, and, on the other hand, democracy, which, stripped of both church and civic religion, labors to manage the true space of speech, which it clouds beneath communication. In the elevation of prayer, a supplication also, albeit accessory, cannot fail to intervene, for in it is revealed the poverty Verlaine speaks of, using a topos as poor and worn as what it conveys. The fact is, poor humanity may have nothing else to say but its own wretchedness, nothing else to pray. Prayer thus conceived does not enrich, does not remunerate the poor humanity that we today have just as many reasons to bemoan as Verlaine did in 1895. It carries poverty over to saying, and it isn't poverty but saying that is obliterated in this prayer. Does not the same apply, isn't it the same thing, to the saying of love, the saying of mourning, and the saying of speech itself? Elevation is transcendence. Prayer does not rise toward a height, an altitude, or toward a summit, sovereign, and summum, but is transcendence, or, and this is less noted, the very act of transcending. It is passing to the outside, and passing to the other. I beg of you, please je vous prie, jete prie. All address, no doubt, contains at least silently these words, I pray that you will listen to me, and just as one who prays directs his word himself outward, so it is with the listener as well. Maybe when we listen, when we are attentive, it is always to a prayer, and therefore I will not avoid playing, here, once more, eatingly, some musical instrument, the voice, for example. Now if this is the way things are, it is because prayer, and in this it differs from the poem as well as from discourse, even though the poem also tends in this direction, is chiefly characterized as speech accompanying an act. One prays with acts of worship, a prayer ritual, hands joined, kneeling, and one always prays with a prayerful gesture, however lightly sketched out, the movement of a hand, a slight leaning forward, an eye movement, even if it is simply an intonation, which already mobilizes the entire body. In the margins of prayer there is dance, and how many rites have been danced at the same time as prayed. Prayer is the corroboration of an action, and that action is an availability to the outside, a being at the disposal of, the action of passivity or of the passion that opens itself to the outside, to the incommensurable, in relation to which we are only poor. There is no going farther. Not a single step. We must make do with this vestige of prayer that is prayer itself, speaking beings qua praying beings praying, for, that ownmost possibility of never believing our prayers to have been granted, the possibility of never believing, therefore, that we have prayed enough, of never believing absolutely, and of abiding in that unique and exclusive faith. One thing, ultimately, is indubitable, we must concern ourselves with this emptied remnant of prayer, remain faithful to this obligation. For us it has the force of a categorical imperative, for nothing today is more important than this, to empty and let be emptied out all prayers that negotiate a sense, an issue, or a repatriation of the real within the narrow canons of our faded humanisms and clenched religiosities, in order that we may merely open speech once again to its most proper possibility of address, which also makes up all its sense and all its truth. The deconstruction of Christianity. As a guiding epigraph to this whole endeavor, these words from Nietzsche's The Antichrist, the theologians and everything that has theologian blood in its veins, our whole philosophy add to it these words of Hölderlin, in their ambivalence, Christ, I hold too fast to you. My question will be very simple, naive even, as is perhaps fitting at the beginning of a phenomenological procedure, how and to what degree do we hold to Christianity? How, exactly, are we, in our whole tradition, held by it? I am well aware that this is a question that may appear superfluous, because it has an obvious answer. We know that our tradition is Christian, that our source is Christian. Yet it is a question that seems to me to remain obscure, because at bottom it is never confronted head-on. That said, I have just learned that Michel Henry is now also taking up this question. One thus it may represent a certain trait, or a certain necessity, of the times. For my part, I will observe that the question how and in what sense, precisely, are we Christian? A question Nietzsche, in his own way, answered, is no longer among those one asks. True, there have been debates on the theme is there or is there not a Christian philosophy, debates that have sunk in the quagmire to which they were destined by their very formulation, but we must recognize that something of that enormous, massive Christian reference has been systematically obfuscated qua explicit reference in and by philosophy, something that not only is part of our tradition, but of which it may be said that it has constituted the very axis of our tradition since Christianity came into being. Now, this is the question: how, given the existence of Christianity, has our entire tradition, including the one antedating Christianity, found itself gathered up and launched anew? That is the question. But in the phenomenological tradition, in that tradition par excellence, but not in it alone, what has been fertile and obvious since Husserl and Heidegger is the Greek source, not the Christian one. Beneath the Greek source it has been possible to reveal in Heidegger the presence of a latent, hidden, repressed Jewish source. Too, it seems to me that between these two references, or as a nexus connecting the two of them, there may be the Christian source, if we may call it that. In other words, one could wonder whether the Greek Derrida speaks of at the end of Violence and Metaphysics, that Greek he says is our history, is not the Christian. One could also wonder why we systematically avert our gaze from the Christian, why our eye always veers toward the Greek, as if we didn't want to look directly at the Christian. Let us say, then, with a grain of salt, which is probably my way of being a phenomenologist, that the Christian or Christianity is the thing itself that is to be thought. Let us attempt to proceed toward it directly, by laying down two principles. The RST is, the only Christianity that can be actual is one that contemplates the present possibility of its negation. This is a phrase of Luigi Perisone, an Italian philosopher who was Umberto Eco's teacher. It is quoted by Émile Pilat in his book L'ère post-Chrétienne, Un monde sorti de Dieu, the post-Christian era, a world that has left God. 3. The work of a Catholic Christian, which is not really a philosophical work but which I find extremely valuable as a testimony, whose essence is conveyed in that quotation. The second principle is a correlative to the RST. Parodying the RST formula, I will express it as follows: the only thing that can be actual is an atheism that contemplates the reality of its Christian origins. Underlying both of these principles, I formulate tentatively this question: what is there, then, in the depths of our tradition, that is, in our own depths, or, what has been handed down to us by our own tradition from the depths of the storehouse of Christian self-evidence, which is so self-evident to us that we do not examine it more closely? What I propose here is not a completely niched systematic exposition. I deliberately run the risk of presenting a reaction that is still under construction, trying to end its way and unable to reach any conclusion except a pragmatic and tentative one. In a RST attempt, I will distinguish the ways the problem is to be approached, then I will reconsider 3. And only 3 aspects or components of Christianity: faith, sin, and the living God. These will be, after a sort of long methodological approach, only 3 elements taken up from a long, programmatic list that would have to be gone through to hope to arrive at a result. Let us go back to our title, The Deconstruction of Christianity. It is a title that might seem provocative or seductive, i.e., seductive because provocative. But I seek no provocation nor, consequently, any seduction derived from a provocation. Moreover, if this title were to appear to be a provocation, that provocation would be scarcely more than the dream of a somewhat dated imagination, since in fact today, when it comes to Christianity, everything is taken for granted. No one can imagine being confronted today by a Voltaire-like philosopher, having at Christianity in an acerbic tone and doubtless not in the best Nietzschean style. Perhaps the reader would be more likely to have thought, reading The Deconstruction of Christianity, that the title was not a provocation and that the vaguely sulphurous smell of such a title was destined to end up, if not with an odor of sanctity, at least in betting considerations. The fact is, after all, that one can do virtually anything with Christianity. We have come into a climate, not only of aggiornamento but of post-aggiornamento, a climate in which Christianity seems able to lend itself to everything and anything, provided only that we free it and defalque from a purely reactionary portion of fundamentalism, for in which Christianity is no longer recognizable. I will therefore keep my distance from both critical provocation and any further step in the direction of accommodation and aggiornamento. I will do so for the very simple reason that there can be no question today, it seems to me, either of attacking or of defending Christianity, that is, either of damning or of saving it. Such projects are simply out of season, and it is precisely the profound, historical reasons that make them unseasonable that we have to be able to analyze. As a rough approximation, let us say that they are unseasonable because Christianity itself, Christianity as such, is surpassed, because it is itself, and by itself, in a state of being surpassed. That state of self-surpassing may be very profoundly proper to it. It is perhaps its deepest tradition, which is obviously not without its ambiguities. It is this transcendence, this going beyond itself that must therefore be examined. Being surpassed, self-surpassing, do not mean that Christianity is no longer alive. Doubtless it is still alive and will be for a long time, but at bottom, if it is alive, it has ceased giving life at least as the organizing structure of an experience that would be something other than a fragmented individual experience. Moreover, is it still, in that case, an experience? It has ceased giving life in the order of sense, if it is true that there is never sense for just one person. If sense is of the order of the common, then there is no doubt that Christianity has ceased giving life, no doubt that it has passed from itself into a different status, a different realm of sense and common allotment of sense. This we all know, whether we are Christians or non-Christians. In a more general sense, Christianity's fate is perhaps the fate of sense in general, that is, what has been called in the last few years, outwardly, the end of ideologies. The end of ideologies is at least the end of promised sense, or the end of the promise of sense as an intention, goal, and fulfillment. That is doubtless what it is, the end of the self-surpassing of Christianity. Hence what is required of us with the greatest necessity is what we will have to call the deconstruction of Christianity. Before revisiting this concept, I would like to reformulate these initial givens in a different way, by positing a triple axiom. 1. Christianity is inseparable from the West. It is not some accident that befell it, for better or worse, nor is it transcendent to it. It is coextensive with the West qua West, that is, with a certain process of westernization consisting in a form of self-resorption or self-surpassing. This RST axiom presupposes, as does a good portion of what I propose here, my overwhelming agreement with the work by Marcel Gauchet, Le Désenchantement du Monde, The Disenchantment of the World, 5, particularly with the part related to Christianity, titled The Religion of the Departure from Religion. 2. The dechristianization of the West is not a hollow phrase, but the more that process advances the more it becomes manifest, through the fate of immobilized churches and anemic theologies, that what still attaches us in many ways to the West is the nervation of Christianity itself. Nietzsche put it very well in saying that the Buddha's shadow remains for 1,000 years before the cave in which he died. We are in that shadow, and it is precisely that shadow that we must bring to light. We are in the nirvation of Christianity, it holds us, but how? This second axiom posits, therefore, that all our thought is Christian through and through. Through and entirely, which is to say, all of us completely. We must try to bring to light how we are still Christian without, perhaps, remaining pious. This cannot be said in Nietzsche's terms, how we, too, are still pious. To ask ourselves how we are still Christian takes us to the very end, to the ultimate extremity of Christianity. 3. The West itself, Occidentality, is what is carried out by laying bare a particular nirvation of sense, a nirvation in some way empty or exposed, that of sense as a settled affair, carried to the limits of sense or of the possibility of sense. Thus to deconstruct Christianity is to accompany the West to that limit, to that pass at which the West cannot do otherwise than let go of itself in order to continue being the West, or still be something of itself beyond itself. In this pass, it must let go of itself, thus it is the same move letting go of the West and letting go of Christianity. In this pass, however, and this is what I think properly and necessarily gives rise to a deconstructive move in this pass, it is a question not of rejecting a tradition, of shedding an old skin, but of meeting squarely what comes to the West and Christianity from beyond themselves, what comes toward us from the depths of our tradition as more archaic, in the sense of archie and not of historical beginning, of course, than Christianity. In other words, the question is to end out whether we can, by revisiting our Christian provenance, designate in the heart of Christianity a provenance of Christianity deeper than Christianity itself, a provenance that might bring out another resource with an ambiguity that for now I take entirely upon myself between a gesture of Hegelian dialectical Aufhebung and a different one that is not dialectical sublation. However that ambiguity may play itself out, if one accepts the identification of the West with Christianity, one also accepts the consequence, which is that there is no way out other than by means of a resource that replaces the Christian one entirely, without being a watered-down version or a dialectical rehearsal of the same. Let us add that we do not yet even know, perhaps, what Hegelian dialectical sublation really is, that perhaps we don't know what negativity is. To end out we must plunge into its heart, a heart that risks being, if I dare say so, Christian. Given these axioms, we can now resume, taking as our new point of departure the following. It is often said that the more or less pronounced degradation of Christianity, its smaller number of congregants, its marked disappearance as a common reference point and explicit regulative index, as well as its profound internal disaffection, is assumed to be the effect of the modern transition toward a rationalized, secularized, and materialized society. So it is said, but without having any idea why that society has become what it is. Unless that is because it has turned away from Christianity, which merely repeats the problem, since the deemed has thereby been placed within the denition. Let us therefore, very simply but very RMLY, posit that any analysis that pretends to end a deviation of the modern world from Christian reference forgets or denies that the modern world is itself the unfolding of Christianity. That denial is serious, since it amounts to forbidding the modern world to begin to understand itself, inasmuch as, and this is precisely the point, the world we call modern is undoubtedly constructed, and this is no accident, on the internal denial of its Christian reference. We need only read very briefly on the Kantian phenomenon, for example, to realize that it is open to two kinds of reading, as a manner of denial, or repression if you will, of the Christian reference, and at the same time, as a full and total reenactment of Christian reference. Indeed, we must not forget that the sentence from the preface to the Critique of Pure Reason, "I have had to suppress knowledge in order to make room for belief," provides an opening for belief within the limits of reason. It is too often forgotten that this is Kant's purpose, and that what is at stake concerning modernity is in truth something other than a deviation or an abandonment. The truth is of another order, though not the opposite one, if the opposite consists in saying that the internal decomposition of Christianity has delivered Western society to its modern loss of direction. The reader will have recognized in this opposite thesis the old model of the Catholic accusation addressed to the Reformation and Anglicanism, that of the internal self-accusation of Christianity losing itself and all the others along with it? That is, generally speaking, the fundamentalist thesis within each of the Christian families and between these Christian families. In an even more general way, it may be said that the conflict between fundamentalism and what not so long ago the Catholic Church called modernism is the specific conflict to which the West subjects religions, its own, at any rate, and along the lines of which it has constituted or structured its religion. The conflict between a religious fundamentalism and its dissolution by adaptation to a world that at once comes from it and detaches itself from it, rejecting and denying it. This internal conflict in the form of schizophrenia or division within itself is unrelated to the conflicts between the dogmas or between opposing beliefs. This conflict internal to Christianity, which is at present becoming internal to Judaism and Islam, though in a different way, has nothing to do with the conflict between Christianity and Judaism, if that is indeed a conflict, or with the conflicts that exist between all the great religions. Indeed, within Christianity a specific type of conflict occurs, which is probably the conflict between an integrality and its disintegration. It is in this specific conflict that the RST indication of a nuclear property of Christianity, the RST clue to the possibility of its evolution, is to be sought. Is not Christianity, in and of itself, a divided integrality? Is it not the very movement of its distension, of its opening out and of its dissolution? Only if the response to these questions is affirmative can the gesture of deconstruction make sense, because deconstruction can then try to reach, at the heart of the movement of integrality's self-distension, the heart of this movement of opening. My inquiry is guided by this motif of the essence of Christianity as opening, an opening of self, and of self as opening. In all the forms of opening, throughout all its reverberations, opening as distension, as interval Eckhart, but also Heidegger's open, which, since the opening of Heidegger, commands a contemporary climate of thought. What of the opening of Christianity or of Christianity as opening? What of, and this is at bottom the real question, an absolute transcendental of opening such that it does not cease pushing back or dissolving all horizons? That is our situation, no more horizons. From all directions horizons are asserted in the modern world, but how can we grasp what I would call horizontally? How can we grasp the character of horizon while we are on a ground that is not a ground of horizon, a ground without ground of infinite opening? That is the question to which Christianity, at bottom, seems to me to lead. From that infinite opening, not from that accidental property of opening, but from opening as an essential property, from opening as Christian ipseity, hence from distension of self, from relation to self as infinite exiting from self, I will take up for the moment, simply a RST indication, evoking the complex, differentiated, and connected genesis of Christianity. The historical reality of that genesis is always too easily and too quickly covered over by what I would like to call the Christmas 6 projection, that is, by a pure and simple birth of Christianity, which one any day comes along and changes everything. Now, quite curiously, our whole tradition, as unchristian as it would like to be, still retains something of the Christmas projection, at a given moment that takes place, and we end ourselves thereafter in a Christian condition. But how was that possible? We do not wonder enough how and why classical antiquity produced Christianity, not how it befell it on Christmas Day, but how that world made it possible. Without undertaking extremely complex historical and theoretical analyses, I will simply highlight the difficulty by pointing out that Christianity is this very curious event in our history that imposes for its proper reading, and in its own tradition, the double schema of an absolute happening, which I have called Christmas, and, at the same time, a dialectical Aufhebung or, if one cannot call it that, an integration of the entire preceding heritage, since Christianity conceives of itself as a recapitulation and Aufhebung of Judaism, Hellenism, and Romanity. When we consider the history of Christianity, we end 3 stages: a Jewish Christianity. Christianity is at RST a Jewish religion, if not a sect, a Greek Christianity, and a Roman Christianity, 3 stages whose conjunction corresponds to the constitution of a dogmatic/ecclesiastic integrality and to the internal tension of an identity that can be conceived only in relation to what it negates in transcending it. Christian identity is therefore from the start a constitution by self-transcendence, the old law in the new law, the logos in the word, the civitas in the civitas Dei, and so on. Christianity shares, no doubt, with all other religions the schema of the constitution of an orthodoxy by denning heresies, the production of schisms, and so on, but the schema proper to Christianity is different in that it is the schema of an orthodoxy that understands itself to be the virtually innate movement through which a faith discovers itself in relation to what precedes it, which it renews and enlightens. This faith is what it is only in revealing itself to itself progressively as the integration of what preceded it, which it carries further forward. There is something unique here. The Christian faith is itself the experience of its history, the experience of a plan followed by God for the execution of salvation. Thus there is, on the one hand, upstream, in the direction of the Jewish root, a history, a plan followed and oriented, whereas on the other hand, on the side of the Christian movement, this execution of salvation becomes indissociable from human history, becomes human history as such, history. From the point of view of Catholic orthodoxy, what I am advancing here is not a commentary. It is a Catholic theological thesis, that the plan for salvation is indissociable from human history is a thesis from Vatican I. It follows that the dimension of history in general, as a Western dimension, is fundamentally Christian and that the way and the life of salvation are not only, for Christianity, the modality of and the procedure for access to a specific mystery, as in all types of initiation and conversion, but the very progression of homo viator, of journeying man en route, whose journey is not only a passage but constitutes in itself the gate and the progression of revelation. Hence, history understood as distortion, opening, with retention and protension, history as the opening of the subject as such who is only a subject by being a historical subject, in distension with itself is the matricial element that Christianity brings progressively to light as its truth, because it does not in fact come to pass all at once, ex abrupto. That matricial element, that essential historicity, posited and thought in Christian faith as such, that historicity let us say of the faith, not only the historicity of faith as an act of belonging, but the historicity of the very content of faith, is what ends up separating rigorously, implacably, Christianity from the element of religion in general and making of it, in Marcel Gauchet's phrase, the religion of the egress from religion 7. Hence Christianity, stretched between the virtually innate antecedents in which it never ceases deciphering the signs of its own anteriority and an innate future into which it projects the null advent of its event in progress, is constitutively stretched between passage and presence. From the passage of God into man to the presence/parousia of God unto man, the consequence is valid, but that consequence from passage to presence is precisely what is called sense. Thus Christianity is in the element of sense, in both senses, significative and directional, of the word. Christianity is par excellence the conjunction of both senses, it is sense as tension or direction toward the advent of sense as content. Consequently, the question is less that of the sense of Christianity than that of Christianity as a dimension of sense, a dimension of sense that, and this is the point to be analyzed, is at once the opening of sense and sense as opening. From passage to presence, it does not cease being averred that presence always repeats passage, or that passage always leads to more opening at the heart of sense. The extreme point of that tension is attained when the absolute of parousia, the absolute of presence, ends by merging with the inity of passage. Sense is then completed, or, to say the same thing differently, used up. It is complete sense in which there is no longer any sense. That is what ends up being called the death of God, in a phrase that is not accidentally of Christian provenance, it comes from Luther, for it states the very destiny of Christianity. In other words, closer to Nietzsche, Christianity is accomplished in nihilism and as nihilism, which means that nihilism is none other than the null incandescence of sense, that it is sense taken to its point of excess. Christianity is, therefore, not at all the obvious, aggressive, critical negation or despair of sense. It is protension towards sense, the sense of sense, acute in the extreme, beaming with its last light and burning out in that null incandescence. It is sense that no longer orders or activates anything, or nothing but itself. It is sense absolutely in its own right, pure sense, that is, the end revealed for itself, indonately and denotively. Such is the complete idea of Christian revelation. This idea has never been that of the revelation of something or someone. In that sense it is certainly the surpassing, the Aufhebung, the Jewish departure outside Judaism, for the idea of Christian revelation is that, in the end, nothing is revealed, nothing but the end of revelation itself, or else that revelation is to say that sense is unveiled purely as sense, in person, but in a person such that all the sense of that person consists in revealing himself. Sense reveals itself and reveals nothing, or else reveals its own entity. Yet to reveal nothing is not a negative proposition. It is, rather, the Hegelian proposition that the revealed is properly that God is the revealable, what is revealed is the revealable, the open as such. It is on that sharp point that Christianity breaks and reveals itself to be what Nietzsche has termed nihilism. So long as we do not grasp the full extent of this situation, which makes up our Christian provenance, as a Western one, to be the provenance that destines us to the revelation of the revealable, or yet again to sense as pure, absolute, and innate, we will remain prisoners to something that has not been elaborated in such a way as to be adequate to that history and that destiny. Everything, then, is contingent on this point, to think the innate of sense, to think truth as an innate of sense. Or yet again, to think sense as the absolute opening of sense and to sense, but in a sense that is in a way empty, empty of all content, all gur, all determination. Let us say, punning without punning, this is Christianity's cross, since it is exactly on that point that Christianity is simultaneously constituted and undone. Consequently, by focusing on that point it is appropriate to try to deconstruct Christianity. Let me specify what the operation of deconstruction means. Deconstructing belongs to a tradition, to our modern tradition, and I am entirely ready to admit that the operation of deconstruction is part of the tradition just as legitimately as the rest. Consequently, it is itself shot through and through with Christianity. Furthermore, deconstruction has this peculiarity, if we look back at its origin in the text of Being and Time, it is the last state of the tradition, its last state as retransmission, to us and by us, of the whole tradition in order to bring it back into play in its totality. To put the tradition into play according to deconstruction, according to destruction, a term Heidegger was determined to protect against Zerstörung, i.e., against destruction, and that he characterized as taking apart, means neither to destroy in order to found anew nor to perpetuate two hypotheses that would imply a system given as such and untouchable as such. To deconstruct means to take apart, to disassemble, to loosen the assembled structure in order to give some play to the possibility from which it emerged but which, qua assembled structure, it hides. My hypothesis is that the gesture of deconstruction, as a gesture neither critical nor perpetuating, and testifying to a relation to history and tradition that is found in neither Husserl nor Hegel nor Kant, is only possible within Christianity, even though it is not formulated intentionally from within it. 8. Indeed, it is only from within that which is in itself constituted by and setting out from the distension of an opening that there can be a sense to seek and to disassemble. It is important, therefore, that we not take the assemblage of Christianity en bloc, to refute or con-rem it, for that would be tantamount to placing ourselves outside or alongside it. That is the move that we philosophers make too often and too soon. It has long been taken for granted that we are no longer Christian, and that is why we keep between ourselves and Christianity a distance sufficient to allow us to take it en masse. When we do so, it appears as an autonomous mass in relation to which we can, it is true, take all sorts of attitudes, but concerning whose point of assemblage we will remain always ignorant. But at its point of assemblage, or, as Heidegger said, at the systasis of the system, there is perhaps something to be brought to light and let play as such, something Christianity may not as yet have freed. What might be the possibility, power, or exigency, as you will, brought into play by such a disassembling? That possibility would no longer be Christianity itself. It would no longer be the Western world itself, but rather that from which or on the basis of which the West and Christianity are possible. Something the West has up till now apprehended only in the ambivalence of the upsurge of Christianity. The deconstruction of Christianity comes down to this, an operation of disassembling, focusing on the origin or the sense of deconstruction, a sense that does not belong to deconstruction, that makes it possible but does not belong to it, like an empty slot that makes the structure work, the question being to know how to the empty slot without overturning in the process the integrality of the integrity of the Christianity we are trying to disassemble. In a sense, as I have been saying, Christianity is in itself essentially the movement of its own distension, because it represents the constituting of a subject in the process of opening and ending itself. Obviously, then, we must say that deconstruction, which is only possible by means of that distension, is itself Christian. It is Christian because Christianity is, originally, deconstructive, because it relates immediately to its own origin as to a slack jeu, an interval, some play, an opening in the origin. But, as we well know, in another sense Christianity is the exact opposite, denial, foreclosure of a deconstruction and of its own deconstruction, precisely because it puts in the place of the structure of origin, of any and all origin, something else, the proclamation of its end. The structure of origin of Christianity is the proclamation of its end. Such is the determinate form taken by the distension I have been discussing. Christianity resides essentially in the proclamation of its end. More precisely, Christianity resides in the end as proclamation, as something proclaimed, as evangel, as euangelion, good news. That message is the heart of Christianity. The Christian message of proclamation is therefore something entirely different from prophecy in the vulgar, and not Jewish, sense of divination or prevision. The Christian annunciation of the end is not at all prevision, nor is it even, in a certain sense, the promise. Of course the promise is a Christian category, but for the moment, to be clear and lay things bare, I retain only the word proclamation. Christianity, then, is not proclamation as a predisposition in one way or another of the end. In it, the end itself is operative in the proclamation and as proclamation, because the end that is proclaimed is always an innate end. This is what truly makes up Christianity, what constitutes, as the theologians say, the kerygma of Christianity, that is, the essence, the schema of what is proclaimed, the schema of the proclamation. What is Christianity? It is the evangel. What is the evangel? It is what is proclaimed, and it is not texts. What is proclaimed? Nothing. Marcel Gauchet was attentive, as Nietzsche had been, to the thinness of the four Gospels, almost nothing. We do not think enough about the fact that this almost nothing, this bit of writing, is the Aufhebung of all prior Biblia. The fact that properly Christian writing, next to nothing, consists in tracing very quickly the word proclamation, in saying that proclaims, and that someone lived his life in such a way that he proclaimed. If Christianity is essentially kerygmatic or evangelical, the question is to try to concentrate our gaze on the heart of proclamation as such, on the living, evangelical heart of Christianity, in order to go beyond the point where Nietzsche left off. Nietzsche is still one of those who separate the wheat from the tares, those who separate an original, pure kernel from its subsequent development. In my opinion, the question is rather one of grasping anew as a pure nucleus, as an evangelical nucleus, what truly constitutes the possibility of all the rest. That must lead us not to isolate, according to a move that is well known and that might be dubbed a Rousseauism of Christianity, a good primitive Christianity, and then to proceed to lament its betrayal. This said, let us take a further step. To enter the heart, the essential movement of kerygmatic or evangelical Christianity, To enter its proclamatory structure, this also must be done without having recourse exclusively to the Gospels by taking a stand against their subsequent dogmatic development. On the contrary, it is in dogmatic development that we must recover the inspiration proper imparted to this dogma by the fundamental structure of the proclamation and opening of sense. In the Christian dogmatic edus, we are dealing with a theological construction, that is, also and primarily with a philosophical construction and elaboration. I say philosophical not in the sense in which there would be a Christian philosophy situated alongside other philosophies, but in the sense in which the original structure of the Christian kerygma developed in a specific historical relation to a philosophical history. It is, therefore, in the disassembling of the philosophical constituents of Christian dogma or Christian theology that we must perceive the philosophemes of the proclamation. It is therein that the proclamation itself must be perceived, the kerygma itself as a manifold of philosophemes, or as becoming increasingly, in the course of our history and tradition, the manifold of philosophemes that from now on will contour the articulation of our thought. Without insisting at length on this point, I will recall the philosophical constituents of Christian theology. It is well known that the heart of Christian theology is obviously Christology, that the heart of Christology is the doctrine of incarnation, and that the heart of the doctrine of incarnation is that of homoousia, consubstantiality, the identity or community of being and substance between the Father and the Son. This is what is completely unprecedented about Christianity. To set itself apart from the spectrum of philosophical ontology, ousia, homoousis, etc., the theologian will say that homoousia is just a word that is appropriately used in the service of an intention of faith that must not allow the sense of the notion to be reduced to a thought of essence or of substance, and that the community of the Father and the Son is of a different nature than the singular homoousia that means, philosophically, a community of essence or nature. It will suffice in turn to address the following question to the theologian: of what other nature or essence is the community of the Father and the Son if it is not of essential essence or natural essence? Even if we assume that the sense understood by faith, that is, the sense proclaimed, awaited, and expectantly tendered by faith, is innate, the fact remains that it is in setting out from ousia, taken in a determined historical/philosophical context, that innate remove can be thought. Christianity can only posit and conceive of the innate remove of ousia on the basis of that ousia. In other words, the parousia of the homoousia, far from representing a difference in nature between theology and philosophy, in fact represents the innate opening of the sense of ousia thought of as presence, a parousia of itself. Taking this as our point of departure, we can link together the entire order of reasons of theological ontology, including the Heideggerian question of the ontic/ontological difference and of the sense of being, so long, that is, as the deconstructive move does not weaken the sense of this sense. This is to say that, setting out from ousia, one can proceed all the way to the end of the philosophical concatenation of the concepts of ontology and everywhere at work as a projection into the future of the possibility of these concepts, the opening itself, beyond the conceptual philosophical systematicity to which the theologian thought to set himself in opposition. Now let us examine the Christian categories that I announced, while trying to grasp them on the basis of the methodological principles we have set up. Let us consider, first of all, the category of faith, since, to what has just been said about ousia, the theologian, or, more precisely, the spiritual man, the true Christian, will answer that all this ignores the irreducible, singular dimension of faith and of the act of faith as a dimension that it is impossible to reduce to a discourse. In a certain way I feel bound to begin the analysis by asking, is there another category of faith than the Christian category? Not the act of faith each of the faithful can pronounce in his or her heart, which it is not my aim to examine here, but the category of faith, for that is what can become the object of the gesture of deconstruction. With utmost respect for the act of faith considered as an act acting within the intimacy of a subject, I cannot fail to consider that the Christian category of faith is above all the category of an act, that of an act of and within the sphere of intimacy. That is what must be examined, knowing that it is one thing to examine this category as that of an intimate act on the part of the subject, and that it would be quite another to go after that act as such, if it takes place and where it takes place, a place into which, obviously, my discourse cannot extend. Is not the act of faith, qua act, that which announces itself par excellence, that is, that of which the act itself, that of which entleche, is a proclamation and not a showing? What is faith? Faith consists in relating to God and to the name of God, to the extent that God and His love are not present, shown to the extent that they are not present in the modality of monstration. But it is not in the domain of belief, because faith is not an adherence without proof. The greatest spiritual and theological analyses of the Christian faith show that faith is rather, if we insist on expressing it in terms of adherence, the adhesion to itself of an aim without other. I will say, in phenomenological terms, the adhesion to itself of an aim without a correlative object, or with no foulement of sense but that of the aim itself. One could perhaps say that faith is pure intentionality. Or that it is the phenomenon of intentionality as a self-sufficient phenomenon, as a saturated phenomenon, in Jean-Luc Marien's sense. I understand perfectly well that Marien, in speaking of saturated phenomena, is not talking about a phenomenon like faith, but rather of phenomena that would offer themselves as faith, or that would entail faith. Nevertheless, I leave open the question of whether faith might not be such a saturated phenomenon, or even, perhaps, saturation itself. Faith, in any case, is not adherence without proof or a leap beyond proof. It is an act by a person of faith, an act that, as such, is the attestation by an intimate consciousness to the fact that it exposes itself and allows itself to be exposed to the absence of attestation, of parousia. In homoousia, faith understands itself as exposed to the absence of parousia of the homoousia, without which it would not be faith. If Christian faith, then, is the category of an act of intimacy that misses itself, that escapes itself, then Christian faith is distinguished precisely and absolutely from all belief. It is a category sui generis, which is not, like belief, a lack of, a dearth of. Not a state of waiting for. But faithfulness in its own right, condense, and openness to the possibility of what it is condense in. What I am saying here would be perfectly suitable to our modern definition of faithfulness in love. It is precisely that, for us faithfulness in love, if we conceive of faithfulness as distinct from the simple observance of conjugal law or of a moral or ethical law outside the conjugal institution. This is even, perhaps, what we mean more profoundly by love, if love is primarily related to faithfulness, and if it is not that which overcomes its own failings but rather that which entrusts itself to what appears to it as insufficiency entrusts itself to the beyond itself in order to be what it needs to be, that is, to be faithfulness. That is why the true correlate of Christian faith is not an object but a word. Faith consists in entrusting oneself to the Word of God. Here again, our amorous faith is entirely Christian, since, as faithfulness, it entrusts itself to the word of the other, to the word that says I love you, or doesn't even say it. At the same time, the faith in act that the theologians call de qua creditor, the faith by which one believes, actualizes, as a profession of faith by the faithful one, faith as content, de qui creditor, the faith that is believed, the sense of the word of God. In other words, the veritable act, the entleche of the de qui creditor, is the de qua creditor, the act actualizes the sense. At this point, two possibilities present themselves. 1. The moment of the act as such is dominant, and the sense merges into it. In that case, we may say that the sense of faith is so intimate, so private, that it is inaccessible to the subject. The subject of faith is, in this case, the person who puts his or her faith entirely in the hands of God's grace, as attested by these words attributed to Joan of Arc, in response to the question, "Do you think you are in grace? If I am not, may it be God's will to put me there, and if I am, may it be God's will to keep me there." Here, faith consists in the reception of the grace of faith. 2. On the contrary, the moment of the word and of spoken, communitarian sense is dominant. In this case, all division, all dissolution of the community is at the same time the division and dissolution of faith qua communitarian attestation, qua act shared by the community and dissolving along with it. Now, this dissolution of the faith with the community represents, perhaps, the cross of the history of Christianity, if the kerygma and grace are, in principle, for all humanity, or if the gospel and grace are for everyone. Considered in this twofold schema, faith always comes down to adherence to the unity of sense, whether it be the unity of sense dissolved in the attestation without attestation of intimacy, or the unity of sense spreading outside all discernible community to the outer limits of humanity. From the point of view of the Christian community, to interpret the act of faith as a subjective and existential adherence is, consequently, completely erroneous. Yet it is true that faith is the being in act of a non-appropriable innate sense, and that it becomes progressively, as faithfulness, faithfulness to nothing, faithfulness to no one, faithfulness to faithfulness itself. We are becoming a culture of pure faithfulness, the faithful assured not only to be obliged, but to want to be faithful. Faithful to what? To sense, and thus faithful to no other thing than to the very gesture of faithfulness. 9. Second category, sin. Sin, because we cannot conceive of Christianity without sin, because it is by sin that Christianity, in the most visible and external way, has dominated. Some would say that it has subjugated, enslaved whole areas of our history and culture. But let us remark, nevertheless, that if there is nothing incongruous about speaking of Christian faith, to speak of sin today seems rather old-fashioned, inasmuch as our Christianity is no longer a Christianity of sin so much as of love and hope. But that in itself is already a sign. What is a Christianity virtually without sin? It is probably no longer Christianity. But then how is it that Christianity can, from within, free itself, rid itself, of sin? I know full well that there have long been plenty of good Christians who have bemoaned the disappearance of sin, and that Bloy and Bernanos railed in unison against the elimination of sin, and of the devil along with it. 10. But just so, that elimination is an accomplishment. For how is Christian sin characterized? Christian sin presents a difference from the misdeed analogous to the one between faith and belief. A misdeed is a transgression, a dereliction that leads to punishment and eventual atonement. Sin is not primarily a specific act. The image of confession and of recitation of articles has completely deformed our perception of sin. Sin is not primarily an act, it is a condition, and an original condition. It is only through original sin that we get the full schema of the divine plan: creation, sin, redemption. Outside this divine plan, neither God's love, nor the incarnation, nor homoousia, nor the history of mankind has sense. Sin is, therefore, above all an original condition, and an original condition of historicity, of development, because sin is a generative condition, setting in motion the history of salvation, and salvation as history. It is not a specific act, much less a misdeed. Sin being a condition, what counts above all in Christianity is man the sinner. The original condition is that man is a sinner, thus the sinner is more important than the sin itself. Moreover, this is why that which is truly pardoned is the sinner. The sinner, once pardoned, is not, of course, wiped clean. One does not simply remove from her or him the stains of sin. The pardoned sinner is regenerated and re-enters the history of salvation. The sinner is then less one who breaks the law than one who decks toward him or herself the sense that was oriented toward the other or toward God. That is how the word of the serpent was interpreted in a Christian way: you shall be as gods. This reversal of sense self-ward is precisely what causes the emergence of self, the one self, the self correlated to itself, not distended and not open to the other. Such is not only the indication of the sinful condition, but the sinful condition itself. We would never be able to go through all the texts in which the Western tradition unceasingly shows that evil is egoity or egotism. It is the self relating to itself. Consequently, sin is, in a sense, closing, and saintliness, opening. Saintliness is not, and it is this that Christianity thinks of as an aufhebung of the old law in the new law, the observance of the law, but the opening to what is addressed to faith, the opening to the proclamation, to the word of the other. The truth of our sinful condition does not, nally, lead to the expiation of a misdeed but to a redemption, to the redemption of the person who has submitted to the slavery, a slave is redeemed, of temptation. We should examine the category of temptation at great length, and ask ourselves what it is, fundamentally. Temptation is essentially the temptation of self, it is the self as temptation, as tempter, as self-tempter. It is not in the least a question of the expiation of a misdeed, but of redemption or salvation, and salvation cannot come from the self itself, but from its opening. Salvation comes to the self as its opening, and as such it comes to it as the grace of its Creator. Now, what does God do through salvation? Through salvation, God remits to man the debt he incurred in sinning, a debt that is none other than the debt of the self itself. What man appropriated, for which he is in debt to God, is the self that he has turned in upon itself. It must be returned to God and not to itself. Sin is an indebtedness of existence as such. In other words, while Heidegger tends to detach existential Schuldigkeit from the category of transgression or of debt, in the ontic sense of the term, I wonder, rather, whether that Schuldigkeit does not realize the essence of sin as the indebtedness of existence meaning, at one and the same time, that existence itself is in debt, and that what it is in debt for is precisely for itself, for the self, for the ipseity of existence. In conclusion, the living God is what maintains the assemblage of all other elements. God, who is neither represented nor representable, but living, the Son, the invisible image of the invisible God, says Origen, is his very presence. The Son is the visibility, itself non-visible, of the invisible, not in the sense of a God who would appear, but in the sense of a proclamation of presence. It is in that proclamation, in that address to man, in that call, that vision is made. Now, what is thus addressed is the person itself, the life of the living God is properly auto-affection, it presents the person to itself in the innate dimension of itself to itself. That pure proclamation is interlocution as innate sense of the pure person or of pure life. The living God is therefore the one who exposes itself as life of the appropriation/disappropriation extending beyond itself. Thus everything brings us back again to opening as the structure of sense itself. It is the open as such, the open of the proclamation, of the project, of history and faith, that, by the living God, is revealed at the heart of Christianity. If it is in fact opening, the open as horizon of sense and as a rending of the horizon, that assembles/disassembles the Christian construction, which undoes the horizontally of sense and makes it pivot into a verticality, the present instant like an innate breakthrough, let us say, to conclude very provisionally this ongoing project, that in that, construction the horizon as question, the horizon as a proper noun for the nitude that turns toward its own inity, is lost, but also springs. Fourth, the open, or the free, as Hölderlin also called it, is essentially ambiguous. It is the entire self-destructive or self-deconstructive ambiguity of Christianity. In its absoluteness, it opens onto itself and opens only onto itself, innately. It is thus that Christianity would be nihilism and has not ceased engaging nihilism, the death of God. But the question is thus posed, what is an opening that would not sink into its own openness? What is an innate sense that nonetheless makes sense, an empty truth that yet has the weight of truth? How can one take on afresh the task of delineating a delimited opening, agur, therefore, that still would not be agurative capturing of sense, that would not be God? It would be a matter of thinking the limit, that is the Greek sense of horizo, to limit, to restrict, the singular line that fastens an existence, but that fastens it according to the complex graph of an opening, not returning to itself, self being this very non-return, yet, again, according to the inscription of a sense that no religion, no belief, nor any knowledge and of course, no servility, no asceticism can saturate or assure, that no church can claim to gather and bless. For that, there remains for us neither cult nor prayer, but the exercise strict and severe, sober and yet joyous of what is called thought. It is difficult to make the connection between a square of wild grass growing in between two railroad tracks and God, or his absence, or his substitutes. And yet that's where it starts, with a sort of revolt that is like a childish, twisted drive. The refusal, how to put it, of that appearing before the tribunal of efficacy and meaning. The multiple would be, yes, the disconnected part, the possibility, always on the way, of detachment, without which there would be no surprises, or even anything to come. Along the lines of dormancy, such a beautiful word that has to do with seeds, we might try something like comancy, which would definitely designate not an expectation, a movement of expectation, but on the contrary a kind of immobility of coming. A kind of permanent disenclosure, an example of which would be precisely the square of wild grass between the railroad tracks. Jean-Christophe Bailly. Space is not the name of a thing, but of that outside of things thanks to which their distinctness is granted them. Things could not be distinct in nature if they did not also occupy distinct places. If I am taking the tree's place, and not just replacing it, there is neither tree nor human being, but something else, a sylvan divinity, for example. When the distinction of place is hindered or rejected, a crushing, a constriction, and a suffocation is produced. That is what we can see in those geological folds and contractions out of which come igneous fusions, conglomerates, and pudding stones, which in turn produce new types of rock, new, distinct elements in a new distribution of places and a different spatial configuration. We can also see it when an excess of plant growth strangles some and conjoins others, weaving them into a braid, like twin trunks that sometimes intertwine with one another to the point of strangulation, growing, neither one nor two, within that embrace. Space is a placing, and in order to accomplish this, a distribution, therefore a spacing of places, before being a distance. The spacing can be minuscule as well as immense, that does not affect its nature. It consists in the thrust of separation thanks to which that is distinguished, and that distinguishes this from that. It is the time of that thrust. This time is not the O of the successive above the already congrued spaces of the permanent. On the contrary, it forms the pace of congruation itself according to its congruing urge. Hence this paradox of time, which is to be simultaneously pure succession and pure permanence, according to the pulsation of one in the other. Thus, even when nothing new happens, it still happens that the distinction is maintained and things do not collapse into one another. The separation and distinction of all things is not a banal, de facto given. It forms, on the contrary, the gift, the giving of things itself. It is the permanent enclosure of the world. There cannot be one sole thing that does not have a separation between itself and something else. Therefore there cannot be fewer than two things. The one sole is its immediate negation, and space-time constitutes the structure of that negation. That is why the conquest of space cannot be considered in the same way as the discovery of pre-existent places. One does not discover what was previously covered up, or at least one does not just discover but one opens up as well, separating and distinguishing. Space is not conquered without space conquering its conquerors as well. Undoubtedly, the cosmic expanses both within and without our solar system existed before our rockets, probes, and satellites were launched. But at the same time, in the very time of those launchings, the conquest is a moment, a scansion of the general expansion. Man not only goes far from Earth, penetrating what was once another world, he also separates, in this movement, the Earth from itself, and he separates himself from himself in reduplicating from the inside, if it is an inside, the dilation of the universe. Space spreads itself out through man, whom it in turn spreads out. When the European discovered the New World, he engaged in an expansion in which a new world was shaped and new distinctions settled into place. A new Indies separated off from the known Indies. In the space of a century, as they say, the face of the world was changed: continents, islands, and oceans. Today, in the space of less than half a century, the configuration of that world, whose space-time is becoming that of the transmission of satellite signals, has been transformed. In a sense it is the dissolution or a dissipation of the space of clear topographical distinctions, of the space of territories and boundaries, of domains and enclosures. The space of separations is yielding to the thrust of a spatiality that separates the separations from themselves, that seizes the general configuration, in order simultaneously to spread it out in a continuum and to contort it into an interlacing of networks. The parties extra parties is becoming, while retaining its exteriority, a pars pro toto at the same time as a totem in partibus. Thus what happens is the following. For the RST time, the expansion, or the enclosure of the world becomes identical to what was considered to be its mere instrument. The caravels of Christopher Columbus seemed to be such instruments. The vessels had not yet revealed the profound nature according to which they are always at once tools but also agents and locations of expansion. In truth, America had already begun on the bridge, in the stays and the astrolabe of the Santa Maria. A spatial vessel manifests that nature more clearly. We can see that it is itself a distinct element opening up the space around it. It is itself a world in the process of eclosing in the world, and even more in the process, if I may say so, of eclosing the world within it and around it. Another life, another respiration, another weight, and another humanity is in the process of emerging. And consequently, what distinguishes itself today, what is in the process of spatializing itself, presents itself as spatialization itself. Faced with the Indian of the discovered Caribbean, we wondered, is it another man? Is it other than man? But today we ask these questions about the discoverer of space. The one we catch a glimpse of on board our spaceships, we understand that he is a variant of the same, of ourselves. In a sense, it is a return of the question, is he another exemplar of the same, or an other than the same? But at the same time it is another question, up to what point can the same, distinguishing itself from the same, take its sameness with it? The enclosure of the world must be thought in its radicalness, no longer an enclosure against the background of a given world, or even against that of a given creator, but the enclosure of enclosure itself and the spacing of space itself. In a sense, then, the word radicalness is inappropriate. It is not a question of roots, but of wide openness. A new departure for creation, nothing, which moves over to make a place or give occasion to something. Locations laliu are delocalized and put to it by a spacing that precedes them and only later will give rise donoro lutono places liu nouveau. Neither places, nor heavens, nor gods, for the moment it is a general disenclosing, more so than a burgeoning. Disenclosure, dismantling and disassembling of enclosed bowers, enclosures, fences. Deconstruction of property, that of man and that of the world. Disenclosure confers upon enclosure a character that is close to explosion, and spacing conneys it to conflagration. Thus, for the ancient Stoics, the world was thought to follow the successive cycles of a great year that led from sudden upsurge to implosion, from burning to extinction, and from dilation to retraction and reabsorption before the new enclosure. Today, the conquest of space is replaying the scenario of that mythology at an accelerated pace. Probes and telescopes accompany the expansion of the universe as far as to the non-localizable, where stars have been dead for immemorial light years. The end of worlds comes back to us in the launching of our own the end, or the absolute mystery of spacing itself, according to which there is a world, from that disenclosure that is preceded by no enclosure of being, but by which non-being is disclosed. Thus there is in the world something other than a unique point without dimensions, plunged deep into its own nullity. The separation between bodies, the stellar remoteness, and the galactic distances send out toward the ever-receding cosmic extremities this point itself, this dust, this seed and this whole we have discovered ourselves to be, as well as the silence, which we call the Big Bang, whose echo haunts our voice. Though the name Ariadne seems to have been given to the European space launcher out of a simple personal inclination, we cannot refrain from looking into the mythic resources. Ariadne creates the link between the inner, folded back, implosive space of the labyrinth and the open space of the sky, whose corona borealis she wears. In certain versions of the story, the light from this diadem of stars replaces the thread that was given to Theseus. It is she who makes possible the escape from the sinister enclosure and the return voyage on the vessel bucking the bitter waves full sail toward the open sea. But in reopening space, Theseus also rekindles the ambivalence inherent in separation and distinction. He abandons Ariadne on an island, brief punctual expanse less place than midpoint of a churning liquid labyrinth. In the innately repeated indecision of the myth, Ariadne pines away, exposed to both solitary languor and the unanticipated arrival of Dionysus. Appendix. Far from substance. Whither and to what point? Essay on the ontological kenosis of thought since Kant. 535 Originally, kenosis is the movement by which God empties himself of his divinity in the mystery of the Incarnation. Assigned to an ontological index that is no longer theological, the term indicates the direction we should, no doubt, better say the destiny of modern thought in Kant and in Husserl, and second the orientation of Heidegger's questioning. Finally, perhaps we shall ourselves be fortunate enough to venture alone into a void of being, where even Heidegger could not allow himself to be carried. But one should not promise too much. This entire movement is measured, as our title indicates, as a greater or lesser distancing from substance. What I mean by substance, with a capital S, can in no way be reduced to the RST category of relation in Kant's table of the multiple toses of being one. It is a matter of the meaning of being itself, as it obtrudes on S. Impose modern metaphysics, even before metaphysics had entered into its critical period. The examples of Descartes and Spinoza suffice to illustrate this, and thereafter as it continued to reign surreptitiously Regner and Sumain, despite its transcendental emptying out. We will point this out, taking up various examples of what I once called the ontological equivocation of Kantian thought, and Nally, as it foils all attempts at methodological radically in Husserlian phenomenology through the face-to-face of an omnipositing subject, which is nevertheless purely and simply posited, and an ultra-constructed to phenomenality, which is nevertheless tributary to an impressive matter. Nevertheless, when it is a question of determining the meaning of being in itself and not simply of designating it by invoking historical examples, we end ourselves before the worst of difficulties, that contained in the hermeneutics of triviality. That which stands beneath literally the meaning of the term substance is, in effect, nothing other than the thetic profanation of the most banal of evidences, that of the presence of the real. That upon which I open my shutters each morning, that in which I attend to the affairs of life, that in which I fall asleep without concerning myself with what holds hypnos and then eidos together as twin siblings, and, despite all that, that of which I am never aware. Save perhaps in the mode of a sort of halting mice enerit, a tiny and silent recoil before the nothing of that primitive all, let us say, a sentiment of the 536 world, or of existing. This is not an alternative, or even a difference. It is always a detail, and nothing but a detail in the immense population of things, that provokes this infinitesimal suspension, the cry of a harrier streaking the grey sky, a sudden chill that sends me back inside my skin, on another day a warm wind caressing my hair. And again, a red sun that sinks vertically down the far side of things, the tracery of branches, not to be untangled, in that great tree, whose shadow repeats it on a white wall, in an exact projection whose workings nothing gives away, and, then, on an evening in an earth of vanishing elds, an exalted color, as though it had just been laid down. One will probably say that all this concerns the poetry of the world, and that philosophy is not poetry. For my part, I would say that there reigns here, in what writing is pointing toward, nothing less than a logic of phenomenality, a fabric of unsuspected a prioris that readily put to shame the formula we used earlier, the presence of the real, just as much as the one metaphysics utilizes, substance. In effect, the evidence of presence carries that of representation, from which the metaphysics of substance arises, but also the philosophies of the phenomenon, the Kantian and the Husserlian, despite their efforts at questioning, describing, and systematizing far away from substance. The word says it itself, praeens, pre-s, and is that which is there before, and before what if not me? And this me is, consequently, already there, as absolute reference of the real that is present. But the inverse is likewise inevitable, a real is already necessary in order that a me unmoy take place, present to itself among the things present. There is, here, a sort of bad schism or cleft sort de mauvaise schisme, an original denial of the original affirmation. In this way, the beginning begins only by beginning anew, or again, presence presents itself only representatively. If we consider the heaviness of all this language, we could almost cry that it's well done. The poet him again is even capable of naming that which thus avenges itself on philosophical impatience, the most terrible nemesis, the reserve pudeur of the world. For it ultimately disappears the moment I distribute it into a matter and a form, parts and a whole, things and qualities, substances and actions, to speak successively like the transcendental aesthetic, the analytic of the concepts of quantity, that of the concepts of quality, and that of the concepts of relation. Let us attempt to follow for a moment the course of this disappearance, beginning with space and time. These are, as we know, the two a priori forms. Their exposition, as Kant says, reveals a thinking of form that exceeds, and this is the only time we nd this in the entire critique of pure reason, or rather breaks up, expressly refuses, the validity of the RST couple we named, that of matter and form. In such a couple, in effect, the evidence of matter always precedes that of form, which, short of being the form of nothing, must be conceived as the spatial arrangement, that is to say, here, in space, of a 537 multiplicity of given parts. But we will never think space itself or spatiality as such if we draw its various evidences from the intraspatial. The ontological presupposition of a present reality, given RST to sensibility, that is, as a diversity of sensations, would oblige us to conceive all form as an arrangement of sensations in space. Effected how, brought about in what way? Opera comment? No sensation can come out of its absolute closure to initiate the rapport of sensations among themselves. In a word, the spatial of the perceived is formal, and no form is the affair of a content null for me n est eleventia di un contenu. What we have just rediscovered, with the tediousness of an apprentice, is what the Kantian mastery asserts from the outset: the representation of space cannot be derived from the experience of relations between external phenomena. Space is not a universal concept for the relations of things in general. 3. The critique will thus have the audacity to declare a priori the spatial character of the experience l'éprouvé we have of the world, and to consider that the manifold of this spatiality rests on limitations, for that this concept of limitation is frontally opposed to that of the part, in other words, of matter, and that, in consequence, the notion of form utilized to qualify space itself, a priori form of sensibility, would thus become totally enigmatic. This is what Kant seems almost to want to smooth over by merely exposing this novelty, transcendental exposition of space and time, in opposition to Leibniz's conceptuality, as though he feared having to expose himself, the thinker, to a novelty for which words are lacking us. 5. How are we to say, in effect, we hardly dare employ the term described here, lacking any model at all that might offer itself to a painting, what he calls the universum qua universum, to which we are giving, for our part, its banal name, its true name, the world? Yet we must, notwithstanding, since the a priori forms that are space and time are forms of the world. Yet the world has no form, being nothing that would be given, it is the formality of the gift itself, which is something entirely different. And to think this difference, we must, in all necessity, distance ourselves from the register of reality, in the proper sense of being the residential of a rest thing. It will be necessary, then, to think the whole, the world is, in effect, the whole, while resisting the attraction of that so metaphysical omnitudo realitatis. We shall also have to think sensibility before and against the evidence of sensations, in order to substitute something like an overowing, a spillover of limitations. We can see, at this latter turn, that a certain strangeness takes hold of language, or seeks its language. Let us attempt, then, to end a language for it. A cartography of the void? A. The all let out. And yet no, already, we should say all and not the all. Everything is sunlit this morning, thus will we express, for example, the way in which the gift gives itself under the aspect of the weather and the atmosphere le temps tu il fate, that unique gift of 538 appearing in its integrality. A pure how that preserves its own unreality by avoiding, one might say appropriately, naming itself on the basis of what would already be the things for, if everything tout is this or that, sunlit, or again misty and grey, etc. Indeed signifies the unity of a dispensation. If it signifies the world as the pure spending of all things, it remains that all things here means likewise appropriately neither each thing, none have yet emerged from the gift, no more than a ray of light separates itself from the sparkling of the sea, nor consequently all the things it comes down to ending that antecedence or priority, prudently buried by Kant in the Latin a priori, does not mean before. And that delivers it also from at the same time and afterward. The world space means vut dire, literally wants to say, and Kant silences it, rather, that any spatial given is open, to itself and for me, not in but according to, and that is nowhere itself open, or better, without any itself. Space itself means nothing. And yet there is indeed, if not the all, then at least the all formed out. If we need not think this as the omni-encompassing circle, then we must think it with all, i.e., and it, emerging from beneath the images of words, schemas, movements of meaning that it. We must replace, for example, circle by ring, compass, or border. Cern 6. What Kant so badly names sensibility signes, in effect, that we invariably discern phenomena, that is to say, we have to do with them on the basis of the border or cern. Of this, no one has any doubts. Do we ever worry about knowing whether, perchance, the little we do see a few houses, a swath of sky, streets, or rather segments of streets would not stop at the edge of some great nothing, at the edge of the Grand Canyon of nothingness? One might say that, even if we are assured about our good old Earth, whose rotund existence is doubtless complete, by contrast the astronomic distances that separate the heavenly bodies from our galaxy, and then the galaxies themselves, which, moreover, are speeding away from each other, are sufficient to awaken in us the terror of inity. Inity. Never, never, never would there come about the moment of a world. What is man in the inite, etc. Yet Pascal's text is but the rhetoric of an apologetic desire, without the slightest phenomenological foundation. When I raise my eyes toward the night sky, I no doubt have the sentiment that the stars are far off, but even there it is not a matter of great numbers, and nothing comes to tear apart the familiar proximity of the living room, la proximite familiare du séjour. I marvel confusedly about that, as Kant said without saying it, the starry sky over my head, the precise correspondent, or perhaps simply the other side, of the moral law in me, as though the universality of the cosmos and that of the maxim, under the apparent naivete of a reference to man, recall that the humanity of this man is deferred to the world de fairy au monde. There we live, there we are, and that is why we have a gaze both universal and open upon the unreal how of all that is real. A situation that is conrumtive, from the world, we now pass to things. 539b. Things, an expression we need use no more than the all. In effect, Heidegger is right to remind us that that with which we have to do proximally and for the most part is not things, like so many sorts of units of reality objectively given, as the sciences nd them ready and set in nature, but Zeug instruments, tools, or if you will, pragmata, anchoring units of care, in no way that object that one can also call a chair, but from the outset that element of furniture that the chair is, in no way the thermal radiation of a celestial body, but the maternal warmth of the sun la solile, di son. 7. Nevertheless, there exists for things a primitive mode of being that is different from the one described by the existential analytic, that is, the perceptual mode in which they are, as we say, given. Or let us say, that with which, a deliberately indeterminate expression, the painter and DS himself confronted. There too it is not a matter of objects. On the other side of my street stands a university building, a long crescent shape with 4 oars, of which I see a section. If I were to paint it, its university function would be the RST determination to vanish, as it is nothing that could appear, but the building, the totality in its architectural construction, is also nothing for the eye. One will reply, there remains but the section, then, to show that one has understood. But one will really have understood nothing. For even if, to the knowledge of the one considering it, the something seen is indeed the section or the side of a building, this something is no such thing for any kind of seeing. What the seeing gives us is, sooner, literally, sooner, earlier, a set of differences in the whites and the grays, with kinds of darker recesses, together rhythmically broken up by bars of red brick and underscored by a long trail of vegetative green. The whole thing ends at the top with geometric lines that are longer than they are high and that form a kind of notching that thrusts forward. And when I write the whole thing's ends, it is not through the knowledge of the existence of a building that, despite our will to employ an epithet, 8 governs the description here, it is the visual difference between the totality, made up of tones and forms, as we have just said, and that which effectively forms another part of the given, another height, or rather, an elevation, where an other white and an other gray freely spread out those of the vast and the luminous, the vast and the luminous, but of no thing, or what we call the sky. Thus, whence comes, or, if you prefer, how do we mark out the difference of belonging or adherence of what we must above all not call the visual contents but rather, sooner, and very awkwardly, we realize, qualities and forms. Nothing in what we have said allows us to set this question aside. What are we aiming at when we designate, as a perceptual whole, something that owes nothing to the pragmatic notion of a building or to a transcendent concept of an object but that unfailingly distinguishes itself from the other wholes represented by the trees around it, the cars that line the street curbs, etc. For, ultimately, the difference between this whole and the sky, which we pointed out, was the easiest to grasp. The sky, precisely, never presents itself as a thing, 540 in whose regard forms and qualities would stand in some relationship of belonging. The sky is the paradigmatic non-thing. And, in this way, it is emblematic of the world as such. Let us remain there for a moment, we rediscover things afterward, that is, unless they are definitively not to be found, for we are here at the very birth of the divine, as the Latin language thinks it. Dies means the day, more precisely, the light of the day, the cern, or ring, compass. Border of which we spoke as the condition of perceptual discernment and which, for that reason, is in itself nothing that one might discern, non-cerniture dies, as Pliny put it aptly. According to the poet Hyginus, a friend of Ovid, dies, daughter of chaos, is the mother of the sky and the earth. Moreover, it is true that the light of day, gradually erupting out of nocturnal chaos, engenders the RST duality of the visible, according to which it divides itself se partage into the non-thing of the sky and an earth of things. The open region and the clearing of beings, as Heidegger says in The Origin of the Work of Art. In truth, it is the whole or totality of this division that is rightly original, and thus divine. Nevertheless, from the beginning of the Latin saying, the divine is concentrated, as it were, in the sky. Dies or divus means simultaneously the light of day, the sky, and the divine. Sub divo, in plain day, under the sky. It goes, effectively, without saying that this, in which light itself dwells, This evidence of evidences, albeit inaccessible and ungraspable for not being, in any way, a thing, is manifestly of a divine order. But again, we should not forget that light would not be without that which it manifests in its turn. This is a manifold that up to now we have called, provisionally, things, but whose mode of being we must now acknowledge as remaining multiple and generally unquestioned throughout the tradition. The unity of appearing, from which invariably arises the dispensation of the sensible, has but rarely the style of what is thing-like chose. For example, a tree that gleams as the daylight breaks over it conreams under our eyes the unity of a profusion in which it is obvious that the light does not pile, one upon the other, something that would be the trunk, other things that would be the branches, and then the twigs, all the way to a moving, shimmering multiplicity of those little leafy things. The tree is a unity of appearing of a non-thing-like type. There are many others, totally different from vegetal profusion, the spreading unity of the slope of a hill, for example, or, again, the two types of passing unity, that of a passing that remains, the river, or that in which the passing itself passes, the eye of a bird. Profusion, spreading, passage, these are styles, veritable formalities. Succinctly, we will venture this term, idealities of the visible, which we recognize without even having to think about them, as is always the case with the a priori of experience. The question is, why has no philosophy managed to state these a priori? Why has no philosophy so much as suspected them? Is it not the very task of philosophical discourse rst to detect, then to express these idealities, as we have called them? Or again, would there be any idealities so any that the entire tradition would simply have missed them? At RST we can hardly believe this. It is so evident that, 541 in its unfolding, what gives the tradition its scansion is a progressive refinement of knowledge concerning the conditions of discovery decellement of the ideal ideal. One could show that this is already the meaning of the Aristotelian critique of the Platonic inception. It is more clearly still the meaning of Kantian critique and Husserlian radicalism to remain with the moderns here. In his attempt to distance himself from the prominence of substance, Kant seeks out the meaning of being in what he calls the originally synthetic unity of experience, from which owes a schematic sense of the sum of categorial idealities. Husserl attempts, in his turn, to endow thinking with an unshakable delity to phenomena. He does this by reducing the object, which is to say, I repeat, the very meaning of being for all the moderns, to its how, das Objektheim wie the object in the, or its, how, putatively given absolutely, once every thesis about its existence and every representative construction have been suspended, the epicure. In both cases, the fruits of these efforts will be numerous. I would even say that they are more numerous. Above all, they have a stranger novelty in Kant than in Husserl. This is so because, in the RST place, while the concept states the a priori of experience only when reduced to a schema, that schema is, itself, without images, in other words, unrepresentable. One nds at least two signs for this in the Critique of Pure Reason. 1. The fact that the faculty of categorizing the phenomenon of experience properly belongs, in each block of three pure concepts of the understanding, not to such and such concept taken separately but to each one of them in the original unity of the three. Thus, for example, there is only unity insofar as it exists already in a plurality, which is therefore not several times one, just as there is plurality only as anticipated in a totality, which is therefore not the sum of a certain number of parts. The categorial triad called quantity is effectively not a thinking of numbers, it is a thinking of the numerous. Failing this, it would not escape the antinomies. And again, we must clearly understand that being numerous, precisely in its difference from number, poses a challenge to description. Try it and you will see. 2. The unrepresentability of the transcendental schematism of phenomenal beings is again avowed, denied and avowed, by the expression Kant uses to name the originally synthetic unity of experience. He calls this something X. The use of the mathematical sign for the unknown is in no way haphazard. For what could this object in general, the other name of the synthetic unity, really be, according to what mode of being, if it must be neither an object empirically given, which would effectively be the gift itself of the empirical, nor the noumenal correlate of the concept of an object taken in a merely logical generality. We are cast here, without consideration, into a void of signification. The same goes for the correlate of the transcendental object, the other pole of the synthesis. Kant calls this the I think, in a purely Cartesian fashion. To be sure, he replaces it in a certain way with something like the unity of a belonging by accompaniment, the I think must accompany all my representations, etc., and in a sense it is true that the cogito here loses all substantiality, 542, which is to say that it ceases being the modern name for the soul, under pain of paralogism, designating merely the logical necessity of a unity of experience. Nevertheless, because this logicity is not only formal but also transcendental, i.e., ontological, it also names the effectivity of a void, whose existence we may conclude, by way of the deduction, but which we are incapable of stating for all that. Ix. No doubt, Husserlian phenomenology is in the same situation. It may well combat more systematically than Kant did the psychologism that burdens every naive noetics. Yet this praiseworthy effort cannot keep it from falling back, with each argument, into a substantializing regime of discourse presumed to be descriptive. I have shown this clearly enough elsewhere in regard to color, for example, or in light of the phenomenological doctrine of Prohl's esquisses, or the consciousness of time. I will therefore not return to that. My purpose, here, is alas, more ambitious than all the critiques. It is to seek the very root of this stubbornness by which substance holds us in its bonds even when we think we have undone them, or at least loosened them. The response I will venture consists in saying that what escapes us could be called the ungraspability of being. By this expression I mean no sublime mystery, analogous to the unknowability of God. I mean, instead, the withdrawal of the how that occurs in every phenomenal eld at once itsness, its total novelty, and its unproducibility of being, thus understood. And, since we are on the subject, it will serve as the example whereby I attempt to follow this withdrawal, always remaining within the eld of perceptual experience. If there is something certain here, it is that perceptual experience is my experience. It is, we could even say, the experience of me l'expérience de moi. To suppose that someone else could look through my eyes is absolute nonsense, not because my eyes belong to me, but because the gaze is not made by the eyes. The gaze is given to me on the basis of the very thing I am looking at, as also are my eyes, and even me. Decidedly. But it is precisely here that our difficulties begin. What does it mean that seeing voir, my seeing, could be given to me on the basis of the very thing of which it is a view? There is no more, on my part, a movement of appropriation of the real than there occurs, on the side of the real, some movement of reference to me. What then? Courage. We must state the strange, or simply remain blocked here. A sort of hollow always gathers up the scene recuit toujours levu, like some mere part of the visible, though this frontier has nothing real about it, it undoes and redoes itself with the rst movement of the head, with the slightest change of angle. It signifies precisely that to see whether from the side of the one who sees or from that of what is seen is never an adventure of, or in, the real. The open is always a measure of gathering me sur de recul, whereby I come to myself as the meadow turns green, or rather with it, upon it co-participating in the space of emergence or enclosure. A measure of gathering is the exact meaning of the Greek logos. There is no objective quantity in this measure, on the contrary, it delivers perceiving from the whole avalanche of things. What I just named descriptively, literarily. I hope not, a sort of hollow is what Heidegger thematized as the 543 there, l'idée, of Dasein. The mode of being of what I call me is in effect a being there, not in the sense of in the middle of things, but rather there where they are themselves a sight lu. This is to say, there where appearing and ds a measure. Perceptual unfolding always contains not only the difference between a given and its horizon, Husserl, but a sort of centering whose difficulty is to understand that it neither supposes nor posits any core real central, but rather the necessity of a form, which itself is, not, a form but a formality of appearing. In this hollow, in this there, this centering, I am. I am there in a strictly Mallarmine mode, the one absent from every bouquet 9. If you have had the patience to follow me up to this point, perhaps you will be willing to pass to the null stage. It involves working through the phenomenon of the body. An escape route from the radical critique of subjectivity could be found by appealing to the robust evidence of my body. In order to account for this marking of experience that I call me. We must demonstrate that me, who has no soul, has no body, either. No body for me, in any case, nor in the eyes of others, so long as they do not lay on me any posant pas sur moi secondary gaze, objectifying and reactive the clinical gaze. For example, we say, I am ill, not my body is ill. We say, my God, he is big, and not look how big his body is. Above all, seeing ignores everything concerning my eyes, just as much as the meaning of your words transcends their acoustics. Obviously, I do not mean to argue that we are pure spirit. Rather, it is a matter of recognizing that we are not incarnate spirit, either. My body is for me neither a point of departure nor a point of arrival, neither a means nor an obstacle. It is, rather, totally out of the picture, even when a part of it enters into the image, as when I remove a thorn from my foot, for example. It is because he failed to notice this irrelevance of the body for the phenomenon of perception grasped in its essence that Merleau-Ponty with his praiseworthy goal of avoiding, there as elsewhere, every objectification invented a sort of doublet for the body, which he called either the body proper or the esh. In a phenomenology of perception, this amounts to wasted effort. Effectively, my body then becomes a body proper only in the kinesthetic experience of muscular effort, for example, or in the passive syntheses of suffering. Yet not only am I violently distracted, at that time, from the perceived world, which falls into the abstraction of an external world, it is also not a matter of restricting perception to that of my own body. Efforts and pains, these are felt, they are not perceived. What, then, can we say about the stubborn question, which remains inevitable despite all our disinclination, of what we cannot avoid calling the role of the body in perceptual experience? This much, no doubt, facing the screen where I inscribe my perplexities, facing the wall and the opening of the window, my body, me or better, the sight of me, is a sort of black rectangle in the midst of a painting, which functions like a dispatcher of regions. There is the region of what is in front of me, 544 precisely, clearly offered. On its edges, the double regions of the right and the left escape from the front toward the back, in such a way that only the beginnings of this proling still participate in the properly perceived, but this, in an unfocused fashion, while the rest loses itself very quickly in the third region, that of what is behind me, that is, perceptively non-perceived. It is clear that the body does nothing, undergoes nothing. In a word, in no sense does the body point to itself in this ever recommencing, spatial regionalization of the perceptive, the perceived/the perceivable, of which the body is nonetheless the principal and blind spot. The body is the site of diversification of the a priori of the visible. It is the pure ontological site. Does that mean that it is the materialist truth of the certainty of consciousness? It is not this, either, since no corporeal matter enters into the spatial regionalization that we have just described, the latter is formal. I believe that, ultimately, we must stop at this result, at least for the time being, but perhaps also forever. It is altogether surprising, I admit, that the very thing that constitutes the purest eld of thought is, as it were, laid upon pose sur our body. Wanting to know more about this would be like wanting to enter into the creative act of God. What then, might we say, on the contrary, that the invention of a divine creation is only a ite, on our part, from all that is terrible in the pure and simple nitude of being itself?